and among them was the Green and Sustainable Development Partnership. Obviously, needless to say that Green Agenda is on top of our priority. We are looking to collaborate in the field of artificial intelligence, climate change, sustainable development, e-mobility, green hydrogen, solar, renewable energies. Our government is committed to support startups in these sectors. We are looking, this is an opportunity for German and international startups to partner with Indian startup ecosystem. We would be happy to support you, to connect you with the right partners. With this, I will conclude my remarks. I would like to thank Amrita, Julian, and Mr. Kumar Chinnaswamy for the upcoming fireside chat. And I'm also eagerly looking forward to our startup delegation from Karnataka and their pitch. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for again bringing out very pertinent points and the important sectors, and also about the relevance of the consistent intergovernmental consultations that we have been having in the past decade. So that really sets the context for the day. And with that in perspective, I'd like to invite Mr. Muthukrishnan Chinnaswamy from SFAL Semiconductor Fabless Accelerator from Karnataka, who's also today wearing another cap of representing the Karnataka government for us. And I'd love to invite Julian Six from German Indian Startup Exchange Program, who's also here promoting both sides, Germany and India. And I would be moderating, so I will take a seat. I think these are working perfect. So once again, thanks to everyone and thanks to you for coming in today. I would like to begin with you, Mr. Muthu. So like we said, it's going to be a quick fireside chat. So it would be wonderful if you could be very brief, but super impactful with your answers, as I've seen you been all the week so far. So to begin with, what is SAFL and what do you offer to the international community here? And just because you can see that there's a pretty diverse group, what is the potential that India can offer?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me, and so good morning to everyone. So SAFL is a very unique initiative. In fact, probably even federal government or Germany or Berlin government can take a leaf out of it. It is the first center of excellence which is set up to be self-sustainable by the government of Karnataka. So that means government of Karnataka gives us some funding. We take that funding, convert it into some kind of assets, which we will give it to the startups and take some equity from the startups, and we have to earn some revenues and then sustain ourselves. This is one of the first center of excellences which was set up this way. Like this, there are about 8 center of excellences from government of Karnataka, both AI, data science, IoT, cybersecurity, aerospace, and even mobile applications and life sciences. So, but ours was a little unique. And we have 29 startups. In fact, one of the startups have come in the group of 7, one Wonderful. Of the cohort. So I think Germany is also, there are 2 big German players in Germany in semiconductors, which is Infineon and Bosch. And then there are 2 outside players in Germany, which is Intel and Global Foundries. So all these things, we can work together. Germany and India has a real big potential to connect all this startup ecosystem with these corporates. So that is what we can enable through these forums.
Thank you so much. And I think it's also a great understanding for the audience here to know more about SAFL and perhaps also create partnerships with that. And that's what AsiaBerlin Summit is all about. Now I will pan out to you, Julian. Perhaps you could give the audience a little bit of a teaser into what is GINZEP, and you have also been working with the German and Indian community for over 5-6 years now. And personally, what has your experience been with partnerships, if you could, between Germany and India, if you could share a bit of light on that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Amrita. Good morning, first of all, to everyone, also from my side. GINSEP, the German Indian Startup Exchange Program. It's now turning 5 years old, so not 25, but we're 5 years old now, and I'm running it for 4 years. Before that, I stayed in India for roughly 5 years. So I've been, let's say, engaged with the Indo-German community and the startup ecosystem for close to 10 years now. And yeah, GINSEP, basically at that point, there was not a single, let's say, platform for all the players from Germany and India that are interested in the Indo-German corridor, in the startup corridor, that didn't exist. So there was, let's say, that lack of orientation there. So, and based on some individuals, they took the initiative and said, like, well, it would be wonderful to have a platform like this. Because there were certain initiatives on the ground on individual level, so on state level, or run by individuals or individual companies, by corporates, but not a single one to bring all of them together. So that is what we tried with GINSEP as an open platform. So the platform to bring together the startups, the German and the Indian startups. So the focus is inbound and outbound, so from India to Germany, Germany to India. Besides the startups, of course, the corporates, investors, different incubators, accelerator programs, research institutes, universities, so basically any kind of organization that is interested and wants to be part of the Indo-German startup ecosystem. That was initially we just tried to find and to identify these individual actors, and then of course we promote it because honestly, and Amrita, you asked me about the experience in Germany. The challenge is, or actually my work was and is, to bring India on the agenda. And for us that are active in the German startup ecosystem, we know, like, well, India, of course, third largest startup ecosystem. You know, the big market. You know, all the advantages that it has. So why can people even afford not to look at India? But unfortunately, still, for some reason, people have to be convinced. So it has to be brought onto the agenda of the Germans over here. Mm-hmm. But many things have changed over the last few years. Now you have basically in different regions, in Berlin in particular, many initiatives, many people that have identified, have realized it, many people that are really active, and people and organizations that are active, more and more startups looking at it. So that is a fantastic development where I realized that also that it's more and more understood what India, the value of India, that it can bring to the German companies and organizations in general.
Perfect. And I think that very organically takes me to the next question, and you please feel free to comment on what Julian mentioned as well. Where do you, because we talk about Germany and India, I mean, especially in my work all the time, and there is also, these two countries are also countries that share very strong democratic values, and more than the pessimistic attributes, there are actually a lot of elements that make the countries similar. But that being said, where do you think Germany needs an innovation boost from your perspective, and how can India support? Actually, that was very well played in our India stack. So yeah. Actually, we were here in Berlin, and before that I was in Frankfurt for some meetings. So Uber was not taking anything other than cash from us. So that means some payment problem is, even Uber is facing it. So maybe possible that, for example, in India, we just need phone pay, or one phone is enough. Yeah. So there may be some difficulties here for whatever regulatory reason. So digital payments looks like Germany can make use of it, number one. So number two, from my field, that is semiconductors and electronics, I think the moment somebody says Germany, what comes to anyone's mind is engineering. So, but the BMW cars, the Audis and of the world. But if you look at it, semiconductor, I think your neighbor, the world's most valuable company today, most of you will feel it is Apple, but it's actually not so. There is a company called ASML, which is in Netherlands.
So that's the most valuable company in today's context. So actually, Germany could have done multiple ASMLs. That's what we believe, because Germany is known for engineering skills. So semiconductor machines, the equipments which are used to make semiconductors which go into this phone. Actually, we were discussing with we were founding member of AsiaBerlin yesterday in the boat ride. So I asked him, what is that you make in this phone from Germany? But he couldn't answer that. So because other than a chip from Infineon, there is actually nothing from Germany going into any of the smartphones, actually. So in manufacturing, as well as semiconductor equipments, I think Germany and India are sitting at the same level. We missed the bus, but there is always, we can board the next bus.
Thank you for that. Giving a realistic perspective about where we stand on taking the bus and the fact that there's still another bus, so that's good. Julian, on that front, because we are now talking about the potential hurdles, perhaps you could elaborate on that as to what potential hurdles are there between India and Germany. And this is also a question which I've been contemplating also in other arenas in the past few days. So if you could elaborate on how we can overcome this, and first of all, if there are any hurdles.
Absolutely. So there are quite some hurdles, and the important thing for us was to, from the very beginning, is to talk to the startups and see what are the issues out there, right? What are they lacking? And now, since I mentioned it, I've been doing it for 4 years now in this program. We realized that there is a lack of orientation in general, like how to tackle it, how to start. If you've identified the other market as a startup, many of them are not really sure how to do the next step. And that is because both India and Germany have something in common. They are organized in a very, let's say, decentralized way, where you do not have, unlike you have in France or the UK, where you say, like, well, definitely I go to Paris if I identify France, or London if you focus on the UK. But you have to identify the right destination. And of course, and that comes in handy actually for the market. Every region and every player wants to be better than the other, and Berlin very strong there for sure, absolutely. But that is a challenge for the startups to really identify where to start, which is the best local ecosystem for me, which has, and of course there's not this one rule that one destination is always the best choice, because it completely depends on the product and on the local ecosystem. Is it important for you to be close to the few maybe corporate customers that you have, but that are all the people that are active in Germany know that they are distributed and spread all over the country, big hidden champions, corporates that are there, let's say, in the middle of nowhere. But if it's relevant customer for you, then you might want to be close to them and not in a big city. So this lack of orientation, actually very, very simple was then. Then, of course, product market fit, the go-to market strategy sometimes has to be changed. Would my product work over there? Regulations, but these things are kind of the obvious things that, like, how do I do the tax? How do I set up my business? Of course, needless to say, one needs support there. And one thing that is again underestimated is definitely the business culture that is different. And all the things that I'm mentioning apply to the Indian startups that are looking at Germany, but the same, in really the same way for the German startup that are looking at India. The intercultural barriers that are there, of course, more for the Indians coming here, that German is still really, really important. In Berlin, people say, well, startup ecosystem, it's all English, but once you try to sell, of course, the German language is really important, but also how to sell something, right? This business communication, things that get lost between. So for Indian startups, for example, to sell something in Germany is extremely difficult, right? So these kind of things are the big challenges from day to day. That is what the startups are sharing, what we're seeing. And to overcome it, in one-word partnerships, to collaborate, to cooperate, to look for a local partner on site, to look for, let's say, German salespeople or Indian sales team in India directly work together with let's say at an incubator or at co-working space where you can reach out to other startups that are there doing something similar. So not only identify the competitors, but they are also with maybe complementing products, the potential partners. So the cooperation, I think, is the key in succeeding in that other local ecosystem.
Wonderful, thank you.
So, Amrita, to add to what Julian was saying, that I think I was really pleasantly surprised with the last 2-3 days. It's a tremendous outcome has been, at least I'm noticing it as an individual.
Thank you.
So, in fact, we visited Berlin partners. We listened to their startup AI presentation. I think India has about, adding to Mr. Gaurav's data statistics, we have 3,600 AI startups. And the last, cumulatively, we have raised $10 billion, out of which 5.5 billion we raised in the last 2 years. And 80 acquisitions have happened amongst the startups. And there are 4 unicorns out of AI startups. But AI is no longer artificial anymore, actually. Actually, it's a very bad name to use, artificial intelligence. It's the most natural intelligence, actually, now. It has become the applied intelligence. And we saw that there was an excellent presentation given to us in the Berlin partner meeting yesterday. So I think the applied intelligence startups can work together. And a lot of startups can come together and become a bigger force, actually. So that's what is these kind of GINSEPs and SAFALs and COEs from Government of Karnataka. In fact, not just Government of Karnataka, I can speak for Government of India also, because even our Government of India, federal government, is also enabling a lot of things in many other states, actually. So, in fact, there is another representative from another state here, present here. So I think it's these kind of things. But I would request the organizer to do this in this scale more often, actually, probably quarterly once or even virtually every alternate quarter. So that will really help.
Wonderful, thank you. And I think these partnerships that you are mentioning, and that is what we aim to achieve at spots like AsiaBerlin Summit, and it's an open platform to bring different collaborators. So we are very happy that you're here and everybody is here as well. One final opening question, closing question to all of you is, what are your any upcoming programs, any events that you would like the community here to attract to, or either way? Yeah.
So maybe I'll go, because my job is to promote the Bangalore Technology Summit, the Tech Summit, which actually already Berlin partners and all already working with us. So we thank all the organizers for that. I think it's coming in November 16th, 17th, 18th. We also use this opportunity. We will be leaving a lot of brochures here and other details. We'll always be there to help you guys to host anybody. And one more thing is, I think not just the organizations like Berlin Partner and GINSEP, I think we encourage a lot of startups also to come and see the startup environment, collaborate with similar startups. And you can, in startup is all about looking for investment dollar and business dollar. So it does the currency changes. Maybe it is investment rupee and dollar, business rupee, or investment euro or business euro. So we have to keep encouraging these people to go and secure them. And we work with a lot of organizations like your APA here. We have many organizations, many associations, industry associations in India. All the governments, including central government, work with these associations and promote a lot of those events. And we have another program I would like to bring it upon, which some German companies can look into it. We have a Global Innovation Alliance Partner Program. For example, from Netherlands, NXP is one of our partner. From USA, Applied Materials is another partner. So we would like to enroll a lot of the multinational companies from Germany to be part of that program.
One closing comment from you, Julian.
So over the last weeks and months, we did quite some events in Germany. So also closer to the end of the year, November, December, we'll be focusing on India again. And Bangalore Tech Summit, definitely. So Karnataka in general, well, that is just one region you have that is definitely on your radar, has to be on your agenda. And then, so we're planning to attend that. So to all the startups, here's really a great opportunity to get a better understanding of the Indian market, to talk to potential customers, to other startups, to really get a sense of it. And a big event like this is always highly recommended to attend, and then maybe before and after travel a little further and schedule some meetings, visit some other places. So that is highly recommended. So reach out to Muthu or also to me if you want to go to the Bangalore Tech Summit, and we can connect you further. Also planning what we're planning to do. There's the Thai Global Summit in December in Hyderabad. So I think every 2 years it's there. So that is also a must-attend event for us that we want to go to. So and hopefully, we can also organize some more activities in Hyderabad, or maybe something else that is also in that context.
Definitely. Yeah. So yeah, lots to look forward to, and I thank you both, gentlemen, for being here and supporting the initiatives. And now it's the time for the startups. So I would like to invite them, and thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amrita.
So we have 6 startups today in the room with us, and they all have elevator pitches. So the first startup we go with is Int Purple. I'm not sure if they're here today. But then we go with Ship This. Perhaps we could also have the slide of Ship This, and yeah. You can take the mic, or you can pitch here, up to you.
Which one?
The next one.
Hello. Hi, I'm Ahmed from ShipThis. A very good morning to everyone. ShipThis is a platform for freight forwarders and logistics service providers. What we do is we help traditional freight forwarders and logistics service providers transform into a truly digital organization. We do this by providing some of the most comprehensive set of tools, right? So we leverage AI, automation, and help them streamline their operations, sales, accounting, maybe even the pricing, the quotation, the compliance management, that is sending messages to multiple different trade bodies and various other things. So that's what we do at ShipThis, basically. What sets us apart, so traditionally freight forwarders are very document oriented, right? So we have seen from the interactions we have had so far, we've seen some of the freight forwarders use fax even now, right? So who uses fax? The freight forwarders still use fax. So disruption is happening in this industry. A lot of the digital freight forwarders are eating up a lot of these traditional freight forwarders market. And we want to change that. We want to empower these traditional freight forwarders with all of these digital tools. Some stats. As of this year, we already have over 250 million US dollars in terms of freight movements happening using our platform. And that translates to about 100,000 plus international freight movement. Some of the 3 key USPs in our platform is, one is workflow and automation. We focus extensively on that, and we have anything that can be automated is automated in ShipThis. Second is the deep integrations. We connect with various different trade bodies, and we do all of the heavy lifting for the freight forwarders. And the third and the final thing is the ease of use, right? So the platform is very easy to use. You don't need 3 months or 6 months of training to use the platform. You can get started within a day or two, and most of our customers learn very quickly. So yeah, that's about it. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to me at ahmed@shipthis.com. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Chetan. I'm the founder of Coco. We are a legal tech startup based out of Bangalore. The word Coco is derived from the word status quo, and we wanted to change how businesses use legal. So basically, at Coco, we provide plug-and-play legal infrastructure for growing businesses globally. And what does this mean? So if you are a business owner, doesn't matter whether you're an SMB or an enterprise, there are three main legal issues which come up. Typically, your contracts are usually not well documented or drafted, or for that matter, when you enter into negotiations, they're usually prolonged and painful. The second thing which most growing businesses face is, dedicated legal help is very expensive. The third thing is and this is very common amongst businesses, even if they have signed contracts, most of these go missing. So it's it's usually signed contracts found in people's computers and so on and so forth. It's not in one place. So how do we solve all of these things? So we have built an automation and AI suite of products, especially in the contracting space, and we give this out to SMBs and enterprises. And using what do we do with this suite? We offer a lot of automation and AI workflows for documents. We offer AI review of contracts, and we also offer secure repository for all your company's contracts. And with this, with our existing customers, we've been able to sort of increase up to 82% in time savings for customers and also reduce legal costs by almost 70%. We have three products in the contracting suite. First one is called Quoco NDA, and typically if you sign a lot of NDAs or confidentiality agreements which is start, we provide an automated platform with built-in e-signing, analytics, and so on. And if you receive third-party NDAs, you can just upload it into our platform. Our AI will review it and then give you a summary of risks in about 20 seconds. The second product is called Quoco Contract Management, which is an end-to-end contract management platform with built-in review. Third one is called Quoco Legacy, which is an AI repository for your contracts. And apart from, it does concept searches for your contracts as well, where you can sort of like review by clause and things like that. With this, my time has come to a close, but happy to sort of like discuss going forward. Thank you. Thanks, Amrita.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Chaitra Harsha. I represent Viprajan Biosciences. It is a contract research company from Mysore and Bangalore, from Karnataka. So we are a team of 50 plus, scientists, veterinary doctors. You might have heard of drug discovery. Drug discovery is discovering either new drugs, vaccines, right? So I think thanks to pandemic, COVID has taught us why new drugs and vaccines are important, right? So it's a value chain in the sense from a chemist to biologist to a doctor. It takes humongous research for any drug to come to the market. And we are part of this value chain. So Viprajan actually contributes in terms of developing animal models and cell lines, cancer cell lines, platforms, wherein newer drugs can be tested from a chemist, and that goes to US FDA, and US FDA, if approves, it goes into the clinical trials. So we are a service provider, but at the same time, we also have a couple of our own IP. We are developing our own IP, and in that, two important things that we work on is wound healing. Wound healing sounds simple, but gangrenes, diabetic wounds, and burns is something which is it's an ongoing research. So we have extracted, a seaweed extract, which is appears to be in lab, that it's quite potential, and it is ready to come to the market. Other area that we're working on is Parkinson's disease. You know that neurons do not regenerate. The number of neurons that you have in your brain, it's fixed. So you need to protect them, right? That's how people are struggling with neurological diseases, addressing Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, and other things. So we are working on one of the projects where we have already filed a patent. So these are the two important projects where the product is about to come to the market. So we are here to explore, partnership, collaborations in Berlin. Definitely Hamburg has been quite impressive in terms of collaborations. So we are happy to be here, part of AsiaBerlin Summit. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'm Gautam, representing Integrated Energy Systems. Sorry, Integrated Energy Solutions. Our product is called the Integrated Energy System. So it's one standalone system which decentralizes your entire power needs. So how the principle it works on is hydrogen generation, hydrogen storage, and fuel cell technologies. So we've designed, we all know, hydrogen is a very volatile gas and it's difficult to handle. So we have designed an AB5 material which stores hydrogen in a solid state. And we have three use case scenarios. One's a stove for heating, for food and for heating purposes. The second thing is in a fuel cell for electricity generation. And third thing, in a futuristic way, we have a hydrogen releaser in which if hydrogen powered cars become a norm, you can fill fuel at home. So this system is so decentralized, you can pick this up, go put it up anywhere, in any geographical location, and all your energy needs are provided at one stop. So the other challenge what we're facing with EV to what we are looking at this now is for EV, we'll have a lot of infrastructure to develop, but for this is completely decentralized. Our USPs are hydrogen storage, hydrogen generation. So we have an AEM electrolyzer, which is, and all of this is made in India product. So what we are looking for is we have a product now, we are looking for some test beds where we could deploy this and test the product and see how it works and make a framework around it for not only for us, but for every other hydrogen manufacturer, hydrogen product manufacturer in globally. Any questions? I'll be happy to take later. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. My name is Vijay Anand. I'm from TriSpace Technologies Private Limited. The problem space that we are addressing is the battery life extension of mobile devices. So we have some patented technologies on this, by firmware upgrades, we can extend the usage of mobile battery life. So if you're able to use for 10 hours, let's say your mobile device, we integrate our solutions by firmware. You are able to extend it by up to 8x, you are able to extend it. And this helps in reducing the heating and blasting issues that we faced in recent past in some of the handsets. And we have been endorsed by a leading chipset company from San Diego, Qualcomm in US. And that's about the crux of the work that we have been doing. And we have received the Best Patents Award from CII India 2021. And as Muthu sir was telling that maybe we have missed the bus earlier, but there's always another bus. So all our efforts, if you trace it back, I have been associated with Infineon Technologies in a big way in the past. So there is possibility to go scale up in a big way with associating with Infineon. Thank you.
So those are the startups, and I'm very glad for this super compact, but I hope impact-ridden session. And so we now are here for some more time, for some quick networking. So I really hope the enablers that are there, and I do see a lot of enablers. There is the Karnataka government, like Mr. Muthu said. I also see Mr. Paneerselvam from T-Hub, and I see Pallavi from FICCI. I also see the government officials representing DULT, and many, many more who have come here all the way from India, and also the representative from GNITS from Hyderabad. So there is so much more to network, and please feel free to connect more. And yes, I think we are almost at the closure of the event for the India Day, but I think there's much more to talk about. Thank you so much, and I give the floor to Svantia again, or to Sid. Yeah, thanks.
again from our end. Thanks very much for coming and for the interesting presentation. Yeah, there's a bit space now for chatting, for connecting, so please get in contact, and then we will continue with the Embassy of Vietnam in about 15 minutes. Thank you. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, shall we take a group picture, maybe? You want to come on stage? All of you who are from India. Thanks.
You know who made it. You know who made it.
Good morning, everyone, again. After having such an interesting opening of the Indian Embassy to AsiaBerlin Summit's Embassy Day, I'm very glad to welcome the Embassy of Vietnam. And I give already right away the stage to Linh Ha. So thanks for coming and enjoy.
Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Embassy Day of Vietnam. My name is Linh Ha, and I'm a president of the Viet Startup Association in Europe. We are a young organization where we want to connect the creativity with the sustainability and want to build up a next generation of Viet founder in Europe. So I'm honored to be the host of our session today and very excited about the event. Last year at the satellite event of AsiaBerlin Summit, I also moderate a panel discussion about the sustainable development of Vietnam. And today, for this year, we want to bring the focus on the green transition in Vietnam. So in the next 15 minutes, we will give you two keynotes and we'll bring you more insight about the investment in Vietnam and also the technology transfer between Vietnam and Germany from our two keynote speakers. And we also spend the last minute with the panel discussion to understand more about the role of the startup and technology in the green transition in Vietnam. And so now let's don't waste any minutes to start with the first keynote of Dr. Mạnh Hải Nguyen. He is the counselor and head of investment sector at Vietnam Embassy, and he will talk about the investment policy for the green growth in Vietnam. So please welcome Dr. Mạnh Hải Nguyen on the stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ling, for the introduction. And because we have a little bit limited time, so I would like to start my presentation right away. So today I'm talking about the investment incentive policy for green growth in Vietnam. And this is, the first question is, why do we want to invest in Vietnam? First of all, we can see that Vietnam has the social political stability and also strategic location in Southeast Asia, as you all know. And also we have a low labor cost, which is estimated is about 1/3 of the China average, and also wage increase at a slower pace. And also in terms of one of the very important input for the production process, so we have young and dynamic large labor force, as well as and you can see that the young population with average age of 32 only, and this is also the very important point. Is that we have a country of hardworking, and this is also one of the good conditions for the investment in Vietnam. And also we have signed about 15 FTA, free trade agreements, including AFTA and also some bilateral FTA between ASEAN and other countries, also between Vietnam and Japan, and also between Vietnam and Chile, Korea, as well as the UK, etc. And very important, we have EVFTA, I mean European Vietnam free trade areas, and also RCEP. We can see in the coming slide also we have favorable investment environment with some good investment incentive policy for investors. And the form of the incentive for the investment in Vietnam, including the incentive on corporate income tax, with the lower tax rate, and also the tax exemption or reduction, and other tax incentive for part or a full project in Vietnam, depending on the projects. And also we have import exemption and import tax exemption. Also the exemption or reduction of land rental or land use fee in Vietnam, and also land levy. And recently, in the 2020 investment law, we have the policy for the investor with fast depreciation, and this is also the new features of the investment incentive. And in terms of the industries and also the areas for which are entitled to get the investment incentive, is including the first category is called the special investment incentives. This is applied for a list of the industries like high-tech industries, onto supporting industry, electronics, information technology, financial services, and also especially the green energies. So green energy is one of the industries that receive the special investment incentive in Vietnam. in addition to infrastructure, healthcare, education and training, and high-tech agriculture and research and development. And also we have the second category of investment incentive is called the investment incentive, not the special one, but anyway, we have the privilege for the investment in the areas with the difficult socio-economic condition, such as and those with the extremely difficult socio-economic condition. And also in this category, we have also the investment in the industrial zones, processing zones, high-tech zone, and also economic zones. This is the main feature of that, but specifically sub-industries. So we have in the decree number 31, guiding the implementation of the investment law. For specific incentive on corporate income tax, so I will not go into detail, but so you can see from here the incentive, special incentive in accordance with the investment law in the third column. So the tax incentive also in the forms of tax reduction and also the tax exemption and the last row about the requirements for the corporate income tax. I will not go into detail, but you can see from the screen, and also we can discuss this a little bit later. For this, a set of policies supporting for green or renewable energy development in Vietnam. So we got the resolution number 55 on the orientation of Vietnam National Energy Development Strategy to 2030 and a Vision 2050. And this is as guideline the main guideline for the policies in Vietnam in terms of the energy development, and this is opened an enormous and potential opportunity for the private sector to participate in the energy development and ensuring the energy security in Vietnam. And also secondly, we have a number of the decision of the prime ministers to encourage or to promote the renewable energy, like decision number 13 on the incentive mechanism for solar development project. And this is really a push to create the momentum for the rooftop solar power development in Vietnam during the last few years, just about 3 years, 3 or 4 years. And also decision number 39 for the feed-in tariff for wind power project. So this is also increase the feed-in tariffs for the wind power project. But this is, of course, we are now, this policy is still in the process for improvement, because this is applied for the period of 20 years from the commercial operation date, only if the project achieves the COD before the 1st of November 2021. So for the project after this time moment, so we are still developing a new the feed-in tariff, and this is also hopefully we also taking into account the incentive for the investment, and it will come a little bit later. I expect maybe next year. And also the decision number 08, also in 2020. Just please note that I just list here some recent policy, but in the past we also have the similar policy, but not very strong, not have very strong impact like this policy. So the number 08 also about the supporting for mechanism for development of biomass power project in Vietnam, and also the the draft of power planning development number 8, and this is still the revising process in Vietnam for the PDP 8. And this is contain the fundamental change in the power plans to meet the net zero commitment in COP26 that the Prime Minister Phạm Minh Chính has already committed in COP26. But this is I must say that it's in the process, because this is we are taking into account the interest of investor, as well as for the different views of the authorities in Vietnam to try to set up the PDP 8 so that we can apply for the coming years. And also the Ministry of Industry and Trade is proposing to develop a renewable energy law for creating a solid legal corridor to invest, operate, and develop the supply chain for renewable energy. This is still also under the process that going on now in Vietnam. And we hope that, of course, we are now still in the process of improve all these supporting policy for green development in Vietnam, and that's why I think also we need to get also, I hope that I can get from you in this stage also for the improvement of the policy, and so that we can promote the good investment in Vietnam in the renewable energy areas. And thank you very much. And sorry if I can pass the time limit. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mạnh Hải Nguyễn. Yeah, I think it's also worth to mention that with the incentive policy of Vietnam for the green energy, Vietnam in the last year also had a very high rates of green growth, and yeah, it's still in the growing. And as you know, that we in Vietnam there's so many there's very extracting policy for investment in Vietnam, and also the number of German foreign investment in Vietnam is also growing in the last years. So yeah, and thank you again for the information, Dr. Mạnh Hải Nguyễn. As you already mentioned, that the policy are still needs to be improved, and how can we improve that in order to exchange with countries who already have so many achievements in this field? And let me invite Dr. Đỗ Thành Trung on the stage. He is the former professor at the university in Harburg, and an expert in green energy, and he also a founder of one of his startup, More Energy, and he will give us an insight about technology transfer between Germany and Vietnam. So, Dr. Đỗ Thành Trung, please.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you, Ha. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. Hai, the counselor of and head of the investment ministry from the embassy, Vietnam embassy here in Berlin. So welcome to my presentation, and I have brought to you the topic green tech transfer from Vietnam to Germany, and why it is needed that we should found an energy hub, an instrument that can improve this process of technology transfer. As you have introduced myself, so I'm standing here, and I can tell you I'm the 1.5 generation of Vietnamese living here in Germany. That means that I was born in Vietnam and came when I was 12 to Germany. So I lived over 30 years here in Germany, part-time also in Berlin. And so I can say that in my press there are two hearts. It's a Vietnamese and also a German heart. And this topic, it's a very, personal topic also for me. And why I'm standing here and want to talk to you about green technology transfer. So I have been working in the energy sector over 20 years ago. I started studying electrical engineering here in Berlin, and then came to Hamburg. I spent a lot of my time in the university, give lectures, and as you told before, before I got completely to my company, I was also professor at the TU Hamburg, and was the head of the Institute Electrical Energy System. So let's begin with my presentation with a short example. So in my company, it's More Energy. We have a unique technology. This technology, we are able to put it in every connection point of the grid infrastructure and can give the feedback, or we are able to scan the critical situation in each grid. So in the first moment, if you heard about this, you wouldn't say it is a green tech, right? So you have imagined green tech, it's completely other pictures. But in 2017, as More Energy, we won a green tech startup prize. And what we bring benefit to the customer is that we help them to check the system before they connect renewable energy into the grid and offer them benefits that they can save costs and they know and how to operate the system more reliable. So for me, green tech is much more than thinking about how to manufacture wind turbines, how to build an industry where you can build solar cells or gigafactory of batteries. It's much more than that. It's about know-how, it's about technology that create a sustainable supply chain. And the supply chain helps you to improve the operation of green energy resources, help you to make them reliable and save the cost of the operation. It's about technology. It helps you to implement an infrastructure that operate reliable, stable. And this is very important if you want to develop renewable energy in Vietnam, for example. The problem you have now in Vietnam is not that you have too less power, too less energy. You have too much of it. To that time, you don't need it. And the reason is that there's a bottleneck of the grid infrastructure. And the next step is, so this is the first point you have to solve. And the second point to solve is, what do you do with the energy during the time you don't need it? It's about storage, so battery storage system, for example, installing in the grid. Or, this is the future, it's not my own opinion, but hydrogen infrastructure. This is the next big thing where Germany and Vietnam can cooperate, because Germany still have a leadership in this technology. The next thing is not only producing renewable energy sources, but thinking about what do you do with all the technology after the lifetime of such technology. So we are talking about recycling business. Germany has lost or failed in building a sustainable solar industry. And they became more and more challenged in wind industry too. But Germany is still tech leader in green tech sector. That means recycling, yeah, efficient technologies, and so on. And I would widen, how can I go back? I would widen the word technology transfer to know-how transfer, because technology transfer only is not enough. Vietnamese has to know how the technology works and to implement in the future also own technology. At this point, so I'm growing up here in Germany over 30 years, and the experience I have made on my own is that German and Vietnamese cooperate a lot in social life. And the community of Vietnam is accepted in Germany. And also between the governments, there are a lot of good words they give each other. But at the end, the numbers of trade exchange, speaks another word. So what you can see here is that Germany is not among the top partners in business between Germany and Vietnam. So you can see the export is only 2.4% and the import is 1.3%. As well as in green tech transfer, there's no noticeable exchange between the both countries. And that's the reason why we are a network of experts who are German but has Vietnamese background, want to change this. And this is the reason why we are founding a hub that is called the Energy Hub Vietnam and Germany. And we aim to have added value by that. How we can do that? So you can see here, so today is a very special day. 3 years ago, we have founded the Network Association VGI. It's a group of a lot of experts, so exactly today. So it is the third birthday of our organization. And now we want to go a next step, to go deeper in innovation, so concentrating in the energy sector. And what I can say is that we are a strong network with a lot of experts here who understand Vietnam and also the German situation, the German side. And every of us in this network has also its own network to German companies, to Vietnamese, Germany, and we want to create a new platform that helps each other inside the network, but also for others who want to join to green tech sector in Vietnam. And last but not least, we are supported by an renewable energy association. It's called the WAP. There are 250 companies that is in the field of offshore energy, and they are very interested to join the Vietnam market, but don't know why. And we would generate this benefit of our hub. And I can say there are a lot of SMEs. They are the owners of technology, but they don't have the capacity to invest in lobby. Yeah, but they want to join. They have technology. They understand what they do, and this is exactly what we need now for the technology and know-how transfer between Germany and Vietnam. So I show you at last our first partners. So we have a lot of people in Siemens who joined this hub. We have VGI as a network. We have the WAP, as I told you before, Fraunhofer Institute, my company. And from the Vietnam side, EVN, it's a power electricity company, also are invited and support this project and the SAN group and so on. And let me say thank you for your attention, and if you are interested, join this hub and have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tang Chung Do, for a very inspirational keynote. And I think you can stay already in the stage because you will be join us in our panel discussion together with Mr. Mạnh Hải, Mr. Mạnh Hải Nguyễn, and with also two other panelists, Mr. Tarek Hassan, he is the head of Digital Transformation Center of GIZ in Vietnam, and also Châu Nguyễn. She is the leader of community development at Viet Startup in my own organization, and she is a certified ESG analyst. So please welcome and join me on the stage. So I will sit here. Well, so if you have any question or comment, please save it in the last of our discussion. So I will give you a chance to raise your question then to our panelists. So yeah, thank you. I'm happy to have you here in the in this discussion, Mr. Mạnh Hải Nguyễn. We also have another discussion last year, and today we talk more about green energy. And yeah. I know that Vietnam made the strong commitment to achieve the net zero emission by 2015. So it is an ambition goal for Vietnam. Why did the energy sector become one of the key focus of the country?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Yeah, eventually we have the net zero commitment by 2050, and that is made by our Prime Minister, Mr. Phạm Minh Chính at COP26, and I think it's very important that in Vietnam. This is, as you have already mentioned, that is a really ambitious commitment. But this is also reflect the strong government determination to reduce the CO2 emission in Vietnam, and this is why we. Because we departure from the current status of Vietnamese economy with also the high emission in the energy sector, also the transportation and agriculture as well. But energy sector is one of the focus because this is one of the largest sector that have the current the emission level in Vietnam, and I think also similar to some other countries, and also because the energy is the very important input for the production in Vietnam, and also another reason is that the thermal power plant in Vietnam made by from coal, coal-fired power plants still account for a large share, still about 40%, more than 40% of the of Vietnamese energy mix, and so that's why we need to reduce the emission from the energy sector. And the renewable energy sector also developing fast in recent years in Vietnam, and we have good potential of renewable energy. So that's why we focus on the energies in the process of achieving the net zero commitment made by the Prime Minister at the COP26. Okay, thank you.
So, and the next question will be for Ms. Châu Nguyễn. I know that you do a lot of individual SDG analysis, and can you tell me how can energy green energy contribute to Vietnam SDG targets?
Yeah.
It's on. It's on.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I'll start with the most obvious SDG, which is SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. Developing solar and wind energy infrastructure will obviously help Vietnam increase the share of renewable energy in the energy mix. And the technology supporting that will also increase the energy efficiency. And as long as electricity is produced in the enough amount, the access to clean energy in general will increase as well. The largest obstacle, however, for this SDG is that the transportation sector has to be supported as well, because that is also a kind of energy, but that is a whole different story, which I will not go into today. Then in terms of the environment, SDG 13 is another obvious one, climate action. As you've already mentioned, the energy sector is a huge emission of CO2 and greenhouse gases in general in Vietnam. And this is also because we have a lot of coal factories, which are obviously not that good for the environment. That is a huge challenge to replace these kinds of factories with renewable energy sources, but it is also a huge opportunity for companies that want to come into Vietnam. We have a big cake. Then also, sustainable energy will empower sustainable economic, which is related to SDG 8 and 9. Especially SDG 9, it goes hand in hand with SDG 7, because the fossilization and innovation have to happen at the same time. They cannot go separately from each other. And last but not least, clean energy contributes directly to a healthy and sustainable community, as is set out in SDG 3 and 11. So those are the targets that will be achieved by sustainable energies in Vietnam.
Thank you, Joe. And Mr. Chung Do, you are the only expert in the green energy on our stage now. So where do you see the biggest challenge or potential to strengthen the green energy sector in Vietnam?
Thank you for your question. I try to be an expert, yes. Yeah, so if you talk about investment in Vietnam, so I think the big challenge is for foreign companies or foreign countries to invest in Vietnam is to understand the policy, the regulatory. It is not easy, yeah. And most of European companies, it's not about the investment. It's not about the money. I think the money is enough on the market, and last year it was also cheap, yeah. So. And there is a big advantage also for foreign countries to invest in Vietnam in green energy, because if they invest in green energy, they got very good conditions of interest, yeah, in comparison to other investment, because it is a green technology and green development and so on.
Yes,
yeah.
we always see that there are so many incentive policies.
Yeah, there's a lot of incentive, yeah. And also the fit-in tariffs for solar and wind. I think it's one of the most fit-in tariffs in the world. Yeah, and that's the reason why Vietnam has made a lot of effort in development of renewable energy, to realizing the energy transition. I said to my student before, what Vietnam has done in 1 year, Germany needs 20 years for this for this amount of energy into the grid. So the problem is exactly most of German or European countries, they are very conservative. They are thinking about what kind of interest I can get, very reliable from my investment. Not today it's 50%, but the next day 0. So it's a high risk for them. They have to check, and there are no bankable PPAs in Vietnam. So that's the reason why the market in Vietnam for investment in renewable energy is only shared by Vietnamese companies and Korea, China, and so on. But there are very less European. So I think, Mr. Hai, we can improve that to make the process, the regulatory framework more transparent, and to discuss more about that. So we need I think GIZ and also AHK have done it already, but we should do more in communication
and
to bring
with the energy hub.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I think it is needed such like an energy hub with real people, with people who wants to improve it in a very fast way.
Yeah. And as a VIT founder here in the on the stage, which role will startup technology will play in the acceleration of the green growth in Vietnam?
I think there's a big chance for new companies, for startup to settle new businesses, because startup are agile, startup are very focused on technology, and I think startup in the field of storaging, how to joining the free energy market. So there's a big potential for startup in Vietnam, but also startup in Germany going to Vietnam if they have an app, on a software application that helps to bring energy from the sources to the right person within the grid. Because as I said, the problem you have in Vietnam is not that you have less energy, but you have too much energy. And how you bring the same also in Germany, but the grid, the infrastructure is much better in Germany. In Vietnam, it is there are a lot of weak points, I think there. And so startup are agile, they are very fast in development, and they should work not alone, but together. I also told to the board of EVN that they have to create inside of EVN departments like startup that can work very independent and develop new technology, new software solutions, and so on to improve the power system.
Thank you. So I'm looking at you, Mr. Tariq Hassan. You are head of Digital Transformation Center of GIZ in Vietnam, and you run a lot of projects there. Can you maybe give the new project in Vietnam, the newcomer project in Vietnam from Germany, some highlight about how to doing the project in Vietnam, how to make them successfully?
Sure, thank you so much for having me here. Maybe I quickly frame what the GIZ is doing and what I'm doing in Vietnam. I'm leading the Digital Transformation Center, which is implemented by the German Development Agency, GIZ, and is funded by the Federal German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And what we do is that we work together with the Vietnamese Ministry of Planning, namely the National Innovation Center and the Agency for Enterprise Development, to shape a digital transformation that is human-centered and sustainable together with the Vietnamese government. We do that in 3 focus areas, one being Industry 4.0, technology policy, and green tech, which is why I have the pleasure to sit with you here today. Yesterday, the federal minister, if you saw her speech, she actually announced the launch of our Green Tech Hub, which is kicking off next month. It's a project where we offer multiple programs, ranging from incubation, acceleration, and the landing pad for global startups who want to come to Vietnam that are interested in supporting the green technology transition in Vietnam. And I think some of the big advantages we see in Vietnam are first talent that also Dr. Hai already mentioned. If you go into any cafe in Saigon or Hanoi or Da Nang, you can see the young people are really, really hungry. When I go and drink my tea on the weekend in a cafe, I feel very lazy because all the Vietnamese youngsters next to me are working on their 3rd business idea, and you can really feel that there's a lot of ambition and passion in the air. So you have great engineering talent, a big hunger to change things and to change the country. And the second advantage you have in Vietnam is that the government has well understood that digital transformation and green technology is key. If you check out any ministry homepage, you see digital transformation is always at the forefront. We did a policy scan, and almost all ministries have digital transformation strategies in place. Sometimes I wonder why I'm in Vietnam consulting the Vietnamese government when I think the German government, we have a lot to learn from Vietnam on how they really see the importance. But I think there are also a lot of opportunities for the German ecosystem because we're publishing in 2 months a green tech mapping where we interviewed 30 startups and intermediaries and did a desk research of over 300 actors in Vietnam active in the green tech landscape. And what we found is that you have a lot of energy startups from energy efficiency and management, renewable energy, energy storage, who are very eager to scale. But what we are still lacking in the Vietnamese ecosystems is the awareness of investors. So you have investors who are very familiar with, gaming startups, fintech startups, but we need more specialized investors. So if we have any investors who are interested in renewable energy or other green technologies, we would love to connect with you to see how we can plug you into the Vietnamese ecosystem, because there's a lot of education that needs to be done for an investor who invests in a gaming startup to now understand the very technical work of the world of the energy system.
Thank you for the very interesting insight. So when a foreign project and investor want to invest in Vietnam, want to doing a renewable project in Vietnam, where should they cooperate with? Which if there's any like top 10 best local institution that they should cooperate with in order to have the smooth entrance into the Vietnam market? Maybe Dr. Mạnh Hải Nguyễn.
Good, thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank you for Dr. Chung as the Tarek for your sharing. And I think, but I would like to mention that actually Vietnamese want to learn a lot from German. Eventually from the technology, also from the way of doing business, also the discipline and many others. The thing in addition, of course, as I mentioned, Vietnam, we have young labor force and also have a culture of hard working. And for the energy, Dr. Chung also mentioned about Vietnam have a lot of energy, but I think that is in the sense that we have a potential. We have a lot of potential to develop renewable energy, but eventually we still have limited power capacity, and also we still need a shortage of energy as well, and we need to improve especially the grids, the infrastructure, so that we can accommodate more like solar energy that booming in the last few years. But I mean the grid system has not yet accommodate all of that potential, and also that is also the obstacle for the develop the renewable energy in Vietnam, and also the wind energy. Wind power energy that has also great potential, but we still have to realize it. I mean, we still have low infrastructure, and we still have not enough the investment, and that's why we are calling for the investment from Europe in general and from Germany in particular, especially the technology from Germany, so that we can improve our energy sector, especially renewable energy. So for your question, specifically for the question of the institution, the local institution that we need to contact for setting up an investment, the energy in a project in Vietnam. So I think first of all, we can contact the Ministry of Planning and Investment, specifically the Foreign Investment Agency in Vietnam, and where I originally come from, I mean the Ministry of Planning and Investment, so that we can cooperate with and to give you the enough information for all the information for the setting up a business in Vietnam, and also to set up a project of investment project in Vietnam. And also the Ministry of Industry and Trade, MOIT, and because they are responsible for all the energy project, and we need to contact the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, because it's related to the environment. But in Vietnam, we have also the green growth strategy made by the Ministry of Planning and Investment, so in which we also have also framework, and also the bylaws for, and I mean the regulatory framework for the energy green project in Vietnam. But at the provincial level, I think it's very important. It depends on the project, and most of the project, except the very large project, and most of the project in Vietnam, we need to contact the Department of Planning Investment at the provincial level, and this is the where we can go and to ask for all the specific procedures, as well as the board of management of the industrial zones in Vietnam, if you are invested in industrial zone. And I guess there may be some green project, we can also go to investment zone, in industrial zone, but some other project, like wind power project and solar power, maybe this is outside industrial zone, so you contact the Provincial Department of Planning Investment for that. And also there's some research institute as well, because they, like the Institute of Energy in Vietnam, so they have very good consultation and good consulting services for on the details. So that's the institution that I would like to recommend. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Tariq Hassan, you want to add
Sure, yeah.
insight?
Maybe building on what Dr. Mang Hai Nguyen just said, I think it's very key to understand the market that you need to enter, especially Vietnam is a quite complex market, and the energy space is heavily regulated, which is not bad in itself, but it means you really need to understand where the room for innovation is. So you need strong partners. You just mentioned a few. What are the specific ministries? We are launching our Green Tech Incubator next month, and next year, a bit of advertisement maybe. If you're looking for a partnership builder, we're launching a Green Tech landing pad next year, where we offer to German and international businesses who are interested in exploring the energy space in Vietnam, dedicated business matchmaking. We do that together with the National Innovation Center, which is also under the Ministry of Planning and Investment, and we're curating investors, SMEs, big corporates and academia in Vietnam, and really trying to create an ecosystem to make that Vietnamese-German exchange happening. So if you're interested in that, if you're an investor, an SME or a startup interested in exploring Vietnam, we would love to get in touch with you. We also have a webpage, greentechhub.asia, that you can check out, and we're looking forward to maybe sharing some Vietnamese-German success stories next year at the AsiaBerlin Summit.
Thank you, Tariq Hassan. This is wonderful end for our discussion today. We unfortunately out of our time, so if you have any questions, you can connect right afterward with our panelists today. And thank you for your attention, and wish you have a great day at AsiaBerlin. And see you maybe next year.
Thank you so much. I think we just experienced a very great example what can happen if NGOs, academia, corporates, government institutions, and startups are working all together and tackling the challenges of our time, tackling the SDGs. So thanks so much for your contribution. We're taking our famous group picture now, and then after a very short break, we are looking even more far east to Japan. We have a guest from Japan over here, and then we will continue with the Investors Day. And after the break in the afternoon, we are happy to have the Embassy of Nepal as well as the Embassy of Thailand. And also we have a nice cultural program sponsored by the Indian Embassy again to wrap up the day. And meanwhile, you're also very much invited to check out our interaction spots in the end of the building, where other embassies are also presenting themselves. So thank you very much. So we need someone else.
You know who made it. You know who made it.
Hi everyone. Hello, hi everyone. So welcome to the Investors Day. As we move along from the Embassy Day, now we move to the next segment of the Investors Day. Of course, we'll have a lot of interesting discussions with investors, and you'll meet different venture capitalists, angel investors, family offices, and you'll hear topics around blockchain, climate tech, how are investors investing in these topics, what kind of new business models are people looking at, people who have been investing in the European regions, people who've been investing in the Asian regions, what is the connection between the cross corridors. The aim or the ambition, let's say, of our investor topics is basically to bridge gaps between the European and the Asian regions, so that people better understand what kind of thesis or topics are investors following in one region compared to the other ones. And then, of course, it's also to let people meet these people as well. So as in networking is one of our biggest aspects, that people come here, they try and understand what the investors are talking about, and also try and connect with them, so that, of course, there could be bridge building that could be enabled via the Investors Day. So I encourage all of you to, of course, always stay back and meet our investors, and always have conversations with them. And we have various kind of activities where you can always reach out to us. We are always doing the Investor Day at the Asia-Berlin Summit, which is, of course, one of the best ways to come and meet investors. We also usually have an investors dinner where we always invite investors for a networking event, and they come and they meet each other. So any of you who are investors, then please come and approach us, and we would love to have a chat with you on that. And then we also usually do activities which revolve around virtual investment meetings, as in we facilitate platforms. One of the examples we started was called 99 Investors, which is basically a group of 99 investors joining us all from all over the world for 99 minutes. It was a very fast-paced, adrenaline, let's say, rush of content in 99 minutes, where all investors were basically talking to each other and kind of interacting there, sharing their experiences, and a lot of interactions were facilitated, of course, as well. And then one of the other aspects which I could totally relate to is also the other Asia-Berlin activities which we do around, let's say, for example, delegation trips. And then we usually have investors who accompany us on these delegation trips, so that it's always a group of investors, startups, which are always there in the delegation trips, and then these entities are always interacting with each other and then trying to understand the foreign markets, and then when they come back home as well, and then of course the knowledge comes back, and then as you might know, that synergies are always then being shared with each other. So that's one of the reasons why we do this, and we of course are growing constantly, and we're trying to attract more and more investors to the network, and we hope that all of you are also there next year with us. Thank you so much, and now I would like to introduce Chika-san, and she would take forward the next agenda.
Thank you, Sido, and good morning. My name is Chika. I'm an ambassador connecting between Japan and AsiaBerlin. And the first agenda today is focusing on like investing in future of sustainability and tech. And for that, we have two sessions. One is from JETRO Berlin's Director General, and he will be talking about how JETRO is doing. JETRO is one of the governmental kind of organization, which is like GITAI of Germany, and they have been helping inbound and outbound both investment between Japan and all over the world. So, Mr. Wani, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chika-san, for your kind introduction. Good morning, everyone. I am Toshiki Wani, Director General of JETRO Berlin. First of all, I would like to express my respect and sincere congratulations for the 25th anniversary of Asia Berlin Summit, which started this Monday with the opening, where Berlin, Tokyo, and all the people and organizations involved in this event were connected online. To begin with, Japan and Germany celebrated the 160th anniversary of their exchange last year. In terms of trade and investment, Germany and Japan have a history of deep relationship. Before the fireside chat, which covers an experience of Infirm Japan entry, I'd like to explain about Japanese government policy on FDI to Japan and collaboration in brief. In 2013, the government of Japan set a target of doubling the inward FDI stocks to 35 trillion yen by 2020 as a KPI. The Japanese government has since been working to attract more FDI by, among others, finding and attracting foreign companies which are interested in investment in Japan, improving the business environment and living conditions for foreign people working in Japan, and offering foreign businesses opportunities to find Japanese companies working as a partner for them. The stock of foreign direct investment in Japan at the end of 2020 was 39.7 trillion yen, a record high for the 7th consecutive year and achieved the KPI. And now Japan has set a new target of 80 trillion yen in FDI balance in 2030, a 12% of GDP. According to the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan survives of a survey of trends in business activities of foreign affiliates conducted in 2020. A few foreign affiliates are considering downsizing their business in the future, while more than half are planning to maintain the status quo. Approximately 30% intend to expand sales, promotion, and marketing functions. In line with the government policy, JETRO supports German corporates, SME, and startups who are interested in entering Japanese market, as well as Japanese startups who would like to enter German market. JETRO supports cross-border open innovation for accelerating digital and green transformation, It is called JBridge, a business platform to facilitate collaboration between Japanese and overseas companies. Japan is now opening up the country in terms of corona control, and many things are happening between Japan and Germany. Just yesterday, Kobe City in Hyogo Prefecture, Japan's second largest economy on the west side of the country, just had an exchange with German startups and ecosystem players here in Berlin. I expect that Japanese municipalities, not only Tokyo, but also other local cities such as Kobe City or Hyogo Prefecture, could have good connections with Berlin City, which is a mecca of startup ecosystem. We, JETRO Berlin, would like to definitely support it. Now, I'd like to pass over to the fireside chat. As you may know, Global Brain is also active and working in Germany as a Japanese VC. And Infarm is a unicorn company originating from Berlin. We are pleased that JETRO has assisted Infarm in its entry into Japan. Infarm Japan was introduced as one of the successful cases of German startups which could make an advance in Japan at the kickoff seminar of JETRO GTAI, Germany Trade and Invest Innovation Initiative 160 in last December. We are sure that Ms. Obi-san and Mr. Hiraishi-san's talk will be full of suggestions on how Infarm has made an advance into Japan and continues to grow in Japan. There is a very successful case in Japan regarding startups. We have great potential. Please come to Japan. Please visit us. I would like to conclude my talk by wishing that many German companies will be interested in Japan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mani-san. Yeah, it's really interesting that we talk about sustainability and environment. Food is one of the important topic. And here we have Rina from Global Brains. She's the director of investment who is going to ask questions from Ikuo, who was the earliest investor to the Infarm, and now he's the managing director of Infarm Japan. Please.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing? Thank you. I mean, it's like such a stiff session, but this should be like a, fun and informative place. So let's shake things up a little bit. So thank you so much for the introduction, JETRO and Chika-san, for this kind, and also the invitation to have us all. I had a short trip compared to you. I came from Düsseldorf. You came for 24 hours. It was a long trip. Right. You look pretty good for that.
I think so.
Are you awake?
A little bit still jet lagged.
You don't know which time zone you're.
I don't know either.
Okay, so thank you so much for it. We try to make it worthwhile for you. So yes, I am Rina Obi, investment director of Global Brain. We're an investor from Japan. With an asset under management of $1.6 billion, and I sit in Europe and invest in European startups to bring them and expand the business to Asia, mostly to Japan. And I'm super excited to have him, Ikuo-san, here, who has successfully, on the operational level, has done that with Infarm. He chose Infarm, and we want to go into the backstory of why he chose that, and hear more about that. So a little bit introduction for you. You've done so many things, so it's going to be a little bit long list. But so Ikuo is in the internet industry since the late 90s. He was involved in the setup of WebCure Inc. Later, the co-founder and CEO of the internet research company Interscope, which was then sold to Yahoo Japan, and the co-founder of Sunbridge Global Ventures and co-founder of global startup platform Innovation Weekend.
Right.
a pitch event and networking platform aimed towards early stage startups and angel investors. And since 2020, right, you've been managing director of Infarm?
Yes, 2020, February 27th.
There
That
you go.
is,
It's like
that is the day mother passed away, long time ago. But it's a nice coincidence.
it's a nice story. It's like marked big in the calendar, I'm sure. Yeah, so Infarm is a successful urban farming company originated from Berlin. So the loop is closed. So great to have you here. So let's jump straight into it. So what is Infarm?
I think some of or many of you guys know the Infarm. So it's basically a vertical farming startup. Established back in 2013, I guess, by the 3 co-founders. So all of them from the Israel, not born in Berlin, but they started the company over here, and then it's been 9 years. And then now Infarm is running a business in the other 10 countries, including Japan. And so we are still looking for the global expansion.
Great. So tell us about the backstory. How did you encounter Infarm? And also, how did you find them? How did they find you? So what's the love story?
Okay. So as Rena explained, so when I was running the company called Sunbridge Global Ventures, which is a seed early stage focused kind of investor and running the acceleration program, co-working spaces in Tokyo. But what we were doing was the pitch event, including Berlin. The Berlin, London, of course, Silicon Valley, New York City, Boston, etc., Singapore. And the first event held in Berlin, the November 18th, 2015. November 18th is my mother's birthday. To such a coincidence. So it's kind of, forced me to invest in the Infarm and to run the Infarm Japan. So that's the first time I met the other founders. So the scheme was the Innovation Weekend, the name of the pitch event, was designed to have the practices lots of cities, as I told you guys. And then every December, so we had a kind of big event in Tokyo to invite all the winners and runners-up to compete for the Grand Champion of the Year. And Infarm was invited because they won at the Berlin event. And then they also won the first prize at the grand finale in December in Tokyo, 2015. So that was the other kind of story to get in touch with each other.
Awesome. I just wanted to also tell, there's a Q&A session after this planned. I'm just looking at the watch, counting time, so that people can listen and also think of what they want to ask later. So let's have that also in mind. Tell us, what is it like to bring a Berlin startup into the Japanese market? I mean, there's like cultural differences, business differences, like everything is so different. So like, what are the real challenges launching a German startup in Japan? Just give us the juicy bits, please.
Lots of, actually. So first of all, the founders, 3 founders, no one speaks Japanese at all. And they have never been to Japan at that time. And I'm the only Japanese, they know. So, but when we met with each other, so they had just 1 or 2 pilot farms in Berlin, so they are not ready to come to Japan. So I guess it's been 2 or 3 years since we met. So September 2018. Eretz, a CEO and a co-founder, reached out to me. Hey, cool, so we are now ready to come into the Japanese markets. Could you help us to launch? And of course, I started. But at that time, in general, the Berlin or agriculture startup, not really the well-known in the Japanese startup ecosystem or the community. And then the big companies in Japan, in general, of course, there are some exceptions, they're very risk-averse, right? So founders at the beginning, they thought, they could launch in Japan as a 100%, the subsidiary. So, but I strongly recommended the founders. So we should, get the other funding from the other famous Japanese companies to get the other credit to the other the Japanese, the clients and society and etc. And then I'll make a long story short. JR East, which used to be the government-owned railway running a company, so they decided to invest in Infarm, or the mothership. So that gave us lots of opportunities, coming to the Japanese market.
Wow, they're really lucky to have you, to be an advocate there and really finding opportunities. So then my question is, how did you decide to really jump ship on them? I mean, as investors, you've been like also investing.
I'm one of the early investors of the Infarm.
Exactly. Yeah, and we look at like many startups and we're kind of like opportunistic by nature and on taking chances. We look at the multiple ventures. So I'm curious, what was it about Infarm that made you, so excited? And there's so many others to help join forces, right? So why them?
Actually, this is a question. Every time I was asked when did the website interview or something. So I asked to myself why I'm so kind of obsessed or addicted to the Infarm. Among the lots of my portfolio companies, including 6 or 7 Silicon Valley startups. One of them are funded by the A16Z. Andreessen Horowitz, so very successful, headquartered in San Francisco. But the reason I found in myself is if the Infarm becomes the very, very successful, so we could change and save the world in terms of the other, how should I say, kind of feeding the people. When I was a child, I was born in the north part of Japan. I think some of you guys know the other prefecture called the Fukushima. I think the best known prefecture on this planet because of the other accident. So we didn't have big typhoons. However, because of the global warming and climate change, so 3 years ago, my hometown was flooded, and our house, I was living, so when I was a child, also, flooded, and we gave up the house. So agriculture in Japan is now facing with lots of, difficulties because of the climate change. So then I thought the Infarm will be very, how should I say, beneficial. From the other, society perspective, not only a business perspective. So that's why I decided to run the Infarm Japan, as well as the just being and sitting on the couch as an investor.
Yeah, that makes sense. Did you see any similar companies that were kind of in that space? Because there seems like so much passion and interest from your side. Have you seen anything like that before, like any similar ones?
So from my portfolio or in general?
In general.
Good question. I don't know.
So this was like one of a kind, huh?
Yes. So there are lots of interesting startups, of course. So, but even though very interesting startups, but as long as I'm capable to understand and run that business, I cannot be a help for them to come to the Japanese market. So Infarm is kind of like luck. of myself.
That's beautifully said. Is there anything you wish you had known before joining Infarm on this trip?
Very good question. Infarm is not the other software company. It's a combination of the other cutting edge software, like an AI or machine learning kind of thing, but also the other hardware company, meaning the facility to produce the other vegetables. So I don't know, how the founders define and explain the characteristics of the Infarm business, but from my perspective, Infarm is kind of like a vegetable version of a Tesla. Meaning,
Elaborate.
yes, meaning the combination of the AI, high-tech software, and also the other kind of manufacturing kind of the industry, right? So Infarm has developed the cutting-edge software to optimize the yield of the vegetable production, but we do need to the hardware as well. So how we can combine those two different technologies, software and hardware, then we're going to be successful. So the factors and elements to make Infarm successful are very much, how should I say, diversified. So I was in the internet-related industry, as you made my introduction. So, but this is my absolute first time to tackle the kind of business with software and hardware and a facility. So if I knew before I studied, I would not have done the Infarm Japan.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
Big challenge.
Yeah, I'm sure. Wow, it's like super interesting, and also thank you so much for sharing that insight with us. That's like very, very juicy. But they're really lucky to find you, and you were kind of like it's you said luck, right? Luck is hard to recreate, but what can you give other startups to recreate a successful path to enter a new market like Japan? How can they find an equal?
You mean my advice to those kind of startups and founders? First, come to Japan to get acquainted with the investors and the startups who are interested in getting in touch with the Berlin startups. So as you mentioned, I know you're technically Japanese, but effectively the cosmopolitan. So you know how Japan is very unusual or kind of different. Of course, in every single country is different from the others, but Japan is very unique in terms of the culture if compared to the other countries in Europe. So people have to know how to communicate with the Japanese people, investors and the clients and employees, everyone. So that is the first the chapter challenge, and then it depends on the generations. But the elderly people, they do not express what they think. So people have to think. His or her facial expression means what, kind of thing, right? So we need to read between the lines. So anyway, the culture is entirely different. So I think startups founders have to find the trusted partners to get into the Japanese society.
Yeah, you're right. You really hit the nail on the head. It's hard for startup founders then to really recreate that and go by themselves. Germany is in-your-face communication, as opposed to Japan is read between the lines. So it's really contrasted, right? So finding a partner who kind of mitigates and is the mediator does totally make sense. I think that's also a hard part where people struggle of okay, do we hire someone on the ground or do we, get an agency in between and so forth. I think these are big topics entering any market. But as you said, going there into the market, really mingle and find people, go to these events, that does make sense. I mean, for you as a managing director now for Infarm, It's been 2 years.
Yes, 2020 February means 2 years and
Almost
6 months or something.
Okay. Very specific. Okay, got it. Like, thank you.
But you know, since we actually launched, it's only been a year and 7 or 8 months.
Okay, so quite a good amount of time to look back and say, what gets harder over time and what gets easier over time from your point of view?
The hardest one is the COVID. So we need to be postponed. So the easiest, nothing.
We want to make it a hopeful session, but also an honest session. Very honest. Okay, that's why.
If I would like to say what was the relatively easier thing to launch in the Japanese market, because as you introduced myself, I was running several startups, so I know the other lots of the investors and connections, and JR is one of the other connections I developed when I was running the Sunbridge Global Ventures. So I could leverage everything, kind of like the speech of the Steve Jobs at the Stanford University, connecting the dots. Everything I made can be the resources of the Infarm Japan.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Lastly, how is the Berlin startup ecosystem perceived?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because
Is it
I don't speak any German, but I don't have any trouble. English is almost a common language, so that's why I'm really kind of obsessed to come to the Berlin. I really like.
Great. That's hopeful. That's good. How is the Berlin ecosystem perceived in Japan? So as a startup from Germany, entering that, is it like, sorry, what is it? You're not London?
Meaning how Berlin has been perceived from the Japanese startups who are interested in coming into the European market?
Other way around. How is Japan open for Berlin startups?
Raina said, I'm kind of like a lawyer because I always said it depends when I asked questions. It depends on the other variety, the verticals or the type of the business the other startups are doing. But in general, Japanese likes the other new things. So as long as the other technologies or the products and services, very the new and interesting, so then those startups have the other opportunities to enter the Japanese market. And the other thing is how, not how, so which or what are the windows and the segments they are targeting in. So, of course, not in Japan, every single country, there are some kind of, how should I say, clusters or as segments, market segmentations. So you need to precisely or carefully to choose what kind of the other target group in that country or market would be the kind of appropriate.
Best fit.
Right.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I think it's time for Q&A, so I'd like to give the audience how to do this with the microphone. Would you like to scream or? Oh, got it.
So many microphones.
I know, what a luxury.
So thank you very much, Iko and Rina, for these insights. So Iko is also an AsiaBerlin ambassador for a long time already.
Sorry, I'm kind of almost a stranger as a ambassador.
and so I'm very happy to have him here after 3 years for the first time here back on stage. And his story is very exciting from our perspective because he was first investing from Japan in a Berlin startup with Israeli origin, which is very typical for Berlin ecosystem. And then he's getting the managing director of this company in Japan. So he's scaling the company into his home country, which is the ideal story for our investor cooperation, which we would like to achieve because investors are so important for internationalization of the startup ecosystem. So he's a perfect example. And now comes the question. The question is the question that you wanted to answer, but Rina did not put. So how is the Berlin startup ecosystem perceived in Japan?
So how Berlin startup ecosystem perceives Japan? Meaning how attractive Berlin startups are from the Japanese perspective?
The whole ecosystem, so with investors, so internationalization for startups from Japan towards Europe. So what do but also startups. So the whole ecosystem. What is the? If you were writing on Japanese on Berlin ecosystem when years ago already. So the first one who was communicating that in Japan. So what is the impression of Berlin? Would that be a point for internationalization from the Japanese or
Understood. So first of all, I would like to encourage you or straightforward, twist your arm to make more publicity to the Japanese startups or investors because the startup the community or industry in Japan mostly not only but interested in the Silicon Valley, to be honest with you, right? So Berlin should appeal to the Japanese startups and investors. What are the attractive points and the other opportunities apart from the Silicon Valley? So my perspective is the Europe is kind of divided into the different culture and different countries, right? And however, as I mentioned, Berlin is very cosmopolitan city. So Japanese people, don't have to learn German, I'm sorry to say. So as long as, they speak English, they can come in, right? So then Berlin is the biggest city in terms of the funding in this country compared to the other cities. And Berlin has become, one of the three biggest startup hubs in Europe: Berlin, London, Paris, right? So I think Berlin should appeal those kind of the perspective and advantages if the startups are interested in coming into the European market, how Berlin could help them to get into the inner circle. So that is what I would like to advise.
I can definitely emphasize that as well from an investment point of view. It's a black box on both sides, right? So it's like, okay, Berlin, there's a startup ecosystem, interesting. But what exactly is there? It's like an unknown sphere. And also for the German startups, right? They're like, I don't know how Japanese investors tick. And we try to really break those borders. So very exciting to hear that. Yep.
Yeah, hello. My name is Ricardo. I'm a co-founder in a Web3 space here in Berlin. And the company involved is very widespread. So thank you very much for your interesting information. I was not familiar with Japan. I had some experience in China. I was in China almost 10 years. So my question is, do you have any input on the Web3 ecosystem, Web3 blockchain ecosystem, either any company in your portfolio, I'm asking both of you, or any input of how this is working, how you see it? And,
yeah. Lady first.
Oh, for me, it's your session, though.
No, it's because you're the venture capitalist and you have lots of big kind of portfolio. So I would like to ask your perspective first.
Fair enough. Okay, there's more.
More specifically, also this intercultural, multicultural issues, if you have anything to say about this.
On blockchain and Web3. Okay. I mean, blockchain and Web3 in general is like a concept of without borders. So I don't think there's like this cultural thing that like the offline or like the traditional businesses and SaaS business and what we see now is, I think they're trying to really like break that border, right? So, which I love, being like growing up in Germany and like working for this Japanese fund. So I love the concept, but in the end, what's happening right now is like the infrastructure is like kind of late to that, right? So we're really not set up for like this kind of setup for having a Web3 company on a global scale, making revenue and so forth as we wish, because there's then the taxation, there's regulations, and there's like employment contract things and stuff. So right now what I see and excited about are business models that are rebuilding this infrastructure on blockchain and for Web3. So those are the things, and then upon that, once you have that infrastructure, you can really build upon like then the interesting businesses. I think what's buzzing right now, what we see a lot more is like the business, what could be done, and that's unfortunately too much of a buzz. When there's not the infrastructure, you can't really like back it up now. So it's an like awkward phase of growing up, I think, for this industry, to see like, okay, I really want to do something, but like, where's the foundation? So right now it's the foundation phase.
I don't have much about the things to add on what you said, but as you mentioned, the Web3 and blockchain kind of thing are very much interested in, and lots of kind of, how should I say, innovators, the startups kind of pay attention to, but it's still, how should I say, before the chasm. So there is the big deep valley to become the other kind of popular business. So for example, back in the late 1990s, there is the buzzword called the ubiquitous internet, but that is only concept, was only concept. And then after 15 to 20 years, actually the ubiquitous internet has become real. So I think we need time. And the question is, we don't know, no one knows how long it's going to be. Web3 or the cryptos and those kind of things going to be the real infrastructure on this planet, but I'm really interested in.
Any other questions?
Yes. Iko, I'm with NPEC.
Very nice to see you.
So we are co-organizing the summit. Therefore, I have to jump back to the question before. Why Berlin and not London and Paris? And also, I mean, you're the example. So the question is also how to follow your steps from a Japanese perspective.
Difficult question to answer, because it's kind of like a chicken and egg question. But I have lots of friends here, like Chika, some other people. So that is one of the magnet to me to kind of keep back and forth between Berlin and Tokyo. And the other thing is very casual compared to London. But to be fair, if not the business and investment kind of living, I would prefer London on behalf of the Ryan, my the colleague. So he just fly in from London. So and the other perspective, if I could speak French, I would love to live in Paris, right? So it's very difficult. It all depends on the situation, what sort of a situation, circumstances, I'm in. But the Berlin is very, how can I say, unique, and to me, a little bit, kind of seems like East Village of the New York City. So that is the most appealing, the point of the Berlin to me. Sorry, this is not really the explicit answer to your question, but hope it works.
Okay.
Maybe a little more kind of diplomatic. Sorry.
Any other questions?
Okay, just maybe one last question, and then I think we're done.
Great.
Hello, I've got a very pragmatic question. We are an amazing startup, first of all. We have two co-founders who are we're both from Germany and we speak Japanese well. And investors told us, okay, the East Asian market, because we're doing cosmetics, it's a big market. But should we approach Japanese investors first as well? Like, we will obviously try to branch out, but should we just try to get our funds first, do the first round in Germany, or already start eyeing Japan? Because it's a big question for my personal bank account right now. And yeah, I would just love to know the answer.
Sorry, I don't quite follow the question, but you're running your startup here, right?
Yes, we're from Berlin.
So what sort of a startup are you running?
We're doing deep learning, product recommendations for cosmetics.
Oh, cool. So your question is, which would be the first to get funding from the Japanese investors or to get into the Japanese market first? That is your question?
Yes.
Sorry, it depends. So if you have kind of enough experiences and practices and connections in the Japanese market, if I are you, if you have enough capital, I would not raise money first. I would like to come into the Japanese market first, and then raise capital for the better term sheet. Sorry. Or if you are not, well funded, you need, lots of capital to get in. So of course, you need a fundraising. But sorry, I changed my mind. So to get into the inner circle, I would like to recommend to you to get the small portion of the money to get into the market, not for the how should I say, economical point of view, but to get into the society. So for example, one of my portfolio company called the Miles, the Silicon Valley startup. So they launched in Japan last November. So I am the first investor from Japan to the Miles. And I helped them to raise money from the several Japanese big companies. So I have become the how can I say, kind of bridge to access to the big guys, because my wallet is not really big enough. So if you are really interested in the Japanese market, maybe you should find some angel investors, a seed and early stage focused investors, and then you should pitch her.
I would say it depends as well. But let's have a chat afterwards in the session, because it does depend on how mature is the product already, right? Like do you have product market fit already and so forth? And it's just more important. I think it gets easy to get busy with the wrong questions, but it's more like, okay, how is this product actually, succeed? You need to succeed in some kind of market, right? And no matter where it is, like you gotta win first in order to have traction and build traction. So let's start from there. But let's happy to take a chat, and afterwards, I'd like to know more.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Great. I think yes, you're kicking us out.
We are good on time. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Achika, could you take a picture of two of us, if you don't have any objection?
Shall we pretend that we're talking really?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the valuable lessons. It was such a pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, this is my honor to be here. I really appreciate to give me such a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Iko, please.
hear me? Yes? Perfect. So we have Tony here, who just flew in from Singapore. And we have Vivek as well. I would let Tony introduce the panel, and we move forward to the next panel as well. ASAP, actually. Yes, please give a round of applause to Tony.
Okay. Hello. Vivek? Perhaps, would you like to? All right, so this is the panel you've been waiting for. Because this is the panel I've been waiting for until I saw and listened to all the other amazing panels. So I realized it's not only my panel that's amazing, but every single panel at the AsiaBerlin Summit. And I would like to thank everyone to have us here, for having us here, and for having me here. And I don't know whether we have Ben and Murray already online, but we have 2 people joining from 2 different parts of the world, live to Berlin, through Berlin, and Vivek from India. So I see Mary already there. Say hello. Let's do a mic check first.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
It works well. And Ben, can you hear us? Are you here? Ben is not here. Okay, that's good to know. Are we trying to get him here? Okay, give us 30 seconds. Vivek, please sit down next to me. It's good to have you here. Let me introduce myself first, because that's very easy whilst we're waiting for Ben Joff. My name is Tony Verb. I'm originally from Hungary, and I live in Singapore. I lived in Hong Kong for 11 years, and just very recently expanded and relocated to Singapore. And we are Carbonless Asia, and launching a decarbonization-focused growth stage technology investment fund with strategic investors mainly from and in Asia, but with a global mandate. That is my relevance to the panel today. And I have Vivek, who just flew in yesterday from India, and I will let him and everyone else from the panel to introduce themselves. So Vivek, whilst you're here, why don't you just go ahead?
All right. Thank you, Tony. So I'm Vivek. I lead funding for Entrepreneur First in India. At EF, we primarily invest at pre-seed stage. We have more than 40 portfolio companies in India. Globally, we have more than 500 companies, combined valuations of more than $10 billion as of now. My relevance to this panel, in addition to EF, is also about my overall engagement with Indian startup ecosystem. So I've been active in Indian startup ecosystem since 2014 now. So seen multiple cycles, seen the way the ecosystem has grown, and the way it's still exponentially growing. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Vivek, and thank you especially to fly in here. And Marie, over to you. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, thanks, Tony. Unfortunately, I didn't have the pleasure of flying over. I'd love to be in Berlin as well. I'm one of the founding partners of Wavemaker Impact. Our goal at Impact is to build a portfolio of climate tech companies that can abate 10% of the global carbon budget. And we do that by working with entrepreneurs and finding what we call 100 by 100 opportunities. So these are companies that have the ability to abate 100 megatons of carbon emissions equivalent and be $100 million businesses at scale. So climate tech unicorns. And we started Wavemaker Impact because, frankly, we felt that the climate tech pool in Southeast Asia was not deep enough to do a traditional VC approach. There were not enough entrepreneurs that were looking at the biggest drivers of carbon emissions in our region. So our solution was to build, because we believe first that entrepreneurs could have a significant impact in the fight for climate change. And secondly, that it's easier to turn entrepreneurs into environmentalists than it is to turn environmentalists into entrepreneurs. So very delighted to be here to hear more about what we do and contribute to this discussion about how we can collaborate more internationally.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mary. And I just want to ask the audience, do you hear Mary well? Okay, good, because I don't hear her very well, but that might be just the speaker location. So Ben is not going to be with us, unfortunately. Don't hold it against him. He's a great guy. Feel free to connect with him otherwise. But let's focus on Murray and Vivek. And I would like to just go a little bit deeper into your personal relevance and experience in terms of investing into decarbonization-related technology companies or working with entrepreneurs in that particular space in your markets. And if you can highlight one or two portfolio companies that you think represent best your market and the opportunities there, the trends there, it would be best. Murray, why don't we just start with you?
Okay, great. So maybe the starting point is to say that when we launched Wavemaker Impact, we're very young, we're less than a year old. The first thing that we did was build a carbon map for Southeast Asia. We thought it was very obvious, but actually we found that there wasn't a lot of resources out there. And what that carbon map showed us is that the 5 biggest drivers of emissions in the region are first land use change, then agriculture, energy in the built environment, industrial processes, and a distant 5th is transport. So that's significant because, you know, for example, Vivek, you can correct me, but I've heard a stat that there's over 500 electric 2- and 3-wheeler EV companies in India alone. EVs get over 60% of climate tech funding, and yet it's only 13% of emissions in Southeast Asia. So our carbon map is the starting point for where we look for opportunities to build. And so naturally, the first few companies in our portfolio are very much focused on the land use change and agri side. So for example, Agros, which is started by a fantastic founder called Max Neelan. We built this company together with him. He's just about to go into raising his Series A. Started with replacing diesel irrigation pump with solar irrigation pumps. And we love this company because the value proposition is so simple. Nobody knows better than smallholder farmers in the region, which by the way produce 70% of our food globally, the impact of climate change. You know, they're in the front line. They see the impact of water shortage, of extreme weather events. They know the damage that new pests proliferation causes. And yet they're very powerless in this because they operate on such small and thin margins. So simply by going in and giving them an alternative to spending on diesel, which by the way, the cost of diesel are rising, with a solar alternative, Max has been able to increase revenue for farmers in Southeast Asia by over 60%, enabling farmers to introduce a 3rd season without additional variable costs. So that's an example of where, you know, we look for market inefficiencies and fragmentation and real opportunities to create value for stakeholders and decarbonize along the way. So, you know, very much in Southeast Asia, where we are a developing part of the world, where we've got this growing middle class for the first time, you know, I personally feel very strongly that it's unfair to expect, you know, people here to invest in sustainability or to pay a green premium. And yet, because of market fragmentation and because of the inefficiencies that exist, there's so many opportunities to create real value for these stakeholders. And in doing so, provide opportunities and incentives to decarbonize. So Max is one example. Another example in the agri space is WasteX, which is a company that we started building with the founder in January and just launched recently in June. And Max works with SME agri producers like small-scale rice mills, palm oil mills, chicken farmers, banana plantations, and helps them create more value out of their waste streams in climate positive ways. For example, by turning rice husk into biochar, or waste products from banana plantations into BSF. And the interesting thing there is he's end product agnostic. It's all about, how do you, it's a logistic game. It's about how do you get a container onto these SME agri-producers and fill that container with whatever conversion technology is the most cost efficient and creates the most value. So again, it's about increasing revenue or decreasing costs for our customers and decarbonizing through those mechanisms.
Thank you, Mary. Just to make sure, because as I said, I don't hear Mary that well, and I don't know whether in her introduction she said that Wavemaker Impact is a venture builder. Was it clear for everyone in the audience? Is everyone aware what a venture builder is? Mary, would you like to just give in 1 minute, just an insight into how your business model is, what a venture builder is, and I will ask the same question to you, Vivek, okay, just to make sure we are on the same page.
Sure. So, I mean, you can think of us as super early stage investors. So we start with entrepreneurs. We only work with successful entrepreneurs. So all of the entrepreneurs we work with have had exits. They've sold their companies before. So these are experienced entrepreneurs that know how to build and scale companies, and they're hungry to build their next company. They want to do something in climate, but they don't know what. So we've identified over 75 100 by 100 opportunities. So spaces where we think it's possible to build these 100 by 100 companies. And we work over a period of 3 to 6 months with these entrepreneurs. We give them a dedicated team of venture builders to find a business model that we have conviction over, the founder has conviction over. And at that point, we write the first seed check of 500K. The founder retains 70% of equity in the company. And then we work very closely with the founder over a period of 18 months to launch and build out this company and prepare them for the next round of funding at the highest possible valuation. So we follow on and we protect our companies all the way through to Series A, but we want the VC market to lead subsequent rounds to kind of prove that these are real venture grade companies.
Thank you, Mary. So basically, Wavemaker Impact is both an investor and a business partner, an expert business partner of capable and promising founders and entrepreneurs. Thanks, Mary. Same question to you. Please explain a bit more about Entrepreneur First, Vivek, and just give a couple of examples of success stories or your favorite entrepreneurs or companies.
Cool. So, I mean, at EF, our model is, again, like Murray said, right? It's more about giving founders platform and capital for them to be able to build a venture-backed company. So, look at it a model like, imagine if you have expertise in a particular space, and you actually want to partner with somebody, you lack expertise, you have not built a company before. You come to Entrepreneur First, you can find a lot of fantastic people who can complement your skill sets. You find somebody who is really, you can really work with. We have this 3-month structured program where you actually discuss your ideas with different people, and then once you finalize on an idea and you want to start a company, we do pre-seed investments, which varies across different locations because we are in 3 different continents, 6 different countries. So terms vary a bit, but in general, we take around 10% equity at pre-seed. Once we do pre-seed investments, then there is this another 3-month kind of program, which is more about how do you shape your idea to like make it scalable, how to get your first few customers. Once you have all that, then we do the usual demo days where most of the funds from the ecosystem will participate during your next round of funding. In India, for example, once we do our demo day and the next one is on 28th of September, we see more than 100 VC funds participating. During that time, generally, that is the time when founders end up raising their seed capital, which is generally 10x more than what they would have raised 3 months ago. So that's the scale. Like usually if you go and do that, probably you'll end up spending more than a year doing all this. So it accelerates you in that way. And we decide whether we want to do follow-on or not. For example, in India and in Singapore, we have actually led seed round also in some of our portfolio companies. So I mean, for us, it's less about, people who have already built the company. It's more about who are those founders which has like fantastic potential and probably right now, if they go out and try to raise their fund, they won't be able to do it. So how do we support those kind of entrepreneurs? And that's where the niche for Entrepreneur First is.
Thank you.
Now, coming to your question around some of our portfolio companies, I think it's very interesting because, I mean, we have real good visibility into the kind of entrepreneurs we are seeing in Asia, like Singapore and Bangalore, and the kind of entrepreneurs we are seeing in climate tech in Europe, for example. Some of the really interesting ones for me, at least, is we have one company in London, which has actually figured out a way. So, I mean, just to zoom out a bit, right? The way we look at decarbonization, it's not like one solution, one problem kind of thing, right? It's a combination of multiple factors. What you need to really do is you need to figure out, I mean, which are the sectors specifically and which are the use cases which are generating a lot of carbon, right? And if you target your solutions for those particular use cases, that's when you get like real tangible outcomes, right? So for us, when we look at the space, I mean, one thing that we have identified is clearly if you look at industries like cement production, right, concrete, these are the industries, if you really try to measure the amount of carbon being produced, it's huge. Like it's among the top two, I guess. The first one being electricity using fossil fuels, right? So now we have one company which is actually creating a platform. So in this cement building process, if you go through it, you will understand that there are certain materials used which like takes huge amount of natural resources, etc., to produce, and they are actually replacing it with a sustainable material. So imagine if you are producing cement, your process remains same. You change some of these materials, and it ends up reducing the carbon production in a really big way. So we have one company in London which is doing that. Second company that I am really excited about is actually very relevant to funds. So what they do is, whenever a fund is building a thesis, so for example, when you are building a thesis, imagine if there is an AI-based SaaS kind of platform that can tell you with this kind of thesis, what is the potential of carbon to be produced, right? So you have a thesis around, let's say, funding AI companies. So you'll realize that, oh, I mean, for this kind of project, there is really no additional carbon emission that's happening because it's entirely tech and stuff like that. Whereas if you build a thesis around, let's say, funding certain projects which like produce huge carbonization, so you have those data, so which helps you in tweaking your hypothesis in such a way that you are able to really first be conscious of what's going to happen once you fund such kind of projects, and also intervene whenever you feel like you should be probably tweaking a bit to make sure that you are reducing carbon emission as much as possible. So these are two. Third one, which again I feel is very interesting from Indian perspective is, so if you look at, I mean, countries like India, right, where, I mean, 1.4 billion people, any kind of initiative that you take around decarbonization, public participation is super, super important, right? You can't force people to do anything. So there are certain companies which actually, whenever imagine you are on a e-commerce platform and when you are trying to buy certain products, and it tells you what is the carbon emission for that particular product. So one, as a consumer, you are aware that, if you are really conscious about decarbonization, if you believe in a sustainable planet, then one, I'm giving you data to figure out, or for you to understand what is the cost of, consuming this particular product. And you can choose what you want to buy and what you don't. So that seems very interesting to me.
All right, thank you. And it's interesting to hear some examples. And the next question for me is more about comparing Europe and Asia. And Marie, obviously, you've worked with a French company before. You know the European context very, very well. Vivek, you're a fellow AsiaBerlin ambassador with me. You also know the European context as well. Can you please compare the Indian, Asian, Southeast Asian markets and their relevance to decarbonization? What works there? What's needed there? What kind of companies can be successful there versus Europe? And whether there's an opportunity for certain type of technologies and technology companies from Europe to be expanding to Asia and the other way around. So it's a complex question. Pick out your favorite angle and attack. Vivek first.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at a lot of startups in both Europe and India specifically, if I look at European companies, I see a lot of hard technology-driven solution being built. For example, the example that I gave around, reducing carbon emission in industrial, like cements, etc. Right? We see such kind of solutions there. In India, what we are primarily seeing is, for example, like Murray said, we have more than 500, EV companies across all, supply chain, right? So we have companies which are building battery swapping technology. We have companies which are doing a lot of research on battery management and stuff like that. And it has scaled in India also because if you look at VC ecosystem in general, there's this realization that the growth of EVs in India is going to be like exponential. So the data from government a few weeks ago was, in next 2 years, India will have 3 million EV cars, which probably sounds smaller if you compare with China and other market. But if you look at the growth that's being expected, that's like exponential, which means in next 5 to 10 years, total number of EVs in India is going to be exponentially high, which means now is the time for many of these funds to start supporting companies whose technology, whose scale, whose network is going to be valuable there, right? And that's where a lot of capital is going, hence 500 plus EV companies. For Europe specifically, I think maybe you can add a lot of value as well, but I think for Europe, what we see is, I mean, it's very interesting because, I mean, everyone wants to save this one single planet, right? But if you look at solutions and problems, everybody has their bucket. So for example, European startups are focused on certain aspects, which very well can be used in Indian or Asian context as well.
Which aspects?
So yeah, I was coming to that. So for example, if you look at the cement example that I gave right now, for these companies to scale, right now they plan to sell in Europe, and that itself will probably make them an unicorn if they are successful, right? Which means for them to even explore a country like India or other Asian markets, that's like 5 years down the line, given if they succeed. So the question here is, why can't there be similar companies today in India who are going to do this? And that's missing right now. Same is true for, if you look at Indian digital scale, right? I mean, it's massive. So a lot of marketplace-related example, for example, showing the kind of, emission-specific products have, there is no reason why such solutions can't be plugged into European market. But then we see that bridge missing. I mean, I don't have an answer of how to fixing this, but this is the problem that I see right now.
That's why we are here. And Marie, over to you.
Okay, so I guess my perspective is first of all that Southeast Asia is 7 very, very different markets. And perhaps I think the biggest difference between Southeast Asia and Europe is that it's still very fragmented, and cooperation is much more difficult to get to, right? So I mean, Southeast Asia is 7% of global emissions overall, right? So it's actually a relatively small piece of the pie, but it's also growing, right? So for example, I've heard a stat that only 20% of homes in Indonesia have air conditioning. So that's going to change. We're going to need to feed 1 billion more people in the next 30 years. Rice production is the second biggest driver of CO2e emissions globally, and that's going to explode. And that's basically a Southeast Asian and Asian story. So it's I think it's an important market to focus on from that perspective, but there's much less coordination. There isn't the same kind of foundation. You look at what, for example, Germany is doing in terms of the incentives for hydrogen and how that's mirroring the incentives that has basically brought the cost of solar down. That's not something that is likely to be rolled out in Southeast Asian markets. There are different kind of concerns, and there are different kind of pressures around basic sort of welfare concerns here. So I didn't mention it earlier, but I think it's quite relevant. Wavemaker Impact focuses on climate tech that is around business model innovation. So we don't invest in technology that is still in the research phase. A lot of that innovation, for example, around hydrogen, around direct air carbon capture, that's coming from Europe. And once that technology is ready to scale, or it's at that right level of maturity, then we would love to help bring that over into the Southeast Asian context. I think what we're trying to do is to create real incentives that drive change. So in the absence of government policy, in the absence of mandates around the amount of solar that can be installed, or the percentage of your portfolio that has to be in renewables, how can we use market mechanisms that drive behavior change and lead to the adoption of technology on the ground. So the thing that I'm most excited about when it comes to climate tech is that it's real world impact. You have to be deploying different types of technology on the ground. You have to be changing the way that farmers plant rice, for example. And we're looking, and the exciting thing is, if there's one thing that startups know how to do, it's they know how to drive adoption and create incentives for scalable change. So I think those are the kind of differences. The way that I would love to work with startups and technology that is coming out of Europe and into more mature markets is seeing how we can adapt that technology, how we can bring it over here, how we can take it from for example, the average size of farmer holdings in Southeast Asia is 0.5 hectare. It's tiny. So how can we use the technology and the models that are being developed in Europe right now, and how can we adapt them to the scale and the challenges that exist in Southeast Asia?
Thank you, Mary. I committed myself to be a neutral host today and not form any opinion, but I would like to give a bit of an insight here, because what we are doing at Carbonless is taking growth stage technology companies from anywhere around the world to Asia. One of the reasons why we are doing this is because we are missing the kind of mature innovation in places like Southeast Asia. But these markets are now committing to decarbonization. The governments are committing to decarbonization, and these are huge markets, huge opportunities, huge commitments. Just to give you one reference point, 2 years ago, apart from Bhutan, which is a tiny country mostly covered by forests, there was no country in Asia with a net zero commitment. And now the list includes China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Thailand, Vietnam, India, as of last year,
Singapore,
Saudi Arabia. If we consider broader APEC region, United Arab Emirates, collectively, this means 40% of the world's CO2 emissions are now committed to become net zero, or the countries that are emitting that. And 2 years ago, it was zero. So that's the need, that's the opportunity for basically any technology company that is ready to scale into Asia, from Berlin, from Europe. And we believe this is one of the biggest opportunities out there. And whether you're an individual ready to work in the context of Entrepreneurs First in India, or with Wavemaker Impact in Singapore, the foundations and the frameworks for success are now being developed through these platforms. So before we finish, because I believe we are hungry, we are coming to the end of this panel anyway, I would like to get the top 3 and maybe the bottom 3, but maybe let's just focus on the positives. The top 3 decarbonization technology opportunities that you see, globally and in your market. I leave it to you how you would like to address this. Mary, I would like to start with you now.
Oh, that's a big question. I think I'm very excited in Asia about the potential for decarbonizing agriculture, both through things like changing practice. I mean, I've talked a lot about rice. It's an area I'm passionate about. But also, things like soil carbon. The agriculture is a space that where I feel that there's a lot of opportunity to create value and increase the income of the people and the communities that basically supply food for our entire for the region and the world globally. So I think that's very exciting. Second, I think there's some very interesting things that can be done around business models and incentives that accelerate the deployment of renewables, like things like rooftop solar. So I haven't, for example, gotten a good answer for why there isn't solar on every rooftop in Singapore. So the business models that tackle those kind of market inefficiencies, the misaligned incentives, for example, between landlords and tenants in a commercial space, I think are very exciting. And then I think the third area that I'm very excited about is working out the right kind of unit economics to tackle decarbonization in SME manufacturing. I feel like if we can get the economics for decarbonization of SME garment and food factories in Indonesia to work, we can get the unit economics to work anywhere in the world. So that's very exciting for me.
Thank you, Mary. Before we get to Vivek's answer, I asked Sid, how many minutes do we have? 5. So we probably have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So think about your question. After Vivek's answer, there will be time for it. Vivek, 3, maximum 3 favorite opportunities, sectors.
Yeah, it's a tough one. So I think first one is clearly going to be about what kind of technology it can be used in all these traditional industrial companies to reduce their carbon emission. Because I think if you look at many of these promises made by like large corporates, etc., right? For them to deliver on those, we do need new kind of solutions. And the best way to find this solution is, all these startups who are going to bring in new scalable technologies and business models for them to adopt. We see huge opportunity there. Second is about how do you decarbonize the electricity generation in general? So, I mean, everything around solar, wind, in India, hydro is huge. Now, there are some areas where I don't see a lot of startup play, frankly. That's going to be driven by government. For example, in India specifically, solar and hydro is something that government is like pushing really hard and trying to make sure that more than 50% of new capacity generation that's happening in India has to be renewable. But obviously these are super capital intensive, operations. Hence, I don't see a lot of startups doing something there. But any other, alternate form of electricity generation, which in general reduces carbon footprint, that's gonna be a real big opportunity. And the third one is on consumer side, right? And especially I come from India, so many of our successful companies have been around B2C companies. So I do see, I see huge awareness among the population to make sure that they decarbonize. I mean, the understanding, I mean, it's not new to India, frankly. I mean, I remember we had incubated a company in 2015, which was actually trying to make sure that a lot of, food production that's happening in India is, how can it be more sustainable? So it was there. So I do see a lot of space for some consumer marketplaces which are going to provide these consumers ability to pick and choose, products and solutions which are less harming to the nature. These would be top 3 for me.
Thank you very much. Questions, contribution, insights from the audience. Yes, Rainer, I was sure you would have one. Daniel, do you have another one? No?
So thank you. Very happy again to have AsiaBerlin ambassadors on stage. So my question is, we were speaking about renewable energy. What about energy efficiency saving? Because I think seeing the constructions in Southeast Asia and South Asia, so it's not very efficient, not very safe, especially for cooling questions. So is that a market also that could be interesting for startups? Or is that interesting for your companies?
I'll let Mary answer first, and I will give my answer too, because I'm excited about this question.
Yes, cooling is a big space that we're looking at. I was talking to one of Coca-Cola's biggest bottling partners yesterday, and they said that 30% of all of their emissions is basically cooling, right? Is fridges that they put in all these small kind of warongs and sari shops around the region. And I mentioned the stat as well about less than 20% of homes in Indonesia currently have air conditioning, and that's going to explode. So cooling solutions is definitely one of the big drivers of emissions, both from an energy perspective as well as things like fugitive emissions from gases. So that's an area that we're very excited about. And if you've got any technology that's ready to scale, but just needs the right business models or incentives, please feel free to reach out to me.
Yes, feel free. Vivek.
So I think in India, if you look at the air cooling that's being used right now, like both as a refrigerator or is normal AC in homes, the adoption even today is in single digit. So the tricky thing here is, and the way people's income is increasing, economy is growing, that's gonna add. And if that's the case, then that completely goes against like reducing electricity, etc. for cooling. The only way we see right now is, how do you make these existing technologies, which might not be very efficient, how do you make them more and more efficient? For example, in refrigerator space at least, there are companies which are now bringing in more efficiency. Many companies from actually Japan, South Korea are household names in India, right? And if you look at their efficiency, it's improving. So I think we have quite a lot of hope there. In terms of startup solutions, I guess we do see some companies which are trying to, at first, measure all these inefficiencies, because if you don't know what you are going to fix. So for example, we have certain startups in Bangalore, which actually, if you plug their solution into your homes, etc., it tells you where exactly your inefficiency is, which then gives you the opportunity to fix it. So then they'll recommend you, okay, you know what? Light bulbs, they are taking 40% of your electricity. Why don't you replace them with more efficient ones, LEDs? And LEDs, like if you look at in last 10 years, I mean, almost all normal bulbs are now replaced by LEDs, which itself has saved like huge amount of electricity for government, hence obviously reduced bills for everyone. So we do see some kind of such solutions in the market. How many of them are going to be like VC fundable or a model which can scale through private capital? That remains a question.
Thank you. I've been told that it's all over, but my very simple answer is that yes, there's an opportunity, but there are already a lot of players in Asia, actually, when it comes to building energy efficiency solutions. And it's less about technology innovation, it's almost more about business model innovation and how fast, how capable these founders, the business people are, the management team is to actually scale the business. So if there's a good momentum, a good team here in Europe, I think the market is there and it's going to be there for 5 to 10 years to come. But it needs to be a very aggressive strategy and a very well executed strategy. That's kind of just my sense. Thank you so much, Sid, for kicking us out, because then everyone can go and have their lunch. Before you go, no, not yet? No, you cannot go to have lunch. But before we go, can we have a photo with Marie in the background? Okay, can someone please volunteer and take a photo of us? Thank you very much, Marie. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, audience, for staying with us.
Thank you, everyone. So just before we set out for lunch, we are going to have, let's say, a pre-lunch blockbuster panel. I would love to introduce Miguel. Miguel is one of our AsiaBerlin ambassadors, also an investor in the Asian and the European regions. He's been part of the whole network for a while. And Miguel, I give it to you just before lunch to introduce your esteemed panelists, and we really look forward to the panel. Thank you so much for joining us, Miguel.
Thank you so much, Sid. I'm gonna find a formal complaint that we got the lunch slot, by the way. So you need to text all of your friends outside that they better miss lunch instead of this. Like they're in for something here. I'd like to invite the panelists up on stage, please. They can bring their food in here? Yeah, but some people are already outside, I think.
I think the challenge is on, Miguel. We have to be particularly entertaining now.
All right.
One more chair.
Yeah, we're good. Very, now people can hear me. So I need to start from scratch. But we're very excited to be here today. I think our topic right now, Web3, if you're in the tech space, I think your ears might be bleeding from hearing this already. The last few months, past year, obviously. So we have three panelists here that can give us a lot of perspective on this topic. And I think for me, what I want to say, having been part of AsiaBerlin the last 5 years is, and we were having a chat yesterday, Karina and a bunch of friends were saying, what's the value of AsiaBerlin, right? Because a lot of people go to Bits and Pretzels for Oktoberfest, obviously, right? But like, what's AsiaBerlin? And for me, it's the nuance, right? As an investor, you go to a lot of these tech conferences and you're missing nuance because what people like to do is give you blanket advice, right? Like everybody wants to be the smart person saying, hey, this advice applies to everybody. In AsiaBerlin, what we want to do is bring out the nuance, right? Like this is, the impact that's happening in Asia. It's very different in Europe, right? Like these are different problems, and we're trying to bring people on stage that can show the nuances. So we're super excited to have this panel here today. I'd ask everybody to give like a 1-minute intro, starting from the middle, Song-Yi, and then just introduce yourself quickly, what you've done, where you're coming from, where you flew in from, very briefly, and then, we'll start from there.
Yeah, nice to meet you, everybody. My name is Song-Yi. I'm not here, but you'll find me somewhere after this channel in a metaverse, but Actually, I'm not in the metaverse much. But anyway, I'm from Korea, but I'm based in New Zealand at the moment. So if consider New Zealand as a part of Asia, I'm based in Asia right now. I've been in crypto and actually impact journey for more than 10 years, and the crypto and Web3 particularly for 10 years. 2012, I was working for one of the biggest humanitarian organizations, and then when I was sent to West Africa, Mali, I saw like there's no way people send and receive money. So I built one of the first Bitcoin SMS wallets so people can send and receive Bitcoin on the text message. And after that, I've been just rabbit hole into impact and then community and then blockchain technology. So that's what I've been doing for the last 10 years. And today particularly, I'm co-founded an initiative called Impact Collective. This is an impact investment DAO, particularly investing in impact startups. So happy to talk more, jam more. Probably I'm going to share some nuance over our conversation. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you, Song-Yi. Bruce?
Hi. Hello. Hello. Bruce Pon from Berlin. Started in blockchain 2013. One of the founders of Ocean Protocol, working to apply essentially Web3 concepts to the data economy.
Donatus?
My name is Donatus Sushama-Klippe. I'm German, originally based nearby Hanover, now living kind of everywhere. I'm very much a newbie to the Web3 space, but I've been working with family offices most of my life around the idea of how technology can disrupt legacy systems, how it can empower traditional systems, and how it can change some of the flaws within existing systems. So as of recently, I've been drawn into the Web3 space, very much working around this premise, looking at Web3 as a technology that can enable resource access, that can enable more equality, especially in underserved communities. And as a result of that, have been the co-founder of 3.0 Labs, which is a very young product management and research lab, which focuses on figuring out ways in which Web3 can enable resource access and empower underserved communities. Aside from that, Song Yi's well aware of this, she's a member. I've recently been the co-founder of a network called DAOESCO, which looks at finding ways in which cultural heritage sites could be reinvented as spaces for incubation, especially in regards to the Web3 space.
Thank you very much, Donatus. Karina, to you first, before I go.
Thank you very much. So a very, very brief introduction. I'm Karina Bellin. I'm co-founder of WHub and Angel Hub, and I'm probably here because of Angel Hub, which is, on the one hand side, an equity crowdfunding platform that democratizes access into startup investing, but we also have our own fund, and one of our main focus pillars is investing into Web3. So I'm very much excited here to talk a little bit about our bullishness into Web3. Why are we particularly excited? We talked about that at the very early beginning. We're pretty much mission-driven in everything we do, and we have been just thrilled to see that for once now with this new advent of Web3, we're able to basically be here when we rewrite the story of the internet. So we can talk a little bit about that and some of the investments we made that we're particularly proud of. But I have to say I'm very excited to have a bit of a zoom in into more developing countries and use cases that we can find and unlocking and unleashing the power of Web3 in developing countries. But Miguel, I think that's the beautiful bridge over to you.
So I'm actually the least credible person to be sitting in front of all of you today talking about Web3. That's why I'm a moderator. But myself, a little bit myself, I'm a Filipino based in Berlin for 5 years already. I set up my own fund here, Unifier Ventures. We do early stage investments, and like I said, we haven't done a lot in Web3, but we're trying to educate ourselves. So we've actually just invested into our first Web3 company here, still in stealth mode, but here based in Berlin. They're building the Seeking Alpha for the Web3 space. So that's our gateway into this entire space. But more than that, I think I'm talking first probably because the topic today is how Web3 can create real impact in emerging markets. And I can talk from experience, having been in the Philippines the past year. It was crazy. So maybe show of hands, like, do any one of you have any one of you had scholars, like play to earn scholars, just to get a sense of like who we have in the room? Like nobody? Not a single person? All embarrassed? Last year, like it was crazy. Like my phone was blowing up, right? Like everybody I knew from all over the world was messaging me, "Hey Miguel, how do we find more scholars in the Philippines?" Right? So like for us, and I'm talking now from my perspective as a Filipino coming from the emerging market, like the entry of how this buzzword came into public consciousness was through play to earn, right? Like, you know, like even my friends in the Philippines had no inkling about tech, right? Like very traditional industries, construction, etc. We're like, what is this play to earn thing, right? Like, how do we get scholars? You know, like everybody was blowing my phone up. And long story short, we're here now, and this entire bubble has sort of imploded, exploded, whatever you want to call it, but it's died down a little bit, right? And I think it's good because now it's, at least from an emerging market standpoint, brought it to a public consciousness. And it's created a lot of interest, and builders have come into the space. And so today, that's what we want to talk about. We have builders here in front of us. And we want to figure out, you know, like how can this actually be used for impact, right? Especially in emerging markets. And like I said, Web3 is just, you know, like not even, you know, like this is surface level stuff in terms of Web3. And that's why we have Karina. But like for me, that's my perspective. You want to share a little bit about yours NFTs, metaverse. Let's start with the buzzwords.
Well, actually, I was going to, let's throw it actually back here, because I think, we're here, as we said, to demystify a little bit. And obviously, we hear a lot about the metaverse and Web3 and crypto and all of that in the same sentence. But I think what I want to highlight is particularly in that game, play to earn a point. I think people are missing really how fundamentally it is a powerful tool to drive financial inclusion. And I want to throw it over to Song-Yi, because I think you have a very beautiful use case to share. Again, let's demystify. Let's go a few layers underneath in terms of the power of not only read and write, but read, write, and own, and its impact that you have seen in your communities, how it helps drive financial inclusion, which is one of the SDGs, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like the work that I'm doing directly is actually utilizing crypto, or not even crypto, it's like a Web3 technology to bring more access to the impact startup, so they can fund faster, bigger, and that they can also work together as a community, so they don't have to be a solopreneur all the time and just like struggling. And then when that's kind of done in the DAO format, like a decentralized autonomous organization, which is, there's no one boss. Everybody comes as a, anonymous being, and then they all have agency. It can be done by individuals, it can be done by group, organization. So we're basically working with a UN agency, obviously working with SDG initiative, and then service DAO, and then DAO technology tool, and then the venture capital fund, put it all together. No one actually have like a legal entity, but we work as an initiative first the last 2 years, and this year we are forming a DAO legally, and then like doing more work in the future. That's what we are planning. So that's my kind of direct work, and through that we have a lot of different teams that get invested by community collective decisions, not just like few investor behind the door deciding, not knowing what's really happening on the ground, and like deciding, okay, let's put the money into this team because they're going to make more money. But we let like community to actually decide how important it is for their own community to have this solution in the ground, and then how can they actually participate more into to support this startup ecosystem in their community and stuff like that. So that's one thing. I mean, the emerging economy and the financial inclusion of it, the most of what I saw is actually from Africa, from my previous work.
I was going to refer to that, exactly. If you can zoom into that
But
one.
I was like a little bit concerned because we are AsiaBerlin, so I was like, is it just Asia talk? But like I can't.
No, we're talking about emerging markets. So.
Okay. Exactly. Okay, great. Yeah, so Africa. Basically, I was like recently like looking into a lot of African countries because there's a huge potential for Web3 to unlock a lot of potential in emerging economy, especially the Africa continent. And then one thing that we saw, or one thing we think of it, what would be the best example of using Web3 for like financial inclusion, that people think, remittance maybe, or like people think maybe. Play to earn and stuff like that. But what we saw was actually really interesting. People just don't have a basic infrastructure of access to the foreign currency. So they have to, they go to the ATM. A lot of foreign friends come to Africa country. I mean, I cannot actually say there's a whole African continent, but like some of the country, we cannot pay with a credit card because they just don't have the infrastructure. And when you go to ATM is empty. So a lot of like locals, to get USD or other currency, they just start using crypto as their backup plan. So they do like a P2P trading, so they can actually buy the USDC, and so they can pay some stuff, and they can actually continue their businesses and stuff like that. But this is like a particular cases. Yeah.
No, absolutely. But that was a little bit what I was referring to, because I think what we found really interesting, and again, living in Asia, coming from Asia, that whole problem of half of the population being still unbanked, and probably more than 50% of that half sits in Asia. We all know what happened in China, right? With digital payments, basically just leaving the era of credit cards totally out of sight. I think we see another seismic change now enabled through Web3. Now, Bruce, I want to bring you in the conversation. So one is definitely decentralized finance. The other one is, we all know data is the new gold, right? And again, one of the things that Miguel was referring to in our investments, that we have been just thrilled that the NFT technology now allows to mimic property rights in the physical world in the digital world, right? So for the first time, we can own our own data and we can monetize it. And I think, Bruce, you have been one of the pioneers since 2013 in that era. Tell us a little bit more about Ocean Protocol.
So yeah, Ocean Protocol is Ocean. Anyways, I'll do the talk anyways. Yeah, Ocean Protocol is essentially the handshake infrastructure, a whole bunch of smart contracts that help kickstart a data economy. And the whole point of Ocean Protocol is based off the work of Hernando de Soto, or inspired by, in the way that if you can give digital rights, property rights to your own data, that gives all 8 billion people on Earth the possibility of monetizing their data, securitizing their data, and doing the things that you would do with natural property, land property on Earth. And so that's what we've been doing since 2013, starting with building NFTs on the Bitcoin blockchain way too early, trying to do other things to get value. Just as a general point I'd like to make is that Web3 is the first global innovation that is being adopted in real time in a borderless manner. We see that the countries that have the highest adoption of cryptocurrency and participation in this space is not the Western world, it's not the US, it's not Canada. It is places like Philippines, Thailand, Nigeria, Kenya, Malaysia, many places that have not traditionally had access to financial systems, banking and stuff. And that gives me great hope, because not only are you inviting, through this agnostic global technology, people from around the world and in any country, you're also introducing them to technology, the ability to participate in global governance of these DAOs, these ecosystems and such like that. And what you're doing is you're raising people up for giving them opportunity to participate in a way that has not been given to them prior. If we're honest, the internet started in Western Europe and in North America, and most of the gains happened there until just recently. And Web3 is a way that we are spreading the influence and the power of this technology globally in real time, and that gives me great hope.
That's precisely why we're talking today, Bruce. So now I want to go to Donatus. And on theme now, AsiaBerlin, right? German with projects in Vietnam. Like I read this wonderful article you wrote. Like, can you share a little bit about like what you've done in Vietnam, what you're seeing there, all of these opportunities?
Absolutely, yeah, very happy to. So, first of all, there's no active projects just yet. I'm more exploring around the space as I've gotten involved. I had the opportunity this summer to join a delegation of German startup CEOs alongside the former Vice Chancellor, Philipp Rösler, to visit several ministries in Vietnam to talk about Web3. And then afterwards also have the opportunity to talk about some of the leading initiatives that are occurring in the space, in that country in particular, and to talk to some of the members of the Vietnam Blockchain Association and otherwise, to understand exactly what the sentiment is. And I think one of the things that sort of stood out was there is a significant increase in the incentive for a country like Vietnam, as Bruce was correctly saying, to get involved into this space, quite simply because as opposed to the West, where Web3 really offers an incremental improvement on already relatively efficient system, it is a complete paradigm shift for a majority of the population over there. And there's several reasons for this. The one that I sort of would like to pinpoint here at this point is the fact that one of the core themes in Web3 is this idea of trustlessness, this idea that you can remove trust from the interaction of a counterparty. And now you can look at this from a national level, or you can look at this from an individual level. Both apply in Web3. From a national level, I'd like to use the example of, for example, supply chain. A supply chain that has several intermediaries before a product meets the end customer. Those intermediaries, they take on a certain amount of risk to verify the quality of that product. And that risk premium is associated directly with the risk associated with the country where it comes from. So, for example, it's a developing nation that in the greater eyes of the Western world is considered less trustworthy. The risk premium rises and thus the cost. And therefore, it is less likely for this country to have a fair price. It has to lower its prices in order for them to be attractive. The blockchain completely removes this because it creates a trustless environment and full traceability of all these products, and therefore the risk premium is reduced by removing all the intermediaries in the process. From an individual level, that applies as well. Most of the reasons why we're seeing countries like Vietnam have what was it, 40% that don't currently have a bank account, or 60%, similar to Cambodia, where CBDC was introduced in 2019. These individuals cannot actually interact with the global economic system because, first and foremost, they're unable to fulfill a KYC process. There is no track record for these individuals that allows them to actually open a bank account and start investing, start transacting across boundaries, across borders. Web3 completely removes this because any of the risk mitigation procedures are automated by smart contracts, at least in theory and to some degree already in practice. And that's exactly what enables anybody who is able to participate in the blockchain to start looking at a global economic activity which they can participate in. And that's one of the reasons why it's very, very interesting. And I was naming Cambodia earlier, well, just as a final point. CBDCs are, of course, controversial, I know, but it is a very good definitive factor that proves the power of the blockchain. In Cambodia, when it was introduced in 2019, it had a very similar statistic, 60% unbanked, 40% with a bank account. And it was trying to digitalize its own currency to understand how it can actually facilitate inclusion to the majority of its people. And within the first year, I might be wrong with the statistics, it was somewhere around a 350% growth in transaction volume and a 250% to 280% growth in the overall quantity of the transactions that occurred, which is significant. And it showed that people were suddenly able to actually transact beyond a hand-to-hand interaction on cash.
Absolutely, and I think it's particularly interesting to zoom in into developing country because there might be also a little bit more of a sensitivity or again an opportunity that is clearly identified. I always like to cite one of the quotes from Yat that mentions that we're living in a time of data imperialism or colonialism. So again, once for now, if we can think about, we had this dream of the internet where content is king and everybody could contribute until we realized, and again, it's not me who coined that quote, the queen was actually the distribution and she was wearing the fucking pants and making all the money. Getting back to this huge opportunity we're talking about, I think we should also face the challenges. And I would be particularly interested in the challenges that you, starting with Song, you encounter in these developing countries. So where do you see still one of the major breakthroughs we need to tackle to get to greater adoption?
There is so many things need to be done. And having common understanding in a high level, actually, I mean, it's sad to say, but like as crypto is actually like a very much grassroots movement in some way, but we have a huge different spectrum. It's no longer just movement; it's a reality. So how can we actually creating a thread between all different stakeholders together, and then like really think about like what we need the most, and then very strategic view and perspective and action needs to be done. It's a very genetic thing. But other opportunity, as we earlier was talking about the education, like for example, in emerging economy, like even if you are a great talent, even if you have a maybe really, really amazing like tech skills or design skill or whatever skill, for you to get a job, you have to go through all this gate, where you're from, and which school that you've been to, what kind of project you worked on. So they just get rejected from the beginning on. They don't have much chance. But in the Web3, and there's a lot of workforce need to be supplied to us. But like there's a lot of people who has a great talent, great drive, hungry, very, very, very excited to work on the new economy. And this is just great match. It's like a perfect matchmaking. So people can join the global economy from day one, no matter what kind of color that you are and where are you from, which school you went. If you have a skill set to contribute, and you're welcome. And then you don't even have to get a permission. It's a permissionless like community. You just like contribute, and then you ask for your own contribution, and then people will pay you. And in that case, they don't need to leave the country. For example, a lot of African like friends coming to Germany, and then doesn't matter what you've done in that country, even if you're a doctor, people come and drive taxi here. What's the point? So like you don't have to leave the country to actually shine your talent and be who you are, and you can just like start making money and supporting the local system from where you are. I think that's really, really exciting potential and also challenge.
Absolutely, and I wanted to put you into the conversation again, Bruce, as well, because I know that you're also working with the World Economic Forum, and I think you have a broad view, and particularly when it comes to data standards, and you talked about this borderless Web3, but we're still far away, right, from also just common data standards that will allow this vision to happen.
So I think there needs to be a trigger for adoption of Web3. We already have a couple of data points in terms of where we think that could be. But just to give perspective, the internet, if you kind of said the start of the consumer internet was 1989 with Tim Berners-Lee at CERN, until a trigger point, an inflection point, was the release of the iPhone in 2007. That's 18 years. We are 10 years into this, and so do we have to wait another 8 years before we get some sort of trigger in Web3? And I think that that answer is no. Why? Because in 1989, there was 500,000 developers. Now there's about 50 million. So we have 100x developers. We have, as of early next year, we'll have, I think, 5.5 billion people with mobile phones and access to the internet and who understand user experience and all that sort of stuff. And so in terms of getting adoption in Web3, and as a subset, the data economy, there's probably 1,000 different innovations that still need to be built, and probably 10,000 startups that need to get started and fail. But I do believe that with NFTs, with the metaverse, with DAOs, with the data economy, with DeFi, and all these different experiments that many of them have gotten traction, that triggers all the stuff that we need to do. Data standards for me is something it's a small subset that can only be driven once you actually have the use case as a broader data economy, the incentives and the adoption on some other level that can bring in hundreds of millions or billions of people. We're not there yet.
No, absolutely. I mean, right now we're talking, 100 million wallet users versus 5 billion internet users. So again, on that, what do you think? It's just time, and that will change very quickly. What would be a huge enabler and trigger point to change that?
The iPhone was for the internet. For us, it could be the metaverse. It could be some sort of gaming experience. It could be something, in some ways, it's something that's going to be very uncomfortable and foreign to us. The iPhone was very foreign to us. I was actually working on iPhone technology in the early 90s. And for me to even conceive that 1 billion people could use this was inconceivable, and I was working in the phone business. If we look at, we currently have between 150 and 170 million wallets on Earth. If you compare that to the internet, that puts us at 1997. So we're 25 years in from when we had 150 million internet users. What happens? Do we need another 25 years of runway to make this happen? And honestly, it's weirder than we expect, and it's more uncomfortable than we expect, and it forces us into boundaries that we don't want to go to, but that's probably the direction that's going to give us the adoption, not something that feels obvious, not something that feels comfortable.
So clearly just tip of the iceberg, Bruce. And my belief here is for this to really take off, you need people that just are going after their interests, going after their passions, right? And I want to circle back to you now, Donatus, because your work now with the WESCO and with these cultural heritage sites is a very interesting use case for this also. So could you share a little bit about that?
Sure. DAOESCO is a very young, nascent experiment community, however you want to call it. The idea is that we want to understand exactly what kind of impact the introduction of Web3 communities in rural, often disenfranchised societies could have by focusing primarily on the driver around cultural heritage sites. Why cultural heritage sites? Most people think that I'm crazy for this, but there are several reasons for this. The first one's the historic one. Cultural heritage sites were originally built as highly exclusive, whereas productive incubation centers, which we're now hoping to reinvent to make them very inclusive and productive incubation centers as opposed to mere memorabilia of the past. The second reason is that they're often positioned in rural circumstances where people are increasingly having less and less access to modern technologies. Compare, for example, a village of 25,000 people in Germany to Berlin. A huge difference between the kind of infrastructure that exists. The hope is that we're making use of the fact that Web3 contributors are primarily decentralized. They're not usually attracted as much as Web2 developers to agglomerated centers such as Berlin, London, New York. And we want to make use of this by bringing them together around these cultural heritage sites, making them attractive and inclusive to all kinds of people, to then start building the infrastructure for Web3. The hope is also that some of these projects that emerge actually target some of the communities where these cultural heritage sites are situated, so that we can see how products will emerge that start having the right kind of user experience and the right kind of focus on the actual needs of people that we can later scale on to other parts of the world, developing nations. The example that I often use is, if you can build a Web3 product for my granny in my home village, then you can build a product that fits 1.7 billion people around the world. It has to be usable. It has to be easily understandable and relatable, which at the moment Web3 is still lacking. But that's the base idea. It's very young.
I can see Song Yi wants to build on.
Yeah, just on the mass adoption piece, I think we skip one that is very important, which is also building up on what Teddy was saying.
Teddy.
It's just a user experience. It's just terrible at the moment. The reason why we don't have enough wallet is just like it's just so hard to manage your wallet and then just install wallet into your phone, and there is not enough education, not enough like a friendly onboarding process of it. And to have like a friendly onboarding before you have to actually go into the what are these people's challenges? What do they need the most? And I think a lot of Web3 builders, we're not thinking enough of like them or the client or people who are using services, but it's all about us first. So like, okay, what do we want to build right now? What's actually the best technology we can actually provide for our own audience, like a very small audience. So I think the user experience and really understanding the people's pain point, I think that's like really like the thing that has to be done way before we're building the technology itself.
Absolutely, and again, I like that Bruce said we're arguably, comparing a toddler to an adult or a grandpa, right? So we're still far away and we can develop. One of the beauties, again, of AsiaBerlin is making these connections. And before coming to Berlin, I did not know about the exciting project that Donatus is working on. And I will definitely connect him with a very other exciting project that we're working on in Hong Kong, which is called Artifact Labs, which is the creation of historic NFTs, which is basically exactly down that alley in terms of enabling now cultural heritage. And it started off actually as a pilot project from the SCMP, the Post, in Hong Kong, where they started bringing the first cover pages of, the cover page of the newspaper onto an NFT and selling it off. And the very first one was the cover page on the 1st of July in 1997, which was the handover of Hong Kong to China. And there is a whole interesting philosophy under making cultural heritage really shared resources. A lot of it is stuck up in museums. And again, a lot of it is actually totally unexploited today. It opens up a great, interesting business models for financing of museum heritage sites, etc. Just again to spread the know-how across the world. So definitely going to hook you up on that one, and that's fascinating. I think I'm not sure. We still have some time. Sid, we're all good. Okay, fantastic. Do you want to dig a little bit deeper again in some of the challenges? I know we were debating if we should talk about crypto winter or not. But maybe just a very quick, take on you. I mean, I think we kind of like highlighted and said we're not in a bubble, because to be on a bubble you have to be somewhere on the tip of an iceberg, and we just started. But what is your take? Do you see any? Are you worried about interest shifting away, or the negative impact of the hype news on crypto winter?
Quite the opposite, actually. I'm not sure if it's a popular opinion. I think, at least amongst sort of the community I associate myself with, I am very happy about crypto winter, because it has removed a lot of the noise from what could potentially be a genuine promise within Web3. And so what it allows us to do is, first of all, we sort of are not distracted by things coming left, right, and center from us around NFTs and crypto and what to invest in and what's going to moon and what's going to 200x and etc. It's more around, wait, hang on, we need to be genuinely critical about what we're doing. There's a tool in our hands that, if we are correct, if the theories justify themselves, has the power to influence billions of people. That should not be taken lightly. It should be very carefully considered if we are to build this out. And then secondly, is it even justified? Are the theories correct? Are we building towards the right kind of goals? Are we focusing on the right kind of problems? And these kind of conversations are emerging out of a crypto winter because people have just been slapped over the head with a very unfortunate situation, often in great monetary loss, for which I feel, of course, very, very bad. But at least if they are truly passionate about Web3, if they've used this hype time to look at what the genuine promises are, if they've gotten excited about it, they remain and they look at, okay, now we've had that feeling, now we understand what could be, let's focus on the things that are real. Let's focus on the problems that need solving, which Web3 could potentially most powerfully disrupt.
Brilliant. And I was wondering, Song-Li, I mean, sometimes the question is, are the most vulnerable most impacted by, for example, the inflation, the hype that is happening?
What's the question again?
So the question is, did you see in the communities that you talked about Africa, it's okay, in terms of being really significantly impacted right now with by the market, particularly with all that, hype and fluctuation in the crypto space?
I mean, to be honest, yes and no. I think people's are. It's to be honest, the space is moving really, really fast, and every single time, even right at this moment, like some people are building and some people are losing money, some people making money, so it's moving really, really fast. And there's some people who are only focused on the financial incentive by investing in crypto as a retail investor that might have been impacted definitely a lot, actually, and not just like emerging economy, but generally. I mean, how many of you guys have cryptocurrency in your wallet? Okay, cool. So it's a good group of mine. And how many of you guys got affected by the winter?
Martin, really not? All right.
Yeah, so it's pretty much a general norm.
Well, it depends on your experience if you wanted to sell or not, right?
And but because it's the same reason why Teddy was saying is people are actually start to build and start to really realize that this can actually go bad, like quite bad. And then what is then the real potential here? And then they start looking into the different infrastructure and some people that are blockchain builders or advocates, they're like, we cannot actually no longer just hold this narrative of just financial drive. Like, what can we really, really do? So there's a lot of things moving forward. For example, like centralized exchange. And before we go to decentralized, there must be some sort of way that we can actually safely onboarding these people and then let them use the safe services. So there is a lot of infrastructure needs to be built, and then they are working on it. And as of today, the people are keep building. So I think there's a lot of like a building energy has arise. And what else?
I want to add to this a little bit because like I really saw this firsthand, and maybe some of you read this Bloomberg article also, which is what was more of an expose, like the aftermath now of this play to earn, right? Because you were asking about the most vulnerable. In the Philippines, like essentially the premise of it was play 8 hours a day, you're gonna earn $300, $400 per month versus the minimum wage of $200, $150, $200, right? So it's a no-brainer. Like, I'm just going to play 8 hours and I'm earning double, right? So there were people who quit their jobs to do that full-time, right? There were people who sold the house, borrowed money, decided that they wanted to invest more and get scholars of their own. And then this thing exploded and they're left with debt and, jobless. Right? So to your point on vulnerability, that is the state of emerging markets right now, where their first taste of this is, hey, there was this immediate, like reward, but then boom, and now what are we gonna do, right? So what I shared earlier, like now there's actual building happening. So this company that we just invested into, what they're doing now is they're taking a lot of these scholars and saying, hey, this space, let me help you build honest work out of your knowledge from this space. Let's turn you into researchers, right? Like let's help build a community together. And I think to your point, Donatus, now there's no noise and people who want to be in here are there and really building. So that's what's exciting, right?
Now, again, coming back to the positive impact of noise, right? And Bruce, kind of like, again, on that path on bringing more people into the space. So again, the company we invested in and that is strategically aligned with us, Animoca Brands, made this thesis of saying that gaming is probably one tool to mass adoption because you do not necessarily have to explain a gamer the value of a digital asset, right, of a special skin. I mean, for all gamers here in the room, you know, once you actually lost your magical sword in some of very important games, it's really frustrating and it's really important, and so you get it. Interestingly, 2021, I think one of the reasons why the word NFT became the #1 word in the Collins Dictionary was not gaming. It was because Christie sold off an NFT artwork for $69 million US. The creator economy is another whole area. What are you banging on most to make another big shift in terms of mass adoption? Or you're hoping for? In which type of industry? I mean, looking into who are your clients? Who are you targeting to, you know, drive your vision with Ocean Protocol even further?
So I think one of the obvious areas is your data on your phone, whether it's your fitness data, your health data, your social graph, email, all that sort of stuff, and giving you kind of a Web3 native wallet where then you can port the data from a Web2 environment, Facebook, Apple, TikTok, whatever, into your own private data vault, and then from there start monetizing it and having a certain transparency, auditability on, and control on, and opt-in on how this data could be used, as well as getting paid back to. We like to think about it in the way of you can be an anarchist or you can be a monk. You can choose to then say, I'm just going to roll a dice and release all my data, see how much I can earn from this, and become kind of a data farmer. Or I'm going to be a monk. I'm still going to take control using Web3 tools, but I'm not going to share anything because it's mine and I don't care about the money.
And in terms of, again, I'm not trying to get investment advice from you, but in terms of, you know, what are some of the movements that you see?
The best movements are the weirdest, craziest ones that are the most uncomfortable. I'm seeing that in my deal flow, in the places that I get kind of deal flow from. Every single one sounds crazy and stupid. Every single one sounds like it's such a niche market, doesn't make any sense. And the best thing you can do is just, in some ways, you can perform at level to the market by spray and pray, because what you think should succeed probably doesn't, and what you think shouldn't succeed can exceed your wildest expectations.
Very good. So we'll leave it without a concrete use case. Very good. But maybe just, I'm getting a sign here, one last call to action or a crystal ball prediction. I'll leave it up to you, either one. Donatus, if you want to go first, either a call to action or a wild prediction of what's going to come next.
Both are dangerous. I'm going to start off with, I think it's something of a word of caution / call to action. It's what we're probably going to see with Web3, and this is my thesis, and again, I'm very new to this space, is that something will emerge that takes the underlying first principles of Web3 and repackages them in a way that none of us have seen before. If we're taking a look at DAOs, at NFTs, the use cases that we're currently seeing are the grander community throwing spaghetti against the wall and seeing what sticks. It's experimentation because it's easy to experiment and it's fun. And unfortunately, we've now learned as the Web3 community that some of these impacts are detrimental to broad societies because the adoption rate has increased to such an incredible degree that we're affecting millions of people all of a sudden when things take a turn up. So what we're probably going to see is we're going to see that the technology is used in ways that we didn't anticipate, perhaps not even agreed with, and that those use cases might have immediately increased the most adoption at the first instance. That those use cases are probably the ones that at least create a broad-scale mass adoption, you know, for broader people. What I'm hoping it is that it's a validation use case that focuses on the underlying problems that we face as a society, such as wealth inequality, such as resource access, such as economic participation, and that becomes a validation use case for Web3, not just for society, but for governments. And I think, honestly, that the best place to focus is in developing nations.
That's a very beautiful statement. Song-Yi, anything to add?
The thing that I see, there's many different things. If we start like talking about DAO, that I think we can talk about another 5 hours. So I'm not going to go there even. But one thing that I see is a lot of institutional and then the traditional organization, they can actually look into their challenges and then like try to find out, is there any Web3 technology that we can use and adapt our traditional economy? You know, like a full decentralization is as good as our idea, but it's really hard to reach right now. As everybody working towards to that, we need to pass the tunnel of it. And for example, like investment, you know, like our venture capital fund, we just started like, okay, we need more deal flow and we need to invest in more diverse things, but we just don't have enough understanding of the market and expertise. How can we utilize Web3 principle or technology to actually do our job better? So, you know, you can think of that way. So, you know, for example, inviting a lot of community members, that let them do DD for us, due diligence for us, and then we invest and deploy and see what happened. The outcome was amazing. You know, we found a deal in Pakistan, for example, who never ever actually has access to it, but community found them, and then they are outperformed like crazy, and we are like really happy that that works. You know, like diversity and inclusions, and really a collective decision making. That all of things that decentralization is talking is not just technology; it's actually in the culture, and there's a mindset, and there's the principles as there is, and that we are. Often forget because the technology and the financial upside is too like bright, and so you can actually utilize it. So we can even call it Web 2.5. You know, there's a lot of companies are interested in adapting this Web3 technology and then make it their Web 2 business and more Web 3, which is 2.5, and then there will be huge a rise from that side, and that's one thing that I see. And then the second part is the cultural part. You know, what does it mean to having agency? You know, if you want people to use a decentralized technology and then try to make the collective decisions or decision for them by themselves. Some people are very uncomfortable making the decision. So where can we start it first? And then what does it actually mean to have a freedom? Why do we even care? And it go back to the agency. And then that's actually what the blockchain and decentralization actually mean. We need to just have a more conversation, a more experiment to actually bring those things to make impact. Yeah.
Thank you so much that you not only mentioned the opportunities in terms of governance, but also in terms of maybe venture capitalist itself, right? How do we look into investing and how do we make investment decisions? Very thrilling. Bruce, do you want to try to give us a last word, a last statement, a bold one maybe to leave everybody off with? A call to action?
I mean, we're just at the very beginning of all this sort of stuff. This is... the macro situation is not looking very good. My feeling is that Web3, we've already gotten a 90% drop in most tokens, altcoins. The exchange volume has gone down 97%, so a lot of people are hurting, as Donatus had said previously. So, and we've also had the scandals. You know, when the water went out, we saw who was not wearing underpants and stuff like that. So 3 Arrows Capital, Luna, all this kind of stuff. So a lot of the bad stuff is out. And the main risk to Web3 right now is actually the macro situation. The global, everything, you all know, all that stuff happening. But what's really promising is that the Web3 has actually in the last 3 or 4 months been extremely resilient. We're kind of reached, in my sense, a bottom, and it's very stable. And we're in the building phase now where a lot of the noise is gone and the signal is hopefully going to rise. And this is where the next range of startups are going to launch. And if we're all here in the next, 12 to 18 months, that's when the next big push is going to happen. So hopefully we see all of you there when we come out of this tunnel.
That is a beautiful ending word and a call to action to everybody to join the movement. Now is the right moment. I think we'll make it a wrap here. Huh? Thank you very much. A big round of applause to our panel. I think we can make one photo. Do you have a photo over there?
I think we talked too much.
All right. Thanks, Martin.
Hello, welcome again to the AsiaBerlin TV show. I cannot believe that today is already the last day for our show. Again, my name is Isaac now from 1 Minute Video. Even though it's the last day, it doesn't mean that it cannot be even better and more epic, right? So today, what we have in line is that we have someone from SAP to talk about artificial intelligence and also about the AsiaBerlin community. Secondly, we also have an opportunity to talk about job opportunities, because for those of you who are still in Asia, I know that you want to come here or you want to get experience to be in Europe. And there's a company later talking about how to make that happen. And last but not least, we have something amazing to show the people here. There's some amazing project with startup, how to make Berlin a better city, so that when you come here, you get the best of the best. But before that, we have something amazing to show you. You can wait in 1 minute, I will show you. So what you have just seen just now is actually something that happened yesterday amazingly here in Berlin. That was the legendary boat trip here in Berlin. And guess what? I have been told that there was an amazing dancing performance last night. And Hirumi from SAP Japan, she was actually in the opening online, right, in Japan in the opening day. And yesterday, suddenly she appears on the boat trip, and that was a big surprise. And that's what you have seen in the photos, how everyone was having fun. So moving on to the next part. Welcome back. As I told you that every day there's one highlight part that I personally really like. And today, the highlight part is now, because I'm going to introduce an innovation agency called Urban Impacts. And what is so cool about them is that they actually help to build a better city for people and the planet. And that sentence already made me feel so good, especially if you want to come to Berlin or in Europe. And there's one more good thing about this project. In this video later you're going to see, because they have some really exclusive video footage about the real Berlin. Not the things you can search on YouTube or in stock footage, but real things, real people, and real project. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so proud to introduce Jonas, my friend, to be on board here today. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Isaac.
Yes.
Great to be here.
Thanks. Do you like my introduction?
I like it very much.
Well, for those who don't know, it's actually our first time that we are both in front of the camera.
That's true. Yes. Last time you were behind the camera.
Yes, and now I can see how you feel the stress, and everybody does. So, without further ado, Jonas, can you tell us a little bit about Urban Impacts and how you started this project and the why behind this?
Of course, of course. So I've been spending a lot of time working with innovation in cities, and especially what is exciting, with the tools we have nowadays, digitalization, all of this thing, we can really rethink the cities we live in, because most of the cities, if you think about your home city, wherever you are like listening from at the moment, you know, they probably haven't been built in the last like 5 or 10 years. They are quite old, and so there's a way of reconfiguring them with the tools we have now available, and that's what's so exciting if you look especially at startups who change cities for the better.
I really like how you say the old city and a mix of new city and also with the infrastructure, because coming from Hong Kong, the first time I arrived in Germany was some really rural urban area. It was a bit exotic to me, but then after staying in Berlin, I really like this mixture. So could you tell us more about the project to actually bridge this old city and new city with all this thing?
Of course, I mean, maybe also specifically on the videos that I brought today.
Oh, yeah.
Because the struggle always is, if you talk about the future of the city, it's very hard. Like, if I told my grandmother, she wouldn't really know what to think about this. So what we thought, well, let's find a way where we can really show the people behind, you know, those projects, those initiatives that really work every day to solve problems, make processes, make cities better, even if it's just a little bit. And so that's why, actually, together with you, that was when you were behind the camera, you know, we created last year those different videos showcasing some of the movers and shakers from Berlin, and hopefully also giving the audience like a good feel for the city.
And the real taste of Berlin. So without further ado, Jonas, you can introduce the video and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Yes, pleasure to be here. I'm really happy. So we have 5 videos, each of them maybe like 2.5 minutes. So it should be quite short and sweet. And when we set out to actually create the videos, we really wanted to show a little bit the diversity of different actors, stakeholders, ideas that we have here in Berlin. One we'll start with is the Smart City Network of Berlin. And when I started on the Smart City scene in Berlin, that was in 2013, most of the people wanted to do something, they didn't know each other. And so over the last 10 years, this network was created by Berlin Partner, which is the investment promotion agency of Berlin, and they did a formidable job of really bringing the right stakeholders around the table. And so in this first video, you're going to meet Beate from the Smart City unit at Berlin Partner, and she's going to tell you a little bit about how the network works and also who's actually part of this. So enjoy. Welcome to Berlin. My name is Jonas. I'm partner at Urban Impact. We're an ecosystem builder and an innovation agency based right here in the heart of the city. What we've done over the years is build up the ecosystem and connect it to the young movers and shakers that are actually changing the city of tomorrow for the better. Nice to see you, Beate.
So thanks for inviting me.
Yes,
I'm
and
happy to be
thank you
here.
for coming over and talking with us a little bit about Berlin's smart city ecosystem and all the work that you guys have also been doing.
We started this official smart city process in 2013, so 8 years ago, with a quite small crowd of 20-30 people and players, stakeholders in the city. And now imagine our smart city community, just the organized one, consists of more than 150 entities. People look at Berlin, so we have not only our strong will to make Berlin smarter, but of course there's high expectation from outside.
One of the things we also did in collaboration with you last year was mapping also all the startups, apart from the bigger players. I think something that was surprising to both of us was how vibrant it is, how many actors there are, young startups pushing in, like, be it mobility, be it energy, be it urban farming and air quality topics, that we had more than 140 startups actually just here headquartered in Berlin who are already changing cities across the world.
And this was a good approach, because then only you know who is interested in the topic, who is willing to co-create in this process. And this is the best way to involve the willing people and stakeholders.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Beate.
Yeah, so I'm happy to be here with you and happy to co-create this process with you guys.
Okay, welcome back. I hope now you know a little bit more about some of the actors, some of the initiatives that are going on. In our second short video, I'm gonna actually speak to the Radbahn project. So right outside the venue where we are today, there is a viaduct where the subway of Berlin is actually going on. And some of you might be familiar with the High Line project in New York, which became very famous. Well, we have a Berlin version of it, and Matthias will tell you all about this. Enjoy. So now we are just here at Schlesisches Tor, and I'm excited to have Matthias with us from the Radbahn. Matthias, hey!
Jonas, so nice to see you.
Likewise.
Haven't seen you in a long time.
Yes, it's so nice being out here for you to tell us a little bit about the Radbahn project.
Yeah, well, one day there was a friend calling me, and he had lots of trouble cycling along this viaduct, and he said, I had almost an accident. I'm completely wet. Why can't we have under this viaduct just a nice cycle lane and lots of more? And that's how it all started.
Super cool. So can we actually see, maybe, shall we go underneath and see some of the spots
Okay,
there?
so let's go to this place where we are going to next year roll out a little bit of construction.
Sounds good, awesome. Let's do it, Matthias. So Matthias, this is what it looks like today. How's it gonna look like tomorrow?
Very soon it's gonna look like differently, I hope. Well, in our mind, there's something already grown. And we imagine this place to be, first, having a nice pavement in order to make it more pleasant for the cyclists to go here. And what we need, definitely have some greenery around here in order to protect visually from the traffic, and secondly, to give the feeling of being in a very long extended park. And that part of, we call it test field, it's going to happen very close, more or less 1.5 kilometers from here. I believe Cottbusser Tor and Görlitzer Bahnhof, everybody in Berlin knows it. And that's where we will build just 500 meters of a kind of experimental field, where we will not pretend that's already the final solution. We build something so that people will have the chance to evaluate, give their opinion, give suggestions. And after that evaluation, we hope that we have a basis for the politicians to go on with the project.
Matthias, all the best with the project. I'm excited to see it happening over the next coming years, and everyone else also to be able to come and visit end of next summer and test it out for the first time on their own.
Jonas, thank you for your support until now, and let's make it happen.
Perfect. So, let's walk. Welcome back from the Radbahn. I hope you are as amazed and excited about the project as we are. And also, really as a Berliner, I hope this will be turned into reality. The first part of it actually kick-started just last week here in Berlin. So come next time and see it yourself in person. So that brings me to our next little clip. Radbahn really shows also something that is important when you talk about startups and innovation being implemented in cities. You need test labs, test room, test spaces, physical spaces in the city where you can trial out new things, experiment a little bit, such as the Europe Campus. So Berlin has a bunch of these so-called future sites. Europe Campus is one of them, and you will learn all about it now. Here we are at the Europe Campus, one of Berlin's so-called future sites. What's quite special about the campus is that already a couple years ago in 2014, it hit the CO2 goals of Germany for 2050. One of the many green startups incubated here over the years on the campus is Ubitricity. And they wondered, why build new charging infrastructures for EVs if we already have infrastructure in place? In this case, the old school lamppost. How about we just retrofit it? And this is exactly what they did. So apart from startups, one of the cool things here on campus is the Simo base, and it's one of Germany's also fast smart grids that are actually fully integrated. So what you have here is both a solar roof carport, a on-site new designs for wind energy, but also having one of the biggest EV charging stations. And what it also shows is that the Europe campus really became this demonstration site for early on innovations. One of the cool projects is Climate Kick. It's a European initiative supporting green innovation across the continent. Another one is the InfraLab initiative. It's an incubator space where all the utility companies of Berlin, so be it waste, water, transport, the energy, the grid provider, come together to work on joint priorities. What's important for you to know is this is just one out of 11 future sites that we have in Berlin. And some notable being developed over the next decades, especially in the northwest of the city, with the old Tegel airport closing and the new TXL Urban Tech Republic being created. And right next to that, Siemens also announced to use their big manufacturing site at Siemensstadt and opening that up to the city to create also a future district. So all in all, this is going to become Europe's biggest urban tech cluster. Smart cities, what's in the word city, right? So how do cities innovate? A lot of cities around the world, also in Asia and Europe, doesn't matter where, they started in recent years having their own city labs. And for our next clip, we actually went to visit the Berlin one. Enjoy. Here we are at Berlin City Lab. So let's find out what it's all about. Hey Ben.
Jonas, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you for having us.
Of course, welcome.
That's so cool. Wow, it looks stunning. Where are we here? It looks kind of new, kind of old.
We are in the old offices casino of Tempelhof Airport. So this whole area used to be an airport right in the city center. Today it's Berlin's Public Innovation Lab, the City Lab Berlin. Follow me.
Cool. So tell us, what's City Lab? Why does the city have this space?
Well, City Lab is Berlin's public innovation lab. It's a space for all people from the city to just come in, contribute their ideas, collaborate together. You can meet people from the government here, but also scientists, people from civil society. And we try to co-create, come up with new ideas on the future of Berlin, how to use technology for the common good.
So I, as a citizen, I can just, if I have a good idea, I can come and talk to you?
Just like you did right now.
Perfect, that's cool.
Maybe I just show you one project we did last year that became actually quite a success. It's this one. It's also a data-based project.
Wow.
So this is a huge map of Berlin that has actually more than 750,000 trees mapped.
I find every single tree of the city on this map.
Yeah, but it gets better. You can select the trees here on the map and you can get extra information on the tree, like how old is the tree, how much water does he need. And what you can actually do is you can make an account on the site and you can take a note on that tree and, for example, mark if you watered the tree, because in the summer usually the city trees do not get enough water, and the idea was to engage citizens in actually contributing, watering the trees.
So I can actually, the tree I'm looking at,
you can adopt
when I look outside of my flat,
the tree outside of your house.
Wow.
You adopt it, you can see how much water he got in the last 30 days, and you can, in this way, coordinate with other citizens in your street so you know who takes care of what. It's an open source project, and we're already seeing other cities in Germany adapting it. Would love to see also an international partnership here. Yeah, it's quite easy to reproduce, actually.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ben, for giving us an insight into the world here that you created over the last 3 years, I know, through hard work with the whole team.
Of course, you're welcome anytime, and your visitors from all over the world as well.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Jonas.
So data, you saw how the City Lab of Berlin works with this. It's an important topic, but you don't just need software and data. Sometimes you need a makerspace, you need actually a community around this, you need investors, you need, you know, the whole ecosystem to be supporting you. And for our last clip for today, we actually went out to the Drivery, a very special place. It's Europe's largest mobility marketplace and accelerator. and co-working space. They do a lot of different cool stuff, and you'll actually get to see it now with a special car that probably some of you will recognize. So. Hi, Christian.
Jonas, good to see you.
Yes. Tell me, where are we at?
Well, this is the Drivery Berlin, and apparently we are sitting in the Ilorian project. So
the one from Back in the Future?
Yes, the one from Back in the Future, and we also have the Almanac. So basically, the founder of the Drivery, Timon Rupp, he bought this car and said, let's electrify it. So this is why it's called not the DeLorean, it's called the eLorean. Yeah, let's take a seat.
Wow, this is so cool.
Yeah.
Never thought I'd be able to sit on a DeLorean or eLorean. So tell us about the Drivery.
Yeah, we are a marketplace for mobility innovation. There's 140 companies in here. By now, it's a lot of corporations, a lot of young companies, emerging companies. And here's a success story. After 2 years, they have raised 4.7 billion euros of investments by private investors, of course.
Wow, that is quite the number. Normally, you don't hear that from like co-working spaces or
but that's the point. That's the point. We're not a co-working space. We are a co-working space. There's a lot of events, and as you see, we are here in the Maker Studios, so we are building prototypes. That's why we have a very specialized infrastructure. We have DGX stations from NVIDIA for software development. We have those garages for the development and also rollout of prototypes. We have the office space above us. There's a lot of things that we offer to make sure that the companies that come in have the best chance to scale their business. Whether it's a corporate, a startup, young company, a founder, it doesn't matter. Even the VCs are home here and go to scout for emerging players. That's a Drivery.
That's wonderful. So do you have some examples, some success stories?
Tier was here.
There was Tier here.
Yes,
I remember that.
They have been here a long time ago. Basically, they just took us as a co-working space, but they scaled to a point where we were not able to handle them anymore because the business that Mr. Leuschner does is, of course, very, very fast. But for the time being, we were able to provide them with the space that we required. But it's not about this. This is about really focusing on product market fit. And that's why we have all of this infrastructure, all of these offices available at present and at any given time.
Fantastic. I wish you all the best of luck for this, Christian.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and showing us this.
Shall we take a ride now?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's do this. It's good that you drive.
Okay, all right. Let's see, it's stick. All right, fasten your seatbelt.
I am. Let's go.
I hope this gave you a first impression of what the Berlin ecosystem looks like and all the exciting things going on. If you want to know more, don't hesitate and get in touch with us at Urban Impact. That's what we're here for. And I'm looking forward to one day, perhaps even welcome you here in Berlin.
Wow, really amazing video. I'm bet that for those of you in Asia, you really would like to come and visit Berlin right now. And your experience with the car was amazing. So Jonas, is there any future project that you have in your mind that is really exciting for you?
You know, there are actually so many future projects that we have in our mind. And I think what's the exciting thing about, if we think about all those innovators, inventors, risk takers, people who work against the status quo, there's so many of them. So I think we'll have so many cool ideas, hopefully transforming not just Berlin, but so many places around the world. I'm really not worried about this one.
Fantastic. I can't wait for this already. Thank you so much, Jonas, for you today.
It was a pleasure being here. Thank you, Isaac.
All right. Wow, that was really amazing. I didn't know that there are so many people helping to make Berlin such a much better city for everyone here to make the business. But moving on, today is Investor Day, and all startups need funding, right? But when we think about investor, we think about business people maybe a bit more restrained and not that formal. But let me tell you guys, today we have 3 gentlemen. They are full of energy. They will make you laugh and know that investment is everything that is so good in Berlin, and I don't want to steal their show anyway. So Sid, you are the moderator. You get the show right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac. Yes, as Isaac mentioned, today is the Investors Day as part of the 25th anniversary of the AsiaBerlin Summit. We host the Investors Day, especially as our investor relations, to better off, to kind of create synergies between investors in the Asian and the European regions. Of course, these are two very distinctive markets, and of course, the investment thesis of investors in each market remains very different. There are different geographies with different criteria on how investors select the startups. But here today I have two gentlemen with me. I could also say they are two of my close friends, let's say, and I would really like to draw out insights from them and hear more from them, from their experiences about living in Europe, living in Asia. They both travel quite frequently, I would say, from both of these geographies, and they're both very well versed in startup, entrepreneurship, technology, climate tech, investment topics. So yeah, Tony, I would like to start off with you. Maybe a small introduction from you, and just for our audiences live, on what you do, what made you move towards the Asian regions, being European, and what really attracts you in Asia right now.
Thank you very much, Sid. Hello, audience. It's great to connect with you. I will talk to you and not to Sid, but we know each other very well. I'm originally from Hungary, been in and out of Asia for almost 15 years now. I lived in Hong Kong for 11 years now, went back to Singapore where I started my Asia journey. One of the main reasons why I moved back to Singapore is because we are launching now a decarbonization-focused growth stage technology fund, and Singapore is just an amazing place for these kind of initiatives, these kind of companies to be and to be located at, to be headquartered at. So I will talk later more about what we do and why Singapore is very relevant, but why Hong Kong is still relevant for certain businesses, but I will let Miguel to introduce himself.
Yeah. Just before we give it to Miguel, I just want to point out a stark difference here between these two gentlemen, actually. So one of this guy is a European guy who moved to Asia, and then we have an Asian guy who's moved to Europe and is trying to bridge the corridor. So just before we head off, Miguel, just wanted to showcase that difference between the two of you.
Thank you very much, Sid. It makes total sense to point it out, because it wouldn't have been obvious to most people. Yeah, so I'm a Filipino based in Berlin, been here for 5 years now, and I've set up my fund here called Unifier Ventures. We're an early stage fund doing seed and pre-seed companies, and our thesis is investing in Europe and helping these European companies expand to Southeast Asia. Of course, as investors, we also have an opportunistic eye for companies that want to expand to Europe. So we also have invested in Southeast Asian companies doing that opposite move as well, similar to me. And that's where I can share my experiences of landing here in Germany and Berlin, why I chose Berlin, which was probably a big topic for us today as well. But yeah, I'm very happy to be here. It's very exciting to be here in Berlin. So for those of you out there, you really need to come and join one of our summits very soon.
Great, thank you so much, Miguel. I just wanted to ask a follow-up questions, and I want to phase this in two parts. As in I want to focus on startup founders, which are early stages or first-time founders, coming from these respective geographies, and then for scale-ups, which are probably startups which have an established product. They have now the capital to actually expand into the other geographies. So let's say we start with talking about the first-time founders starting up in Philippines or in Europe. What kind of differences do you see in these two markets at this moment, and what would you expect in terms of the growth that these startups might expect being from these two geographies in terms of the landscape and how the countries or the geographies are positioned at this moment?
Right. I think the big difference is Philippines obviously is still a very young startup ecosystem, right? So we don't have this waves of exited founders that have then turned around and become angel investors, reinvested in the ecosystem, because this creates more growth, right? Like it expedites the growth. We don't have that yet. We're only starting to get there. And that also means that in terms of the skill set of founders, it's still just improving, right? Like we don't have a lot of people that have gone through hyperscale in the Philippine economy, startup ecosystem. Across emerging markets, there are very few of them. So the trickle down is happening right now, right? Now here in Europe, a big part of why I'm excited is because we're there already, right? So now there is so much more growth that we are seeing where these startups have seen it. They've done it themselves. They've worked in unicorns, have now started their own companies. And the growth that I'm seeing is much faster. But like I said, we're investing in both regions. We see the opportunities in both. But like clearly, like for us, Europe, we're seeing a lot faster growth.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then Tony, maybe on the scale-up side, so we see, of course, a lot of European startups now being quite prominent in Southeast Asia. What would be your 2 tips on these scale-ups that are expanding in the Asian regions now? On what should they look out for? What are the key challenges being based in that region for a while now? What would be kind of your advice to these scale-ups that they should actually say that, okay, these are the things that I really need to always look out for and not make mistakes with your experiences?
Okay, I will break the answer into 2 parts. One, a general answer, the other, decarbonization related answer. Okay.
I did want to touch on that, but
later. Okay.
You can actually.
Okay, I will tackle both. Okay. So, in general, for people that do not have, and I mean people, founders, management team who do not have experience in Asia, I just encourage everyone to go there ASAP, because the 21st century is dubbed as the Asian century for a very good reason. There's population growth, there's urbanization, there's consumerism expanding, and the middle classes are expanding in every single market. And we are talking about markets of a couple of billion people collectively. Two-thirds of the world's population actually lives in the Asia-Pacific region. And most of the growth comes from that region, and most of the growth of the coming decades is expected to come from the region. So just go there, the opportunities are there, the markets are there, practically in any single sector that you're working with. And specifically in decarbonization, we have a global mandate investing into and engaging with growth stage startups that are ready to contribute to the decarbonization of Asia. The opportunity is probably even bigger. We believe it's the biggest opportunity of this decade, and I will just give you 2 data points. One, 50% or more than 50% of the world's CO2 emissions actually come from Asia, and 2 years ago there were practically no countries except Bhutan that had a net zero commitment, and since 2 years ago China, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, India, Thailand, Vietnam have all net zero commitments. This is very new, and it's an incredible opportunity for growth, for making an impact, making a lot of money as well. And it's also a great place to be. So I really encourage everyone to go and try and give your best.
As you can all see, probably that Tony is really passionate about decarbonization and climate tech solutions and sustainability. So thank you, Tony, for showing us your passion. Miguel, would be nice to know for the viewers as well, what is it that really excites you? What is something that you're really passionate about and drives you every day with technology?
Future work, that's what excites me. So I'm a future of work investor. As a fund, we're agnostic, but as personally, I've been investing in future work, 8 companies now the last 3 years. This is one of these verticals where we're looking to fill in gaps, right? And as a Southeast Asian investor based in Europe, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for solutions that do not exist locally. When you look at a lot of these markets, it's starting off with the usual tree, right? This triangle of e-commerce, fintech, logistics tech, right? Like people buy something, people pay for something, people deliver something. Most of the technologies are there. But now you have all of these companies building stuff. You need technologies to actually support these fast-growing companies. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for these technologies to help you scale up, to help large corporates. So work technologies, productivity, collaboration, that's what excites me.
Great, thank you so much, guys. I guess in the end, I would like to say that you've heard 2 different perspectives with 2 different passion points coming from 2 different geographies. But in the end, everybody's trying to make the world a better place, trying to make technology work out for the humankind in general and for the greater good. And I think with that note, we are also out of time, and we really thank you all for joining us today and watching us live here on the AsiaBerlin TV. And all right, goodbye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, as I promised you before, right? They have a lot of energy and they share a lot of content about investment. That was really amazing. But moving on next, we have someone from SAP. She's the global head of artificial intelligence, Dr. Feiyu Xu. And she's going to share a lot about how to commercialize AI and bring AI into the business. She also has a warming message to the AsiaBerlin community. So let's get started.
First of all, could you briefly give us a short intro? Who is Feiyu Xu and what do you stand for?
Hi, Yuta. My name is Feiyu. I was born in China, grew up in China. I'm now a German AI scientist. During my undergraduate studies at Shanghai Tongji Universities, I decided to leave China for studying in Germany. And I studied computational linguistics at the Saarland University. After I finished my master, I worked as research and the software engineer at the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence at the DFKI. Now I'm Senior Vice President of SAP, serving as Global Head of AI.
Thank you so much. My first question to you is, could you give the audience insights about your personal experience with startups?
I have been a long-time supporter of startups. I founded my own startup company almost 15 years ago. The company was a spin-off of German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, DFKI. I know both the exciting elements and also the true challenges of a startup company. This has helped me to grow very quickly. The excitement spells ambitious people, innovation, out-of-the-box thinking. The challenges include finding realistic business models, building up winning teams, and of course, obtaining investment. As a startup CEO, I had to do all of these things. Here at AsiaBerlin, it's amazing to see the impressive meetup of startups, investors, and political decision makers. It's such a great mix. The air is filled with entrepreneur spirit.
So, Fei, why is Asia so important for AI and other high-tech innovation?
Especially China, but also Japan, Korea, India, and Singapore, they are among the world leaders in the new technologies. Europe has been doing quite well in the basic research and had a long history in AI. However, when it comes to scaling up and commercialization, Asia is faster and more decisive. In AI commercialization, the European industry has fallen behind North America and Asia, in particular in AI for the internet and the consumer products. But European, including German AI, still has great potential, especially in enterprise software, ranging from smart manufacturing to the intelligent enterprise. Berlin features a powerful AI ecosystem with startups, incubators, and the development labs of international companies. Close collaboration in research, development, and commercialization between German and the Asian partners could have immense mutual benefits. These partners can include organizations of many different types, not only companies and research centers, but also public users and supporters of new technologies. AsiaBerlin is an excellent forum for seeding and nurturing such collaborations.
For talking about this amazing AI technology from SAP. But now we come back to something down to earth. As you can see here, there's something, I don't know what is this, but now let's go to the amazing elevator pitch moderator, Nadine Jira.
Thank you, Isaac, for that amazing introduction. I have talked to other new startups today, and we're going to do our famous startup pitch, elevator pitch round. And yeah, it's not all about digitalization. The future also beholds something creative. Our next guest, my next candidate, is from the startup Elnura. And I want to ask him up on stage. Edward, do you want to stand next to me? Hello. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How about
Yeah.
you?
Thank you. I'm fine. I'm learning new things every day, and you brought living creatures into my studio. What is that?
It's actually black soldier fly larvae.
Thank you.
It's actually black soldier fly larvae.
Okay. That is your teammates? That is your teammates? Are they working for you in the startup? That's going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to your pitch. Are you ready?
I hope so.
Cool. I will set the timer. This is your camera you're looking into, and I would give it a go now.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. My name is Edward Adiwijaya, and I'm the founder of Elnura. Our company is based in Surabaya, second biggest city in Indonesia. Surabaya is now having a huge problem in organic waste. We are producing 1,500 tons of organic waste daily, and we are here to solve that problem by using black soldier fly. While we are solving that problem, we are also providing our local farmers with a way more sustainable and cheaper solution for animal feed. Our products are live larvae, dried larvae, and also the oil from the larvae. And we are also developing a new product, a fertilizer that has vaccine-like function for plants. And next year, we are aiming for bigger production, and therefore, we need your support. And for further information, please visit us at Indonesia Embassy's booth. Thank you for listening, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Edward. That was on point. Thank you for making it so sharp. This is really interesting what the future beholds. Thank you, and I would clear the space now for our next startup, Terima kasih. And I have been to Indonesia, beautiful day, a beautiful, beautiful country. I would say we would clear the space now for our next startup pitch. Thank you so much. You can take your teammates with you now. Would you give them a hand? Take it already. Thank you so much. And we are coming back to a classic Berlin techie image, and I would say software development is obviously also something we are always focusing on here. And our next presenter, Panji, I would like to ask him up on stage.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you for being so brave to come here and pitch from scratch. We just asked you a couple of hours ago, and you were flying in from where?
Indonesia.
Wow, directly. Oh, wow.
So two of us from Indonesia.
Cool. Focusing on one country today. That makes things easy. Are you ready for your 1 minute elevator pitch?
Yeah, I hope so.
Perfect. Here's your camera, and I would say start.
Hello, my name is Panji from Indonesia. My startup name is Kiwi. We are developing online queuing system and crowd monitoring system to increase customer satisfaction and experience. The thing is about queuing is based on research from MIT, people like us spend 2 years of our lives just to queue. And queuing also causes a problem for a business. Retailer around the world cost 37 billion US dollar per year just to handle the queue management. So we came up with a simple solution when people can queue from anywhere just with their phone. So it's easier, and also it helps business to manage their customer data and loyalty management. It's already been 2 years of our startup, and right now we have already 200 more companies and institutions from around the world, and also we have 35,000 users, active users per month. That's short introduction about Kiwi. I think if you want more, you can visit our website or you can follow our Instagram at kiwi.official. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you also, exactly. You can visit the website, it's on our banner, and thank you very, very much.
Yeah,
enjoy the event still, and also a little bit of Berlin.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we are coming to our next program, and I am finishing this round with the startup elevator pitch.
Hi, everyone. We all know that as a startup, you always want to have the local talent or from somewhere else in the world to fulfill the need for the skills that you need to actually help your business to scale internationally and develop better product and service. But we all know that sometimes it's just not so easy to find those people. And even if you could find them abroad, it may take so much time because of the local regulations, the visa, or even setting up a legal entity. So what if I tell you that in this world that every single second counts, there's a faster way, a more efficient way to do that. And today, I'm so happy to bring you Tom, the CEO of Horizons, which can make that happen. Hello, Tom. Welcome on board.
Isaac, very good to be here. Hello, everybody.
So, really, I heard about the magic of how you can help companies to actually hire faster, no matter where they are in the world. Could you please guide us through?
Yeah, perfect. Again, very great to be here. So Horizons, we've built a software platform for companies to hire anybody, anywhere, without having to incorporate legal entities and without having to worry about payroll and tax compliance. To give you a very concrete example, you're a Singapore-based company, you want to hire an engineer, software engineer in the Philippines. Normally what you would do, you would need to set up a local entity, which is very expensive, time-consuming, there's also risk associated with it. Or what you can also do, you can hire the person as a contractor. Hiring as a contractor, also called freelancer, might also entail risks for compliance or IP rights, etc. So with Horizons, with our platform, what you can actually do is go online, you can generate a local compliant employment contract, and you can start onboarding staff in a new market in a matter of days. How this is done, actually quite simple. It's that Horizons becomes the local employer of record, meaning the staff is hired with our local entity in the relevant markets. Yeah, and nowadays we're 115 people as of today. We have 7 regional offices across the globe. And are growing very, very rapidly. Yeah.
Well, when you mention about this process, it sounds like so easy. As with something like this, people have imagined it takes even months, right, for the contract, for all the bureaucracy. But as the people here, we always want to know a little bit more. Like, was there some personal experience you have? How come you realize this problem, and how do you start this project? What was the why?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So it was back in 2018 when I was an expatriate living in Shanghai, China, together with my friend Antoine, and we worked at a small consulting firm based in China, and we helped foreign companies to enter the Chinese market. And I mean, what we saw is that it's very complicated. It was very cost intensive, and basically foreign companies really struggled with entering the market. So what we came across one day was a solution called Employer of Record, where we saw, hey, foreign companies don't necessarily need to set up a legal entity and go through this lengthy process. They can just go through an Employer of Record and have the staff hired by them. So that was the point basically where we thought, hey, we're young, let's try it ourselves. And here we are. Luckily, it's working quite well, I would say. Yeah.
I would say that's a perfect example of how you try to solve your personal problem and then to scale it to help the mass media out there, right? That's fantastic. To be honest with you, I always want to live abroad. And I knew that sometimes for people who want to get a job when they were being abroad, they needed a local experience, right? And I think it would be amazing for those people who have a future plan to come to Europe, for example, if they get a chance to work for a European company already, and then before they come, it's just amazing. So I wish I knew your project before, so I don't have to come all the long way to study in Germany and make my German dream come true, basically.
Yeah, fully agree. I think it's also our vision, what we have. We basically want to tear down borders of global employment, meaning that nowadays I think companies shouldn't be restricted where they should hire, but also for employees. I mean, they should be able to live and work wherever they want to work. I think they should not just go to one office if they want to work in the Philippines or work in Thailand. They should be able to do that, and that's actually what we want to accomplish. Yeah.
I like that you always mention Singapore, Philippines, Thailand. Looks like you're a beach person, am I correct?
100% correct. Yeah.
I got you. Well, you talk about the global market. So since this is an AsiaBerlin event, I definitely want to know more about how's your focus in Asia and how do you want to connect to the Asian job market as well?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, so we set up the company in Shanghai, China in 2018, and ever since, Asia has been the core market for us. It's I would call it always our home territory. It's where most of our clients are from. It's most where our clients are expanding. So Singapore to the Philippines, China to India, and really cross Asia Pacific. But also now at the same time, many European companies, many North American companies expanding into the Asia Pacific region. So I think this is still our core market, and yeah, definitely our key focus for the next couple of years. Yeah.
I see. And how do you see the demand? I can imagine a lot of Europeans like you would like to live in Thailand and work there. So what about the Asian market? Is there more demand from one side or to the other side?
So what I would say is that if you look at Europe or North America, especially in the tech market, is that there's a massive shortage of tech talents. So companies are really struggling to find proper talents. So what we enable them is they can get a job ad live in Asia Pacific, and they can interview people software engineers in India, in the Philippines, anywhere, and they don't need to recruit based on the country. They can just recruit the best person that they find, yeah, basically with our help, yeah.
So have you used your own platform to hire someone as well for your own company?
Of course. I mean, now we have, so as I said, we have 7 regional offices, but we have 29 countries live where we have people remote. And of course, like our internal staff uses our platform to relocate, to be employed, to get their payslip, to access their benefits, etc. Yeah.
I see. Can you share with our audience one really particularly good story or example how you help someone wherever they are to find their dream job and live abroad or something like that?
There are a lot good stories. I would say that we had one particular client. It was actually Swire, the Swire Group. I think they're quite famous in Asia Pacific. They're based out in Hong Kong, and they had one candidate that they had employed with their entity in Europe. I'm not familiar about the exact market. I think it was in Germany, and this person wanted to relocate in the same time zone and move to South Africa. So what we did basically, we helped Swire, a small subsidiary of Swire and the logistics group. We helped them to facilitate the employment of this person. So basically, yeah, the person could just relocate in a couple of weeks, move to South Africa, and is living there now, and is basically doing the same job, but living in a new location. Yeah.
I have never seen such a topic about job market hunting that is so positive like how you project here. To be honest, I can even see some potential opportunities, like someone just moved abroad, but then maybe it's hard for them because they don't know the local language, for example. But then they find a company back in their hometown which can hire them despite that they're being abroad, right? I think this could also be a successful use case, isn't it?
100% correct. I think an example that that we see now a lot is that many Chinese students, they go to the US, they study there, they go to top universities, they find a job, but in the long run they feel, hey, I actually want to move back to China, I want to be closer to my family. And then the American company, they will be like, wait, I mean, we don't have a subsidiary in China, we don't even know how to pay you in China, it's very complicated. And I guess that's where like our solution comes in and really provides, I would say, an added value to both sides. I think it's important to do something good for the company, to help them to scale, but at the same time also do something for the employees, for them to give them opportunities to really work from wherever they want to work.
Really impressive, Tom. So for the last question, do you have some warm message or something to convince other people or anything you want to share with our audience there?
I would need to think. I would say that there shouldn't be any borders in the future, and I think that the best talents are not always in front of your doors. I think companies should really think back, take a step back, and think about it on a bigger picture. I would say that maybe talents are not in the same continent, but maybe on a totally different country. Yeah, and that's, I guess, I just would emphasize companies to look a bit further beyond. Yeah.
So thank you, Tom. And for those, remember, now we are living in a luxury world that if you want to live somewhere else or work for companies that is abroad, it's totally possible. It starts with you, and do it right now. Thank you once again, Tom.
Thank you very much, Isaac, for having me. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for the sharing from Horizons. I didn't know that finding local talent can be that easy. But moving on, before we close up all the TV show, I would like to make a little challenge because, Nadine, please come here. You have been introducing this elevator pitch, right? But I was wondering, how come you don't have your own pitch? So now, I don't care, it's your turn, go on.
Thank you, Isaac. Have you ever noticed in events like these, you meet a lot of startups owners and founders and networkers. But as soon as you're asking, what are you doing? They entangle in a very long speech and you don't really understand the point. I am Nadine Schierer, and together with my colleague Isaac, we are a 1-minute video and we are helping startups creating their perfect pitch and visualizing them in a 1-minute video. We're doing that to figure out what kind of values the startups have and engaging emotional story, and then we are creating a perfect, super cool video out of this. I am happy to present 1-minute video, and today with another hat on, my dear colleague and co-founder Isaac Lau.
Thank you so much, Nadine, for this instant challenge. Thank you.
Thank
Please.
you.
All right, as the last two part, today I would like to take this opportunity just for a few minutes because when I was walking around the AsiaBerlin Summit, I realized that, of course, we see people who are so in the high hierarchy, like they're so famous and successful, but actually I also see some amazing students and even young people here. And when I talk to them, I just want to give them a really wonderful message right now to give them some motivation. So you see, with the new generation, sometimes we feel like we don't want to have the normal career path. Maybe we want to do something different. Because deep down, inside your heart, you know that there's an idea you really want to push forward to make the world a better place. But you have self-doubt. You were wondering, maybe I'm not good enough, maybe it's even too late because I'm 27 or something like that already. But I want to share with you that it's never too late because I was one of those people who used to be in Hong Kong who do what my parents want me to do, just to work in the investment banking career. But I know that was not really my heart calling. So one day, I just decided I need to do something, but I don't know what exactly. So the worst thing that can happen to our life is that you get stuck. So you do the same thing every single day, and eventually it's just a waste of time, right? So one day I just quit a job, and that one night I met a German guy, and I know what you're thinking. I wish there was a German girl because the story would be so much more dramatic, cinematic, and romantic. But it's a German guy, but that's okay. He told me to come to Germany and study, and I listened to his advice even though it was almost on the deadline for the application. And long story short, I am here in Germany, and the rest is history. But the thing is, once I arrived in Germany, I didn't know what to do until I saw an event called AsiaBerlin. Again, I have no clue what AsiaBerlin is. All I know is I am Asian and I am in Berlin. So why can't I go there? And from there, I met amazing organizations like AMPAC and then Dr. Rainer Schreiner from the Senat Berlin. And they helped me step by step to make my journey amazing, to do my own business now that I really love doing every single day. So my little message to you is, yes, there's always what if it doesn't work, but what if it works? And also, do not forget that, yes, we may be getting older and older every day, right? But today is actually the youngest day in your life ever for the remaining of your life. Think about that. So if you are just waiting a little bit patient, I really hope that you can take this courage to do what you want so that one day I can see you here in AsiaBerlin Summit to show me your startup, how you can create the world a better place. And that's my little message. A little bit, please. I was still. Yeah. So, welcome back. And in this last section, how can I close up this summit without introducing someone who is so important for this AsiaBerlin? Because standing next to me, this amazing lady, Kabi, she is the project lead for the AsiaBerlin project, and she has been so passionate about the AsiaBerlin project since a few years ago already. And this show, again, would not be happening without her. So welcome again, Kabi.
Thank you, Isaac.
Please tell me, how do you feel about this year with the event so far?
I'm so excited. Still, we have passed already the main days, Monday, Tuesday, today is Wednesday. So we had a full program, a lot of startups and investors here, stakeholders interested for building this bridge, finding solutions for the future. And we really enjoyed, each talk. And yeah, next time, please join us in person because the networking area here is so full and active. I mean, we enjoy. No one wants to leave, right?
Amazing. I like how you say about the future. But talking about the future, I know you have some amazing future things to tell our audience, right? What is that?
So the future, what is coming in AsiaBerlin? We are going to be part of the De Good conference and fair on the 14th and 15th of October. We have a booth there, so if anyone is around, please come to us and join. So the next very exciting thing is we are going to Singapore and Indonesia on 24th of October again, a little bit after the fair. So we are going with 10 startups to the biggest innovation week, like the biggest conference for innovation in Singapore. The Switch will take place from 24 to 28, and as well 2 more conferences sector related. So the application form is already in our website, on the AsiaBerlin website. Please join us. We are doing, what's really important is it's not just a delegation trip and not just a conference. We are matchmaking beforehand already your needs with the right stakeholders there. So, okay, this is one of the delegation trips. Another delegation trip is in November to in India. It's the Innovation Challenge. We are finding solutions with startups from Berlin and India for the state of Karnataka in mobility. And we're going and will be part of the Bangalore Tech Summit. So our partners in both delegation trips is Berlin partner as well, so to mention that. So we have a really big network to activate and explore. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things. I could continue right now, but I think these are the most important ones for the next dates. Yeah.
Well, I really wish I could keep continuing because I just see great news, more events, India, Singapore. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So to our audience online, on behalf of MPAC and as a project lead on AsiaBerlin, is there any final welcome message or hello you would like to say to the audience?
I just want to see you next year in person here, and I want to meet you. I want to network with you. I want to see you on stage. Yeah, let's see who's expanding through us, right?
So you heard the lady. Welcome once again. Thank you so much, Kalbi.
Thank you, Isaac.
Thank you. So, yeah, Vic.
Leave. No, leave.
No, you can send it. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Please use this camera. Kimbo, I need this camera. I need this camera. So, I have to say that now I'm so pumped up, but this is the part where every movie shows the boring credit scenes. But we don't have to make it boring because, thank you for helping me. I would like to introduce one guy, please. Martin, come on board here. Because this guy, Martin, the AsiaBerlin TV show is his idea, is his baby, is his girlfriend, love for every single thing. And that's why you have to say some words about the AsiaBerlin TV and what do you feel right now?
Sure. First of all, I'm super happy that now on the 3rd day we can see that the summit actually worked out really well. And one of the parts why it worked out really well is the AsiaBerlin TV. So last year we had an experience that was not as intuitive, I would say, and not as fluid as this one. What we did last year was like we just straightforward streamed 5 stages parallel. And that was very overwhelming for visitors because they had to switch between 5 different programs. That was one problem. The second problem was in the afternoon things delay, right? So you have like 5 minutes there, 5 minutes there, and like so people just can't really plan their experience anymore. Plus, once you're in Asia, everything is anyway off with the time zone, right? So this year we decided, let's just strip it down, put everything in one live stream, and that live stream then should have an extra, I would say, like the extra cream on top. So we not only wanted to stream the center stage, we also wanted to give you an extra special experience where I'm really, really happy that Isaac and the team behind there, he's actually a big team in the studio, that makes it possible for you to have this experience at your doorstep right now.
What a wonderful thank you message that we are the cream on the show. I love this. Thank you so much, Martin. And now to close this section, I just want to show this amazing technical team here, because without them, this cannot be happening. First of all, Roy, who is the boss of Third Nature Studio. He is the one who leading the whole team to make this happen. Secondly, this amazing lady here, I'm actually making fun because I want to show her on the camera. Lala, to make all the organization and make me so calm for the whole event as well. And of course, all the other technical, my friends here with the audio, with the camera. And could you please stand here? And then now we can change to this wide angle camera here. This is the camera guy who has been holding this heavy gimbal the whole time. So once again, I'm really grateful to be here with all of you guys, and it's my pleasure here to show you this wonderful show here, and see you next year. Bye-bye.
So, good to see you all here. My name is Sam Vakili. This panel is going to be actually all about the acceleration, how you can actually get to the European market, or from the European market, how you can actually get to the APAC region. And that is actually the idea behind the whole panel today. But what I'm going actually to talk first, because it's actually one of the last presentations today, so I would love to start it a bit personal, talking about myself, talking about my experience, and then also dive into why acceleration, why you need actually to expand to new markets, why that makes sense actually to think faster, execute actually faster, and so on and so forth. As I said, my name is Sam Vakili. I'm from Hamburg actually here. So the company Invest in Tech, I established it in 2020. We are focusing right now on cross-border activities. As part of our whole activity is basically helping scale-ups, companies, startups coming over here to Germany. Just to briefly mention about the companies that we are working closely with partners, experts from the region, mainly from Singapore and Hong Kong, as well as here in Germany. We are in close contact with the city of Hamburg, Hamburg Invest, city of Cologne, Berlin, and we are basically helping scale-ups and startups come over here. Let me jump into the personal story. So a couple of years ago, that was exactly as I said, my background coming actually from the VC side. I've been working on the VC sector for now 15 years and so on and so forth. I was at the peak of my career working with a lot of VCs, a lot of funds and startups and so on and so forth. And then suddenly I diagnosed with a cancer actually. And people say that, okay, doctors, of course, say that, okay, that's a really critical situation and you need to shut down everything, go to hospital, do something for that thing. Otherwise, that's going to last like a couple of months and so on. So I said, okay, let's get rid of all the VC and funding stuff. Life, of course, is the most important one. So I jumped actually on the other side of the life, which the part that the time is the most important asset that we all have. And sometimes we actually think that, okay, if we are thinking about startups, scale-ups, companies that we are establishing and we are expanding to new markets and so on, we always have time. Let's do first this and that and take care of those companies, that company, and then we are basically getting to the moment that the time is passing by and the go-to-market is actually already over. So what I'm trying to say from my personal story is that consider time as an asset in your business as well. Of course, in our life, time is always an asset, and we know it when you face actually a situation like this that I faced. Thank God I actually overcome the whole thing after a couple of months, but I had to shut down everything. But the idea is that even in a personal life or in a professional life, you need actually to think wisely and also consider time in all your calculations. And that's something that need to be also considered when you're a company and you want to actually expand to new markets. And that's where the time to market comes in. And we are one of the companies that helping basically scale-ups and startups coming over to the Germany, and as I said, internationalize the German companies over to the Singapore and Hong Kong. We have had a lot of cases so far, but the cases that we are working and have a success story on that is like basically more than 250 projects we were involved in one way or another, but we already have clients from different sectors, different areas, and different niches as well. So cybersecurity, for example, is one of them that we are closely working with, and also like the fintech, different verticals, and so on. What is worth actually mentioning in expansion, apart from the time that I already mentioned here, which is important to consider, it is the strategy of the go-to-market. And you have to always, as a startup or scale-up, decide what kind of strategy should be in place in order to get to the new market. And that cannot be done without studies, without actually looking at or having research on that target industry and target market. Having said about Germany, we have been actually looking into different areas in Germany. Invest in Tech is actually focusing right now in different technology areas, being it actually smart cities and anything underneath of the smart city like e-mobility, PropTech. We have been studying the whole market, and we are also providing for our clients from that region also know-how and research about the market, and also always consider the fact that when it comes to specific markets, the stakeholder mapping is something crucial. So you need to know who are the players in that market, in that specific market that you're gonna actually tackle. Being it actually a reseller strategy that you want to pursue, being it actually establishing a footprint, a company, an entity here in Germany or over there in Singapore, you need to know who is actually in this place and basically the stakeholders, being it investors, being it actually the government, institutions, which are really powerful here in Germany, NGOs who can really help to accelerate your basically network here in Germany and so on. And that's the other way around as well. Our experience in Singapore through our partners shows that's always important to get in touch with basically NGOs and also associations and get to know them closely in order to be actually accelerate in your expansion and go-to-market strategies. That's one thing, stakeholder mapping, market research I just mentioned. And the third thing is basically when you want to tackle the new market, of course, you're looking actually for funding. And when you want to expand to new market and get the investors on board, it's always important to take all those cultural differences also in mind, because there are different way of approaching people when it comes to especially investors. But my experience, I have my career in Vienna. I started actually from Vienna, Austria. So even Vienna, the Viennese investors are different than the German investors if you want to talk to them. I mean, if you want to go actually in Vienna and close the deal, which I have been doing that, you have to go and have a couple of drinks with those investors. They really know that, okay, you are someone serious about your project and your industry, and then pitch it actually during those sessions and so on. And then actually your last meeting going to be at the office. Of course, the first introduction going to be also at the office, but the last one to just sign those agreements going to be actually at the office. So the process should be actually considered as well, and that is the cultural difference that I just mentioning, and wanted actually to discuss it here. We are also open to, basically, as I said, based on our track record, we have been also helping a lot of companies to be able to raise funds in Germany and in DACH region, in German-speaking countries, helping them to understand who would be actually the best counterpart and investor on board, because, again, investor, always companies should be looking at investor as a partner, basically, because they're bringing money and they will see it actually at one of your basically voting seats. So you have to always be careful how you want to help basically have them on board and then build a relationship on top of that. And you already know me, so I already explained. But my last word here is that some companies, based on the experience that we have, as I said, the cybersecurity company we are working right now closely with, and also other companies that coming from the smart cities, basically vertical, they look at Germany as an entry point to the whole Europe. So which is quite fair. It's an important way of looking at it. But what is important is that how you want to enter to the German market. As I said, all those components should be taken care of, looking at it from the research point of view, looking at the vertical, and then coming actually to the next step, which basically is understanding the stakeholder, having this stakeholder mapping in place, and then discussing if you need actually investors to have on board. Also look at the investor scene and understand what is needed actually in terms of the culture as well as like documentation to be provided to those investors. At the end of the whole discussion and the whole process, what we are usually suggesting our scale-ups and startups to do is that you need to understand that you are entering to a new market. You have to be patient. There are processes in place. Even to get a POC and the pilot project, you need to actually go after even the medium-sized companies in Germany. They need a relatively shorter period of time in terms of the decision-making. But of course, you have to always keep everything in place and takes time to get a POC, to get a pilot running here in Germany. My last point, and I'm gonna get the mic to the next speaker here, is that time is the most important thing that you as a company or in your personal life will face. I mean, if you wanna see that the investors are investing on what, they're investing on your time, basically. They're investing to see how much you're gonna actually spend from your basically timeline, from your personal time to this specific project. And that is why I'm saying that the time in your personal life as well as in your professional life is an asset. And then in some critical points, that's gonna be actually even more important, which gonna be like go-to-market strategy, time to market, and so on and so forth. Hope that I could actually help you to some point. I mean, and looking forward to see you around after this talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sam, for that inspiring talk, and we hope to see you again as soon as you come back next time to Berlin. And now I would like to introduce the next speaker, Mr. Paneer. He's flown in from India and is managing one of India's largest, or probably Asia, or probably the world's largest incubation spaces called T-Hub. We had the pleasure to visit him actually in India, and I'll let you introduce yourself and go move forward with your talk. Maybe a round of applause for Mr. Paneer as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Sid, and very good afternoon to all of you. And it's my pleasure to be in Berlin. I think it's my first time, but having a very wonderful time here. And thank you for being here this afternoon. So I take this opportunity to kind of introduce T-Hub. T-Hub is technology hub based out of Hyderabad in India, and Sid, it's actually the world's largest innovation campus. So it's a 13.1-acre campus comprising of 3 entities: technology hub, T-Works, which is again India's largest rapid prototyping facility. And the third is 4 towers of 16.5 lakh square feet of space dedicated to emerging technologies like AI, ML, gaming, animation, VFX, and the metaverse and everything that you can, quantum computing. So it's actually, it's in its full capacity. It will house about 2,000 startups. Right now, we have about 750 startups in the building. So we have 10-story building. So it's kind of, Telangana is a state in Hyderabad, in India, the youngest state of the 29 states that we are, right? But it's one of the most matured innovation ecosystem in the country, right? So we have 9, actually, the 10th institution is in its early stages. We have 9 institutions that are driving what we call the innovation network of Telangana. The first and foremost, T-Hub, Technology Hub, is at the epicenter of all of this. I'll talk about it a little bit more detail as we go about, but I would also like to introduce the other entities like V-Hub, Women Entrepreneurship Hub, which is focused on women entrepreneurship, which was an outcome of the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in 2017, where women entrepreneurs were the focus of the entire summit. So in V-Hub, you don't even have to be, no MVP required, nothing. You just need to walk in and say, hey, I want to be an entrepreneur, and they will facilitate everything that you should be doing to become an entrepreneur. The third entity is TASK. It's Telangana Academy of Skill and Knowledge. So it's an entity dedicated to skilling and knowledge development, creating a pipeline of talent for entrepreneurs. Either you work for an entrepreneur or be an entrepreneur yourself. So it is an entity dedicated to creating talent pipeline. If you're a startup, if you're a corporate setting up shop in the Telangana region, all you need to do is to give your curriculum to TASK. They will identify the talent. They will train the talent absolutely free of cost for you. So you can actually get started to and be ready to start your operations on day one. So TASK is an amazing, one of its kind entity in the country, followed by T-Works. As I mentioned, T-Works is India's largest rapid prototyping facility. It's spread over 75,000 square feet of space with state-of-the-art machines, right from a 3D printer to a CNC machine, everything that a manufacturing startup or an engineering startup needs. And this is a pay-per-use facility, right? As an entrepreneur, you have challenges when you're doing your prototyping. You need to go to a manufacturer. You need to request for some amount of time they would not agree to stop their production, make samples for you or small batches for you. That's a huge challenge. So here is a facility that is dedicated entirely for entrepreneurs. You can just book a 3D printer for 4 hours. You can book a CNC machine. You can book, so they have the woodwork studio, they have a pottery studio, they have a metallurgy studio. Everything is there in this facility. You just need to go and book your time, get your prototype done, and get back to designing better and better things there, right? So that's T-Works. It's India's largest rapid prototyping facility, right? And then we have RICH, which is called Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. And researcher, it's basically an entity dedicated to kind of commercializing research that has happened in the academia. Right? In Hyderabad, we have about 35 institutes of excellence, triple IT, IIT, Law University, we have business schools. All of them are doing amazing work in terms of research, but very few actually make it to the market. Right? There's no fun if there's so much amount of research that is happening and if they don't really hit the market. So Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, they're a dedicated team of about 25 people who are working exclusively on bringing the academia research into market. And their focus areas are clean tech, agri-tech, and med-tech. Right? That's primarily the most important element to kind of bring all the research into the marketplace. And of course, followed by NCAM. NCAM is National Center for Additive Manufacturing. we all know, I mean, one of the things I'm super impressed with Berlin is to see water bottles, glass bottles, and less of plastic. You know, I was in a few other I was in US a few weeks back, and I was in UK a few weeks back. The amount of plastics was really disturbing for us to see how much we are really. But in Berlin, ever since I landed, I've seen a very conscious use of glass, recyclable material, and the way things are happening in a very sustainable manner. So that's something that caught my eye. And so we know the perils of the plastic. So the National Center for Additive Manufacturing and Material Science in Hyderabad is focusing on how we can use different fibers, plant-based fibers, metal product, powder-related materials. So kind of focusing on alternative materials and material science. So that's something, again, very much part of the innovation network. And the another important element is we don't want this whole innovation to be a very urban thing. We don't want it to be a very just limited to the urban class. So TSIC, which is Telangana State Innovation Cell, is an organization dedicated for rural innovation and frugal innovation. So it's about working with schools in the rural areas, schools in the or innovators in the rural areas, and they make sustainable and more relevant innovation for their livelihood. And it's not about AI ML, it's not about metaverse. It's about something that they can improve their quality of life on a day-to-day basis. So there is a dedicated organization that drives rural innovation among students, and innovation among young innovators. So that's something which we look at. The last, but not the least, the entity is National Center for Design. We all know the importance of design, and we all know the importance of how it kind of improve our quality of life. So it's something work in progress. So National Center for Design is also something coming up in the market. So a very comprehensive, a very complete innovation ecosystem it's being created with the support of the government. And of course, some of you had the opportunity to visit it in the month of May. I take this opportunity to kind of invite every one of you, to come and visit us at Hyderabad and kind of experience the innovation ecosystem there. So I'll also talk about a little bit of T-Hub, what we do. I think some of you were there and experienced it. Of course, we have now kind of moved into a new facility, which is quite big, which is about 5 times bigger than the current facility that we were there. So T-Hub is essentially an innovation and an entrepreneurship hub, and it is primarily focused on creating a very, very positive and an enabling ecosystem for entrepreneurs. So entrepreneur and startup is at the center of everything that we do, right? They are our primary stakeholders, and we work with them on what we have kind of coined as a 6M and a 2P framework. Okay, the 6 M's are mentorship, market access, money/funding, motivation, methodologies, and manpower/talent. So and the 2 P's are partnerships and policy advisory, right? So we have a pool of, as an entrepreneur, I was an entrepreneur, so for about 7.5 years, 8 years, I was running my company. One of the things that is very, very challenging is to find the right mentors, both functional and business mentors and technical mentors. So today we have created a pool of close to about 120 mentors. And the silver lining of COVID is that COVID has broken the geographical barriers, right? Today, anybody can connect to anybody, any other part of the world, and get mentorship support. So we have global mentors, and we have, of course, mentors from the Indian market. So we have close to 150 mentors on our network who support our startups. The second and important element, and one of the reasons we are here as well, is about creating market access for startups. So at T-Hub, we have a very strong corporate innovation practice. We work with fantastic German companies like SAP, Bosch, and Stellantis, and we have a very, very strong corporate innovation practice that drives market access for our startups. So at any point in time, about 30 to 50 startups of ours are now working with different automotive companies and providing solutions for large OEMs and customers, corporates. So that's something we take very seriously, and we kind of drive market access for our startups. The third M, what I spoke about, is money/funding. We all know the importance of funding. I'm sure you have been hearing about it last 2 days. Funding is something that we facilitate. We have our own fund, which is T-Fund, and we also facilitate other funds. We have an investment desk which manages the corporate venture arm. We kind of facilitate funding through all of these activities. The motivation, our mindset, is a very important element for an entrepreneur. So, entrepreneurship is a lonely journey, and I'm sure most of us would know. So, as a T-Hub, we kind of facilitate, peer-to-peer learning, peer-to-peer interaction. So, we have a very strong community of about 1,200 startup founders who meet on different occasions, share their experiences, bring together a very strong sense of togetherness to kind of keep them all energized and encouraging each other. The fifth M we spoke about is methodologies. So we have some fantastic programs right from an idea stage to becoming a Soonicorn. At every life stage of an entrepreneur, we have, building up the entire programs, giving them the right methodologies, right tools and techniques for entrepreneur to kind of scale up to the next level. So the last M is manpower. It's not something that we have done very large amount of work, but we are starting to realize the importance of creating a talent for pipeline in the startup world. So we are working with universities and colleges to build a very strong pipeline for talent in the startup world. So we have a student entrepreneurship program where the student can come in to the T-Hub, work for 2 days in a week, and then they can interact with founders and then become an entrepreneur or work for an entrepreneur. So in a nutshell, that's what we do at T-Hub in Hyderabad and Telangana, India. So I take this opportunity to thank the entire team of AsiaBerlin and Impact, and invite you, all of you, to come to visit us, the world's largest innovation campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pani. That was an excellent and inspirational talk. So I welcome my next speaker now, Karina Belin, our very own AsiaBerlin ambassador. Also, of course, has lived extensively in Asia, lived extensively in Europe, and is the perfect example of what we aim to bridge. And welcome, Karina, and please, a warm applause for Karina as well.
Thank you very much. So let me just set the stage. Investing into tech companies is highly risky. It's highly illiquid, and you can lose all your money. So I'm the co-founder of Angel Hub, an equity crowdfunding platform regulated by the SFC, that's the local regulator in Hong Kong. We actually give the opportunity to professional investors to invest into tech companies alongside our own fund, and therefore help companies, tech companies scaling in Asia to have access to capital to grow and fuel their delivery. Now, another disclaimer, because we are regulated by the SFC, is nothing that follows right now is investment advice. At the same time, I'm super thrilled that in the 2 years that we exist, we have invested into 22 companies and I have exited 2 already. So it doesn't have to be that illiquid. With an average return of times 12, and our best returns gave 19x multiplier back to our investors. So as you can see, I'm obviously super passionate and thrilled about what I'm doing, but we believe that we're not alone. We believe actually that people invest into opportunities that align with their purpose and passion. And we believe that investing is now officially part of culture. So we believe that tech companies are the ones that are driving economic growth, and hence we're here to support them in that endeavor. So a quick clarification on crowdfunding. You may have come across the term. We actually, in general, distinguish 4 different types of crowdfunding. There is donation-based crowdfunding. As the name would suggest, you donate to a cause that you truly believe in without expecting anything in return except for this cause to succeed. There is depth crowdfunding, which is also more well known in the context of peer-to-peer lending. And then there's reward-based crowdfunding. I'm sure you all have at least checked out Indiegogo or Kickstarter, right? Can I have a show of hands? You're very familiar with reward-based crowdfunding, right? Which is a great way for entrepreneurs to already see if there is a potential market fit and obviously to finance their product and services ahead of starting to pay money for production. Now, I would argue the year 2014 in July, when Facebook, now Meta, acquired Oculus Rift for $2 billion US, all these early adopters, all these believers that had a t-shirt in return, or the Oculus Rift itself, obviously missed a huge opportunity on that wealth creation that it represented. So there is a 4th form, which is called equity crowdfunding. And equity crowdfunding, as the name would suggest, is in return to your investment into the company, you receive shares in that company and fully benefit from the wealth creation. Now, within equity crowdfunding, we do distinguish 2 different types. One is retail crowdfunding, and one is crowdfunding for only professional investors. Retail crowdfunding is something where you may have experience in itself, very popular in Europe, where you can invest anything from $1 to as much as hundreds or even thousands of US dollars to return in exchange equity in a company. Now, a lot of regulations are already in that stage where they would allow any of you here in the room to be part of these retail crowdfunding. Some regulators do still limit investing just to a network of professional investors or accredited investors or sophisticated investors, whatever the regulatory name for these investors are. And actually, you know, in reality, there's nothing particularly sophisticated about them. It just means that they have at least $1 million US of liquid assets to invest into these tech companies. So when we look into investing into tech companies, we have chosen to adopt a model where we provide a very highly vetted deal flow and that we establish our own fund to co-invest alongside. And we defined our mission to solve 3 major problems: time, access, and know-how. And interestingly, on both sides, on the investor side as much as on the founder side. So here, a little bit of clarification. Saving time. It is a myth that fundraising is easy and that there's a lot of money out there. On average, it still takes between 9 to 18 months for a founder to find a sufficient funding, specifically in an early stage between seed and institutional money. It takes founders an enormous time to pitch to investors when they should focus on what they do best, which is building their product or services. Which comes also to the point of access. For the founders here in this room, the number of times we realized that we were pitching to the wrong investor when it comes to their geographical investment thesis, their stage investment thesis, or their technology and industry investment thesis. And know-how. Know-how in terms of building up your own data room, know-how in terms of understanding which different instruments are available for you to raise actually funds, be it convertible notes, be it direct and straight equity, be it saves, etc. Now, interestingly, again, you find very similar issues on the investment side, right? That problem of time, access, and know-how. For all angels here in the room, you know this is a full-time job, right? When you go through due diligence in a company, you spend at least 100 hours to go through the very, very detailed information that is sometimes not even available and that you still need to look for. And arguably, we know the earlier stage you invest, the more you are important and the more you're focused actually on vetting the team rather than any type of spreadsheets that are most probably at this stage anyway only projection. access is, you know, a lot of you will probably not have the time and the access to joining all of these beautiful tech conferences and trying to get in touch with these founders. And here again, sorry to break it to you, but it's a little bit of an insider's club. You know, the best deal flow gets shared among all of the people who are truly entrenched in this era. And in some industries that are really, really hot, being even able to have a place on the cap table is something where you as an investor actually need to start pitching to the company how you can provide additional value. And again, in terms of know-how, again, for all those who are not yet investing into companies, understanding in terms of paperwork and in terms of different clauses that you may really want to take a particular focus on is something that you have a true interest in associating yourself with people who do that for a living. Now, the other beauty is what equity crowdfunding truly does, similar to, you know, all of the other three variants of crowdfunding I exposed to you, is the fact that it allows you as a company to spread the love and to broaden the reach. Just imagine if your consumers can become your shareholders, and imagine you as a shareholder can be a real enabler to the companies you're investing in becoming their consumers and their ambassadors. So we have been very excited to learn that also the European Union made a big move. The ESMA, who is responsible for regulating securities and financial markets here in Europe, decided last year in November to bring a harmonization in place. What does that actually mean? It means if you, as a company that does and provide equity crowdfunding, receive a license in one of the countries, you are actually allowed to market these products and deals across the European Union, which again has the beauty for the startups that now you can have a truly European reach. Now here's the thing with regulations. Very often what regulations in financial services mean is that for a short amount of time, hopefully a short amount of time, the companies have to be regulated first. What actually even the ESMA realizes is that some of these markets and some of these platforms have totally not been ready for this new harmonization and the new details of the regulatory crowdfunding environment. It also means a big watch out for all companies currently fundraising with existing platforms, because some of these platforms might not be in operations in a year's time. The ESMA has extended the transition period for companies to apply and to comply with these new regulations for another year. But at the end of 2023, either you comply or you have to shut down your business. It also means for companies, what is really interesting, you will have a big influx of big players from other parts of the world who have decided so far not to enter the European market because it was supposedly too small to go from country to country. So one of them is ourselves. So we're actively in the process of applying for a license and obtaining a license. And also big players from the US, such as Republic, are making their entrance. So far, for all the founders in the room, if you're interested to fundraise with a platform that is already in operations, Crowdcube from the UK achieved their first license in Spain, and also Lend a Hand in the Netherlands. Once again, I like to invite, and not to give investment advice, but I'd like to invite all of you to consider participating in the wealth creation of startups and founders by joining one of the platforms to fuel their growth. And on the other hand, for you as founders, consider equity fundraising an additional benefit for you to multiply your ambassadors, your supporters, without having the hassle to manage all of these different names on your own cap table. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Karina. That was truly exciting. My pleasure to introduce Shreyas here as well on stage for our next lightning talk. Shreyas has flown over from Bangalore, runs Mycelio Mobility. And of course, I'll let Shreyas tell more about what Mycelio Mobility does. But I'm truly excited to have Shreyas all the way from India as well. Please, a big round of applause for Shreyas as well.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. So, a little bit about Mycelio and our journey so far. So we've been, we're a Bangalore-based, Bangalore, India-based startup. We've been around since 2018. And at that time, we knew that we wanted to contribute to the clean mobility ecosystem in some way, and we were trying to figure out the best ways to add value and to catalyze that ecosystem. What we noticed was that the government had introduced their first iteration of policies around this space, around clean mobility and electric vehicles. But there was a lack of cohesion for a multitude of reasons. Of course, the space was still very nascent. And I think the investor community as well were trying to develop their thesis around this space. So there was definitely a lack of capital that was also going in. That's changed in the last couple of years. I think the amount of capital that's gone into the clean mobility ecosystem in India has grown exponentially. But I think the realization that we had was that these startups required patient capital, and they also required investors who had a strong domain expertise in this space. So we decided to start two initiatives. One is the Micelio Technology Fund, which is a venture capital fund completely focused on the clean mobility space. So we don't just invest into startups that are manufacturing complete vehicles, but also vehicle subsystems, components, EV financing, charging infrastructure, and even some hydrogen fuel cell technologies as well. So we invest from the early stage all the way up to Series A. Usually we write around $100,000 to $1 million checks, at least for the first round. The other initiative that we have is called the Micelio Discovery Studio. So the idea was to provide a space that will allow startups to take their product to go from ideation to prototype. The problem that we were trying to solve here is that a lot of the equipment that's required to actually get to that stage can be prohibitively expensive for an early stage hardware company. So what started out as just a facility has also grown into a community of over 100 companies now, with a flourishing community, and everyone's very keen to collaborate. So we started out just catering to the startup community in the clean mobility space, but we also have around 30 larger companies, even some publicly listed companies as well. The other thing that we're doing with our community of over 100 startups now is that we are providing domain experts through a group of empaneled consultants who are domain experts in various fields that our members can rely on. We are also actively seeking partnerships to try to add value to these to our members. So an example of that is that we've partnered with NSRCell to help guide our startups through the ever-changing policy landscape in the country around electric vehicles. We're also working on a partnership to help expedite the process to homologate vehicles, which can also be challenging for a startup. Yeah, and that's, in a nutshell, that's basically what we do. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to the AsiaBerlin Summit as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shreyas, for your insights. Last but not the least, Shreyas did mention an institute, NSRCell, and of course the institute they come from, often called as the Stanford of India. I welcome Nihal here. Please, a warm round of applause for Nihal, who's representing the Incubation Center of IIM Bangalore, and he'll talk more about what they do.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Good to be here. I think third day, lunch is done. Everyone's a bit more relaxed, a lot more casual. Initially, I think I brought a deck, but I think, all good startups adapt to the customers and what they see in front of them and build products accordingly. So we'll keep this maybe a little more casual and see how that goes. And I think I'll just invite my colleague Smriti as well, if maybe there's a second mic here, to just give you some perspective. Yeah, so before we get into the story of NSR Cell and things like this, I think, am I audible, by the way? Is that fine? Yeah, yeah. Before we get into the story itself, you know, I think we've been here for about 2 days. The whole idea was, how do we understand what cross-border looks like? What is Berlin like? We've heard everywhere that the startup capital of Europe is Berlin, right? And as soon as we came here, we were talking with Paneer, we were talking with a lot of people that have also been to India. And I think it's great to see that there's this vibrant culture of people from across the world coming into Berlin, which is, if you draw the analogy, very similar to Bangalore in the sense that IT exploded early in the 2000s in Bangalore. And you could see that not just people from south of India, but from the north of India and even across the world, right, came in and it set up their organizations. And so it became this real kind of melting pot. And it's and in that sense, it's great to see that the NPACs and AsiaBerlins of the world are thinking similar to how Bangalore thought about bringing people together about 10, 15 years back. But to just talk about what NSR Cell does, I think Shreyas also mentioned that we have a specific goal towards mobility. We've been there for about 20 years now, quite some time back. We're furniture in the Bangalore world, in old furniture in the Bangalore world in some sense. And like Siddharth said, we're part of a really premier B school called IIM Bangalore. That gives us a certain leeway to be able to pull together networks and alumni and even the government to be able to give startups access to funding, give startups access to networks of people that they can get mentored by. A lot of times we end up talking to ventures about how to structure their company, how to be on, how do you restructure your board, who's a good mentor to have, and things like this, right? So this is a bit of what we do in a nutshell. Our goal really is to double down on mobility as a space, but outside of this, we're really known for things like women entrepreneurship, which is what we call WSP and 10K, which is late stage and early stage ventures in NSR Cell. I think we were just trying to also just compare maybe the ecosystems. When you look at global ecosystems in the startup world, you have usually America at the top of the list. You have China not so far behind, but we're seeing that India as an ecosystem is really catching up. And I think Smriti has some stats just to kind of put that in perspective, because we think with India growing so fast in just the past 5-10 years, it's really catching up. And tantamount to the fact that there's about 8 to 10 faces that we see here today from Bangalore and India, which means as we grow and as Germany and Berlin grows, there's a lot of synergy that can come about, right? But if you want to maybe just...
Yeah, I think. So like I think Nihal already mentioned how we are, working with startups, and our goal is to help them scale. We did some research and we found out that only 14,000 startups alone have registered in India so far in 2022, and it's a counting number, growing day by day. And in our past few days, we have spoken to a lot of people, and we are trying to explore synergies on how we can do cross-border, because there's a lot of innovation happening in India in the mobility space. And even Berlin, like he mentioned, is the startup capital for Germany right now. So to explore these synergies, we looked at some stats which said in India, only about 10% startups are funded currently, and the US and China are about like 30%, which is, but when you look at the numbers in US, the startups that have registered are about 3x in what, in India have registered. But we're not saying we are lacking behind in capital. These startups are unfunded because the market for them is probably not right. One such startup that comes to my mind is EngineCal, who are trying to, work with battery life. They're trying to do battery management for a lot of automotive vehicles. And it's a huge market in Germany for them. And they were part of the GINSEP cohort. And I think they have got quite a bit of reach because of this particular community. So we are trying to connect more such startups like EngineCal and bring them into this ecosystem and give them that market access, and at the same time the information asymmetry that's present, because a lot of these startups, I think, just lag behind in the market access because they don't have the right information, and enablers like us would help them do that.
Yeah, and just to add to that, it's not all dismal, right? 10% is not bad. It's a growing statistic which we've seen, especially in the past 5 years, grow. With China, in fact, I think it's a little more than 30% even, and most of their startups tend to get funding early on as opposed to how we see it in India. And really, if you there's a kind of other side to the coin here, right? While you look at VCs, corporate funding as one aspect which kind of propels growth, we also have interventions through other ecosystem players, which means the partners that we have, as an example, Maruti Suzuki, Alstom's, corporates come in to do quite a lot of heavy lifting in India, which is something that's relatively new. You see this phenomenon a lot in USA, but with India, you see, for example, that Maruti, the partner that we work with, looks at innovation strategically, right? So we build programs that they have certain problem statements with to be able to funnel solutions specifically for internal innovation in Maruti. And one good law that I should mention in India that's really supported all of this, especially the startups coming in and helping the ecosystem, is what we call CSR, corporate social responsibility. We rely quite heavily on CSR in terms of corporates coming in and funding our programs, funding our ventures, because the mandate is if you qualify under certain few regulations and rules, there's about 3 stipulations that talk about revenue, size of the company, and things like this. Then 5% goes towards social causes, right? And one of that, in the new law, as it was amended in Schedule 7, talks about how you can innovate with corporates, small, medium enterprises, and so on. And so we do well to look at corporate social responsibility as a full wing, and we bring in innovation to a lot of corporates in India. And the idea really is, while it is that they are being socially responsible, there's a hidden agenda in some sense where they are looking at innovations that they can take into their own corporate. So that ecosystem, I think, is pretty big for us. Even in terms of just the stats, I think while this is already a thing in America, we're seeing that we're very quickly catching up. I think 1.5 billion is the number of $1.5 billion is the total corpus of investment by corporates into startups, whether it's acqui-hires, whether it is some kind of grant, so on and so forth. And 1/3 of that, around 500 million, is what we've seen in India. And these stats are for this particular year. So pretty interesting that we're just 1/3 of America. I mean, that's quite close. It is not very far at all. And that speaks to the efforts that some of the laws, some of the policies have put towards bringing corporates into the startup ecosystem in some sense. And that's what we do. I think we'll probably leave it at that and close there. But thank you so much for listening, and hopefully we can all collaborate in some way, given that we are in Bangalore, open for innovation at all times. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nihal and Shruti, for that exciting talk. And yes, absolutely. Now we'll have a 15 minutes break, and then we move to the next segment with the Embassy Day again. And hopefully we'll have some exciting sessions coming up with the embassies as well. So I give a small 15-minute break for everyone. Thank you. Thank you for joining.
You know who made it. You know who made it.
Hello. Ooh, works. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are going to start Embassy Day again, the afternoon session, with the Embassy of Thailand. And please welcome on the stage Ms. Sasiyada Nawanon, who is going to be the moderator of the Thai panel.
Thank you very much, Valeria. Good afternoon, everybody. We would like to start our Embassy Day from the Royal Thai Embassy of Berlin today. The topic today will be from the National Innovation Agency of Thailand, and the topic is the Innovation Hub for Crafted Living and Food Tech Paradise of Asia. We will begin with a very interesting video clip, please.
Innovative ways to live a life. Thai people have mastered a craft of living. The art of crafting is present on every facade of the Thai way of life. It's in our DNA. We are profoundly innovative. Our crafted creations always bring us to a new horizon of value. We have transformed gifts of the earth into world-class living delights. And from there, we have derived terrific health and well-being innovations. And because we are good at reaching new heights, we have created something beyond the therapeutic realm of relaxation. We have crafted Thai innovations that transcend our initial hopes and dreams. The greater attention to detail we pay, the greater opportunities we see, enabling us to achieve breakthroughs in the realm of beauty, resulting in world-class innovations. Countless Thai innovations have been crafted out of painstaking attention to detail. They add value to things that we do, allowing them to stand the test of time. Today and into the future with meticulously crafted, innovative ideas. We will together witness exciting applications of Thai wisdom, technology and innovation. Innovative ways to live a life. Healthy living, safe living, easy living, smart living, connected living, wealthy living, happy living. That will continue to deliver new value to the way in which we live. A new landscape of Thailand. Innovation Thailand.
So the video clip you have just seen is from the NIA, or National Innovation Agency from Thailand, and the name A Craft of Innovation. And NIA has been our core partner of this AsiaBerlin every year, and we are so happy that this year the representatives from NIA are able to travel to Berlin in person after 2 years of online session. And on the first part of today from the Thailand Embassy, we would like to invite Mrs. Teresa Matawatpan. She is the Chief Strategy Officer of NIA, and she will present the NIA's overview, important policies, and how NIA will support the role of startups in Thailand. Please.
Thank you. ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you. สวัสดีค่ะ If you know some Thai words, สวัสดีค่ะ it's hello. Well, thank you for having us here. My name is Teresa. I'm coming from Bangkok. It's a long flight, connecting flight actually, and I'm happy to be here. It's actually just, I joined AsiaBerlin the last time it was on site as well in 2019, I think that was the year. So very excited. Anyway, happy to be here. I'm just, going to take a little bit of the time to discuss about Thailand and our ecosystem, and, how we are welcoming as well, from the company from Berlin, from Germany, from Europe to come and, test the market in Thailand and also, of course, in Southeast Asia, if you please. So let me go ahead. I don't know where to stand to actually see the slides as well. So yeah, just a little bit about the organizations. I'm from the government organization called the National Innovation Agency, or NIA. It's a government organization that support and promote innovation as a whole in every sector of Thailand. We have a mandate to strengthen the national innovation system, and of course, help in order to strengthen capability and infrastructures. As I said, part of our mission is, of course, strengthen entrepreneurship, strengthen financial investment system, and of course, the ecosystem of innovations in all the sectors, and working with the partners, where we talk about diplomacies or international relations. Okay, and the organization is actually a focal point in terms of entrepreneurships and innovations. We work with different sectors. We work with entrepreneurs. We work with corporates or enterprises. We, of course, have a sector of social innovations, working with municipalities or even local government in order to help strengthening SDG, where we're talking about here in terms of using innovations to help, for better livings in the countries. Creating awareness. We have a campaign called Innovation Thailand, where I'm not sure if you're not talking about Thai people, but if you're here, if you have been visited to Thailand before, can you at least raise your hand? Okay, thank you. So you know the country. You know how, we are famous for, tourism, for our food. We want to also be seen, as a innovative countries as well. And that's, part of the angle that we're trying to represent here. And of course, using data or foresight, I also take care of strategies and using, working on data-driven innovation as well. So yeah, I've talked about all this, but basically we work with different sectors and areas, economic impact and social impacts, also inclusivities and SDG, working across from investment, entrepreneurs, talking about new markets and using foresight or strategies in terms of helping, in terms of policy recommendations and all the different regulations, to use. I'm going through some of these slides a little bit quick just to save time. Some of it I will go into deeper. We work a lot with local partners. So we, in a way, if you want to actually come to Thailand, first thing first, if you talk to us, we can actually help recommend to the partners that, both government and private sectors that you probably are, helpful to you to actually expand your business. And we bring together SME and corporates to work together in terms of innovation projects and startups and in accelerator projects as well. Just to put you understanding and putting Thailand into the map, we usually refer to the Global Innovation Index. Thailand is now number 43 in the countries, about 130 countries. We are moving up the curve in the past, 6 or 7 years. And we have a goal, oops, it's not going, a goal that has been announced by the Prime Minister, by the Ministry of the Education, Science and Research and Innovations, that, in 2030, we want to be on the top 30. Of this ranking. So, we're aiming high and we want to actually push through this goal. Talking about startups, we are one of the, focal points that actually we've been working on building the ecosystem in Thailand and also Southeast Asia together with other countries as well. And I think that if you actually come to Southeast Asia now, you've seen the vibrance of the ecosystem. You see how we've grown so so much in the past 3 or 4 years. In Thailand itself, this is a picture that we call a universe of startup in Thailand. In Thailand, we have at least about 3,000 or 4,000 in numbers of startups. Of course, during COVID, you know, there are some fluctuations of numbers, and you can never get a rigid number anyway, right, on this. But we are working on right now at least 14 sectors, and that goes across, you know, medtech, agri-tech, food tech, and even go to, you know, property tech or space tech. So we are pushing on a deep technology as well. We have MarTech, which is marketing tech, or travel tech, or fintech as well. Some of I will not go into, you know, this one by one. We are working a lot in the center of this. I'm not sure if this is a pointer or not, but in the center of universe are partners that are government, finance institutes, associations, so global partner that we, NPAC is of course one of our partners that we're working with for several years. University, venture capitals. So, you know, you see how we've grown so much, and actually the ecosystem has been built. In, I think about 2017, we were ranked as #1 stand of startups, you know, getting started as an ecosystem where you take a look at quality of life, cost of living, you know, how it's easy to actually start a company in Thailand. And hence, as I said, you know, look at Thailand as from a geographic point of view. We are in the center of Asia or Southeast Asia. We are quite connected, and we have, you know, where I would talk a little bit more, the environment of entrepreneurship and R&D supporting system. And what's very distinguished for Thailand is that Thailand is a country that the economy is driven by conglomerates in different sectors. And these conglomerates are very much concerned in entrepreneurship, in investing of their venture. So all of our corporate has their CBC. Right now we have about 60 corporate venture capitals. The numbers are the top 60 conglomerates in Thailand that are also global companies. Let's see. Okay, yes, and just to let you know, the organization that I'm talking about, we are also what we call a global hub, where, you know, we are a landing pad and a launching pad center of Thailand. We have a location in Bangkok, if you've been there, and also in Chiang Mai, which is the north of Thailand, and also on EEC, which is the Eastern Economic Corridor of the country. And the focus are different in each of the areas of the countries, where in Thailand, which in Bangkok, which is the capital, we focus on the main, you know, e-commerce, AI, or deep technology. In Chiang Mai, or where we abbreviate as CNX, it's more on art, it's more on food tech, it's more on agriculture tech. And Eastern Economic Corridor of Thailand are more on real sectors or logistics, agri-tech. And these are the conglomerates or labels of the companies that are working with, you know, building this ecosystem together. Of course, the global hubs are where, you know, you can come and actually get recommendation, consultations, networking. We're doing networking every month in order to, you know, connecting people together as promoting organizations. Another issue I want to talk about, where I'm running out of time, is smart visa, where it's very easy to get your visa connecting with work permit. You don't have to kind of do the report every now and then. It's a long-term visa in a way that is, we are working with the Board of Investment of Thailand in order to get these regulations. Other than that, you know, it's a quite common kind of incubations and startups focal point of Global Hub. These are some of the sectors which we call an S-curve in Thailand. There's actually 13 here, where you can see that we are quite focused in these technologies. So if the company Germany company and other European company that are in these sectors, and you are also an expert or expat talents in these sectors, you would get, quite quick of a visa, and, can be actually landed and get supported in the country. Okay, let's skip that a little bit. I've talked about that on Smart Visa. Talking about investment. So right now in the countries and actually working with other countries in Southeast Asia, the investments are, quite vibrant. The numbers probably not updated, but just to let you know that, we have financing mechanism from early stage and pre-seed. The government is probably mostly on the pre-seed stage, and other than that, these are all conglomerates or company in Thailand or in Southeast Asia that are, investing in terms of venture capitals. Okay, let me skip. That's kind of see how the companies are invest and some of the examples of investments. Okay, so these will be basically my last slide to say that, we welcome you all to get connected and actually working together. Thailand is a country, as I said, you've been there, you eat the food, and you know that we are quite crafted in our living style. So we have this campaign to say that with crafted living, we can actually innovate together and working with different aspects, of actually living a life that are crafted and using innovative technology and alliance. These are basically our DNA, and together then we can actually exchange and expand globally and, be a partner together. So that's about it. I think I'm running out of time. Thank you very much for listening. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Up. We would like to move on to our next session, a small panel. We are honored to have two speakers from NIA and also a startup from Stuttgart. Its founder is Thai, Kon Krua. And please welcome with me the first speaker, Mr. Chitapon Jirakon Somchok. He is innovation developer from NIA. And Ms. Pornpim Ampai Panit. She's the founder of Kon Krua, a Thai startup in Stuttgart. Please. So we would like to begin with Mr. Chitapon from NIA. So he will talk about a remarkable project, Space F, from NIA. So I'm also kind of curious what it is. So I heard that NIA has initiated this program. Space F is the first global food tech incubator and accelerator program of Thailand. So to promote Thailand as food tech hub in the region. So can you please tell us what it is and how can it help foreign and Thai startups in Thailand on this?
Sure. First of all, this is my first time to Berlin, and I find it very nice. And I'm happy to be here, and nice to meet you all. So would you please share the slide for me, please? So again, my name is Chitrapon. If you find it difficult to call me, please call me Jade. Okay. So at NIA, I am involved in several schemes, including granting schemes for startups and SMEs. And also I'm involved in this particular program called Space F. It's not space like out of Earth. It's on food tech. So Space F is the first global food tech incubator and accelerator program of Thailand, which is dedicated to help building Thailand into one of the regional hub for food tech startups. So this is our mission. Our mission is to support outstanding entrepreneurs to build a sustainable and impactful business. So back in 2019, just before COVID arrived, we came together with the corporate partners, with the investors, and to discuss about the potential sector to build for startups in Thailand. And we found that one sector has great potential, but is underdeveloped. That is agri-tech and food tech sector. We are one of the most well-known and strongest food and agricultural exporter in the world. Yet we have a quite limited number of agri-food tech startups. So that's why we came together with corporate partners, research institutions to build this platform where we help gathering resources for startups. So SpaceF is built to help startups in 2 tracks. First track, we have the incubator track for mostly pre-product market fit startups, and accelerator track for the post-product market fit. We provide them with the critical resources, including knowledge, facilities, access to funding, and also network to help them grow their businesses successfully. Every year we open for application for global startups, including Germany and other parts of the world. Normally we have a good mixture of a cohort. Around half of them are from Thai and half of them are from international. So why Thailand and why SpaceF? So one, we are sector-specific program. Everything we build, everything we create, everything we bring in is food tech specific, related to food tech. The second is the advantage of Bangkok. We are quite located in the central area of Bangkok and well connected with facilities, with angel network, with investor network, and also with corporate networks. The next one is that the strength of our founding members, including Thai Union is the biggest tuna can exporter in the world and one of the leading corporates in frozen seafood. And also Thai Beverage is one of the regional beverage and restaurants and retail corporates. We also, in partnership with Mahidol University, which is one of the leading R&D university, especially in medical and health. The last one is that is equity free. You do not need to pay us anything, and we provide. You just need to bring yourself to Thailand for at least 1 month. So this is the real picture of SpaceF. It's located in Mahidol University. We have co-working space, we have co-innovating space. We also have a little space for pilot plant. And also you can do some wet lab in our spaces. But you need to bring in your ingredients and instruments. So these are the 9 focus sectors that we open for you to come. So you can see that it is quite widely cover all of the sectors in food tech. And this is some of the atmosphere of the past batches. We have supported, actually by this, the end of month, we would supported more than 45 local and international alumni. And so far, this is what we have reached so far. We have helped startups to raise funds accumulatively, more than 7.6 million USD, and a lot of the startups joining our program can secure collaboration with local partners. Okay, so I will.
So that was very interesting of how NIA tried to, include the corporate sector and, the public sector together to promote this, and such an interesting program. And the second question, from all of you explain about the program, could you give us some of the example of the success stories from this program?
Sure. So these are some of the examples, but I would like to highlight this one the most. So Hydroneo is one of the German startup who came actually to Thailand through the suggestion of German accelerator. He joined. So this startup to develop a smart farming system for shrimp farming. They use IoT system to optimize the performance of the electricity and the feeding system. That greatly help reducing the cost for farmers. So they came to us and they would like to find corporate partners. They want to do the POC with the farmers, and also they want to establish the business in Thailand. And through our extensive network and collaboration, we help them achieve all of that. And at the end of the program, they also get invested by Thai Union in the seed round. Yep, so that will be one of the most profounding example.
Yeah, that's very interesting that you already have such firm relationship with German, startups in the, from here, the industry from here. And the last question before I move to the second part for you, Kun Jade. How can NIA or this program, Space F, help those non-startups to explore the market investment opportunities in Thailand?
So like other accelerator program, we are one of the ecosystem builder and connector. So apart from supporting startups to land to Thailand, we also help them getting connections for any investors, any other accelerators, any landing pad program. For example, we are discussing with NPAC on the soft landing program. For example, we can help some startups to come to Berlin. We can help some startups elsewhere to land to Thailand, and so on. So just before I forget, so Space F Batch 4 is gonna launch next year around February. So we're gonna announce open for the application from October onwards. So if any of you have any interest, or if any of your acquaintance, any of your colleagues have any interest in exploring Thai market, please feel free to get connected to us.
Thank you. That's a wow, it's very international, like how you work with other countries. And if you have any question to this Space F program, you can come back to have a question to him. And next, our second part from this panel will be about the experience of a successful food startup in Baden-Württemberg, Khon Krua. That's the name. And this is Kun Ponpim, and she's the founder of this startup, and she's here to tell us about her success stories. Please.
Okay, yes. I hope I can stand up so you can feel more excited, and me too. So we are trying to convince you to go to Thailand, but now I want to share my story of how to bring wonderful stuff from Asia to Germany and to make people fall in love with your product, for example. So could you please show my presentation? It's not this one. If you can go back. Yes, so my name is Pim, and I'm the founder of Khon Krua, a small Thai food startup in Stuttgart. And 10 years ago, I came to Germany to study. And during that time, I taught my German friends how to cook authentic Thai food at home. And then I realized that most Germans don't even know that cooking Thai food is actually super easy and tasty. So I think this could be an opportunity, for example. So could you please show the first video? So 5 years ago, I came to Germany. I found my first startup. It's called Khon Krua. And it went like... Now after 5 years, we have sold more than 100,000 200%, and we are profitable every year. many interesting statistics I want to share with you. So this is the finishing product, but I will come back to it later. So actually, I have seen many of you have been to Thailand before. So every year, more than 850,000 Germans travel to Thailand. They are not only fall in love in Thailand, but also in Thai cuisine. And according to Statista survey, we asked them, what is your favorite cuisine? Thai cuisine made it to the third place, just after Italian and German food. And a little bit different from Asian culture, Germans love to cook. So 77% of them love to cook, and 41% of them cook daily. But in Asia, we love to eat out, for example. So, and could you please show the second video, please? Yeah, so after the supporting data, I create my product. So it's the each box costs around €7 to €15. And as you know, there's the word called German Angst. So in my experience, most Germans are not ready to really try new dishes or exotic, strange menu. So the first, the bestseller dishes are like red curry, tom kha pad thai, the one that everyone already know. And this is how the box looks like. The heart of Khon Kruwa is not just the authentic ingredients, but also the genuine handcrafted, because all the packagings are made from bamboo or wheatgrass, and they are handmade by so many elderly, highly talented grandmas in Thailand. So until now, we have more than 200 highly skilled grandmas working for us every day in Thailand. And actually, Germans appreciate the concept of sustainability and also the natural product. That's why our customer really help supporting this idea. And we just don't only have the beautiful packages, we also have the refill pack for people who cook really often. We have sauces, ingredient, bamboo basket, or the gift box for B2B customer or for different occasions. And so along 5-year journeys, I'm so fortunate to have many interests from investors. But at the end, I still want to be the self-funded company. So we have different customers and partners in different industries. For example, tourism industry, hotels, airlines, universities, creative companies, and in so many Thai organizations across Europe, for example. But however, 80% of our revenue come from online channel, and only 20% are from B2B customer. And due to our authentic and transparent storytelling, Khon Kruwa drawn so many attention from local German media. So in the first 3 years, we didn't spend money on advertising at all because, because people just come to us and tell about our stories. And Khon Kruwas are also available in retail store in some Edekas and Rewe, but mostly in the south because we're based in Stuttgart. And oops, okay, and the highlight of this year, I don't know if you know the show, but the highlight of this year was our appearance in the German TV show called Die Höhle der Löwen, which is the Shark Tank, just like in the US. So I was invited to participate the show, and of course I go there immediately. And I received deals from 3 sharks, but in the end I decided to step back from the deal, and Concro is now still a fully self-funded company, and taking our sales trends and our plan in this year into consideration. So we are expecting our revenue this year for around 1 million euro. So the first year that we will hit 1 million euro this year. So, and of course, all of this could never ever happen if I'm not from Thailand. And I feel so grateful to be a Thai, and because I can have Thailand as a strategic location for product sourcing and for production, because we have the complete supply chain, and we have so many high quality in food industries, and of course so many highly skilled handcrafters. And compared to many other countries, we still have so many advantages, labor costs in Thailand. So this is my experience and my story. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kun Thon Pim. I have from the Kon Krua startup. Was very impressive story indeed. And I heard that you two already discussed about how 2 of you can work together on developing the products, right? Any of you have questions? Oh, so much. Blue or red? We'll go blue first then. We'll go blue first. Yes, let me.
So thank you very much. Extremely impressive and emotional as well. I just wonder how you managed to withstand the big players like HelloFresh also. It sounds a little bit like, but of course more specific into Thai. But how are you managing this to compete with them?
Actually, I think I solved the completely different problem, because HelloFresh help you save time, but for me, I help you find something you cannot find by yourself. For example, I just provide you the ingredients that you cannot buy by yourself, but you still have to buy meat and vegetable by your own, for example. And I focus on the niche market only, so focus only on Thai food. That's why, yes.
Yeah, so it's like a new phase of Thai food, not instant completely, but you can cook your own, and you have the exact amount of fish sauce and everything, so that you can just cook and just add some vegetable and meat.
Right.
And the second question, please.
Thank you so much. I think no one is surprised that you don't spend on marketing, because I think you're full of marketing yourself already. So I was wondering, because you said 80% are coming from directly like online, it's basically online shopping, right?
Yes.
So I can go to your page, but I saw that there are like duck, for example, I think in the menu. So how can you make sure the chain from like being sent out and it receive the customer, it will be arriving in time, it will be still fresh. And this is, even speaking about sustainability, you said that Germans care about it a lot. So how are you making sure?
Yeah, so maybe I was not so clear about my product. I only deliver the spices, the ingredients, the Thai ingredients. So the shelf life can last to 1.5 years actually. So you can keep the box in the schrank, in the cupboard, and just buy fresh ingredient whenever you want. So this is really help saving so much cost and time also. Yeah.
Okay. That was the second question. I think we can have one more question, if anyone. Okay, please.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. And I was also wondering, like, how or why you declined that you had 3 offers from investors, but you said you wanted to do it by yourself. I think this is a really unusual way, and maybe you can elaborate a bit more on that. Thank you.
Actually, everyone who participate in such a show, we have to sign that we are not allowed to discuss in detail. But so that 80% of from all the deals, they will be plots. So it will not come to reality. And in my case, I went to Munich 3 times to discuss with them in details. And then I realized if I want to grow sustainably in long term and to keep the quality like in the same level, it will most likely be impossible for that. So I still haven't find the right investor that have the same mindset as me yet. So I would rather grow slowly but sustainably. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much for your story. It's very impressive for me, and because I'm from China, and it's also very inspiring. My question is that about this logistic problem. Now, do you have any problem sending products that's specific in Thailand to Germany? Because that's one of the problems that concerns me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I thought it would be much more difficult than that, but actually it's not that difficult at all. Like for me, I use some shipping that they have experience, and they will contact to the German side, and they will the German side will tell Thailand exactly which documents do you need before you ship everything from Thailand to Germany. And in my case, I just, because all the ingredients come from so many cities in Thailand, I collected everything in Bangkok and shipped them with container. Like this year, every 4 months come 1 container. So it will take around 2 months to arrive. So it's not that difficult than you think. Just go for it.
Anything is possible. So thank you for the question, and I have the last question for Kun Jae. So if anyone here is interested in, contacting, get in touch or work with NIA and SpaceF program, how can they do that?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for both. Anyone who would like to explore more potential collaboration within the food sector or or outside of the food sector, please feel free to contact us. In any channel, we are available on website, email, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, and so on. We also have TikTok, by the way. Okay.
Thank you so much. So you are everywhere, and just get in touch, with NIA or Khun Krua. And thank you very much again, the 3 speakers, Kun Teresa, Kun Pornpim, and Kun Jae, for today. And we are very happy to be back on this stage again, after 2 years of online, and it's good to seeing each other face to face. And as this year, not everyone might know that this year is a big year for Germany and Thailand. We are celebrating 160 years anniversary of the diplomatic relations. We truly hope that Germany and Thailand can work even more closer, especially in innovation and startups matters. And thank you, the organizer, to make this possible again, the AsiaBerlin Summit, and we hope to see you next time. Thank you.
Very much for the wonderful session. Now we will have a short break, and then we will come back with the Embassy of Nepal.
Bye. who made it. You know who made it. You know who made it. You know who made it.
So I think I can welcome everyone back. Hope you had a good day, and we are already at our last embassy that's presenting today. Very warm welcome, the Embassy of Nepal, and especially Her Excellency Mr. Ram Kachikatka. Welcome. It's an honor for us that you're joining us today. And without further ado, I give the stage to Mr. Sagar Fuyal, Deputy Chief of the Mission of the Embassy of Nepal. Thanks so much.
Hello, good evening. His Excellency Ramkaji Khadka, Ambassador of Nepal to Germany, organizer of the AsiaBerlin Summit 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you all in this event organized by the Embassy of Nepal as a part of the AsiaBerlin Summit 2022. I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to the AsiaBerlin Summit 2022 for providing this important forum to further consolidating our effort to promote Nepal as a hub for trade, investment, tourism, and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, being located in the South Asian region and being neighbor to India and China, Nepal has a high potentialities of growth in the various sectors like trade, investment, tourism, and culture. Nepal is a rich country in terms of its natural, cultural, and human resources. It has been making the needful arrangements to ensure the conducive environment for foreign direct investment in trade, industries, and service sector like tourism through the promotion of cultural and natural heritages. The startup ecosystem in Nepal has been evolving since a decade. The number of startups in Nepal is estimated to be above 50. Some of them have been making remarkable progress. I hope participation in the summit or event like this will contribute in the development of these sectors of the developing countries like Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's program, after these opening remarks, His Excellency the Ambassador, Mr. Ramkaji Khadka, will present his view on the prospect and opportunities for investment and businesses in Nepal, which will be followed by a traditional traditional cultural dance by Ms. Mahima Pandey. After the cultural show, there will be an online presentation on mapping Nepal startup ecosystem by Mr. Swabiman Acharya. He will be presenting his view online. He is co-founder and CEO of Lift Plus Nepal. A brief question and answer session will be organized in the end of the formal program. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sagar Fuyal, my deputy also. Very good evening and warm welcome to the Nepal Embassy event within the AsiaBerlin Summit this year, 2022. It's a great honor to welcome all of you. Actually, this is a part of startup ecosystem, as the main theme of this year's event is startup ecosystem, but I dare to shift a bit further to the broader topic of investment opportunities in Nepal. Thank you very much for your kind presence here. Nepal is a medium-sized country located in South Asia. The country is the 95th largest in the world by geography, 50th largest by the size of population, and 103rd by the size of GDP, which is $41.5 billion now. Given the size of the economy, its production and productivity, and the export competitiveness and potential, it is essential for government of Nepal to attract as much FDI as possible. Nepal has been pursuing a liberal foreign investment policy and been thriving to create an investment-friendly environment to attract FDI into the country with a view to enhance production and productivity of the economy, to make the economy competitive, strong, and employment-oriented in order for import substitution, export promotion, infrastructure development, and production of goods and services. Reform in policies, rules, regulations, and strategies in consonance with the constitutional guideline and system of governance are undertaken to attract foreign investment in recent days. FDI, technology, and knowledge transfer are accorded very high priority by the government. Efforts are made for creating an investment-friendly climate for foreign investors. And following this introduction, I would like to take you forward to FDI status in the country. Actually, total commitment of FDI in the country until last fiscal year stood at $3,944.11 million and has been confirmed in 2021. But the rate of reimbursement is a bit gloomy because we have around 60% of investment coming in compared to the commitment. Therefore, we are working hard to convince our prospective and potential investors to come and make full investment of their commitment. The trend demonstrates that energy-based industries were thus once attracting most of the foreign direct investment, followed by services, tourism, and infrastructure and manufacturing. IT, agroforestry, and infrastructure are very recently tempting foreign investors. In the year 2022, the trend is in favor of tourism, that is 37%, services 34%, manufacturing 16%, agroforestry 7%, and IT sector 4% of the project. Okay. This pie chart reflects, now the back. This pie chart reflects the total number of FDI in various sectors of the economy. According to the available data, the total industries, companies coming into Nepal is 5,533 until 2022. That began in 1980s. Actually, our industrialization process started in 1982 following the introduction or implementation of Industrial Enterprise Act in 1982. And since then, this is the volume of FDI coming into Nepal. FDI inflow by country does not show enough of diversification as majority of the FDI coming in from China. This is the recent figure. Since 5 years back from now, China has overtaken India as the main source of FDI inflow. But in cumulative form, cumulative term, it is still India at the front and China at the second. So as per this pie chart, China has 50%, and India has 25, US 4, South Korea 3, UK 2, and Japan 1, and like that. However, business visas are issued to the nationals of more than 75 countries in 2022. according to the data available, we have around 55 nationalities making investment in the country. The potential areas for making investment in the country. These are the potential areas of making investment in the country. Currently, as I already mentioned earlier, currently energy is the major sector attracting foreign investment. Of course, number-wise, it is small, but volume-wise, it is big. So Nepal is a land of opportunity, having huge potential for interested investors. It is like a virgin land in terms of investment. Your right choice can reward you with anticipated rate of return. The rate of return on investment is very high. I don't say very high, but it is up to 30 to 40%. Major areas I have already mentioned here. Among the potential sectors, the trend is in favor of energy, tourism, services, and manufacturing. IT and BPO is also gaining momentum in recent days. We have the next slide, please. We have different forms of foreign direct investment. As per the provision made by the Investment and Technology Transfer Act, Foreign Investment and Technology Transfer Act 2019, one is single or joint venture investment, share investment, lease financing, technology transfer, opening branch of existing company, and equity investment and loan investment. In the year 2021, a total of 205 applications had been processed for 100% FDI, while 60 had been processed for joint venture. Now I have the argument of why you have to come into Nepal for investment. So first of all, we have a very huge pool of human resource availability. Around 15 to 40% of our population comprises 15 to 40 years of age group comprises 40% of our population, and 15 to 60 years is around 57%. This means that we have a huge pool of human resource available of all categories. Then we have, and the labor cost is very low. The government of Nepal has made a provision of minimum salary payment of minimum wages of $127 per month. This is, of course, compared to this part of the world, this is very insignificant, but for the minimum rate, it is introduced by the government of Nepal. And we have the favorable income tax regime. Let us say, if you go to Bangladesh, if I am not wrong, my friend is here from Bangladesh, they have 27.5% of corporate tax income rate, but India, Nepal, and China have 25%. And for major corporate sectors like energy, transport infrastructure, and manufacturing, we have 20% of corporate tax. And for the individual employees in the project, I mean foreign employees who come to Nepal to join the project, can reimburse, I mean repatriate 75% of their total income. And we have the, foreign investors can obtain, land on their own company's name, not in the individual name, but in their company name. So land ownership is allowed in company's name. It's easier. And we have the institutions like Nepal Investment Board. We have the One-Stop Service Center and Department of Industry. You can approach the Department of Industry or One-Stop Service Center for support in finding land or for purchase. If you want to purchase land and you cannot do it on your own, then you can apply at the Department of Industry. And we have the provision of full repatriation of your income, profit, after payment of tax, loans, and other associated liabilities in the country. General tax, dividend tax is levied at the rate of 5%, and prior to repatriation, and in some sectors like IT, it may go down to 2%. I have other arguments also. We have, the provision of tax holidays up to 10 years in industries established in certain locations and specific sectors. Nepal has a locational dividend. You all know that at the very next door of our country, we have 2.7 billion population waiting to consume all what we produce. Therefore, there is a huge potential. And likewise, we have already signed Treaty of Trade and Treaty of Transit with India, and we have also signed Treaty of Transit with China. And we also have the, duty-free access of more than 8,000 Nepalese products to Chinese market. And of course, no need to say, we have duty-free and quota-free access to Indian market as well. As an LDC, we have duty-free, quota-free access to EU markets under the EBA scheme. And of course, we have such special and preferential treatment from the US government also until 2026, 2025 December, we are able to exclusively export 77 Nepali goods to US market as well. And we have the provision of 100% ownership by foreign investors. You can, if you want to come to Nepal, as I already mentioned, we have the different modalities of investment. Then you can come and make 100% investment in companies which are not put in negative list by the relevant legislations. And the government always undertakes to provide industrial infrastructures such as access roads, transmission lines for project sites. And I have more in the row. So one-stop service center, why it is there is earlier we were talking about one window system, but we were not able to convince many of the potential investors. Therefore, since a few years back, we have introduced one-stop service center, which is led by the Department of Industry. It is within the Department of Industry, but it has brought into one place 13 agencies to support the foreign investors and provide service from one center. We have, of course, actually we have the liberal visa regime for investors, like we have non-tourist visa for 6 months for the potential investors coming to Nepal for study or research. And of course, we have business visa for the experts and investors, and residential visas for the investors who are making investment beyond 1 million dollars. Of course, today it's comparatively the same. So ID cards for 3 categories, of 3 categories are also issued to the investors based on the level of their investment, like we have ordinary ID card and distinguished and highly distinguished ID card holder among the foreign investors. If you like, you can apply for that also. And of course, I can claim that I can make a straight claim that we have low setting up cost in the country. We are member of SAARC, BIMSTEC, WTO, MIGA, SAFTA, UNCTAD, and BRI. This provides opportunity for broader market access, tariff preferences, trade-related dispute settlement arrangements, etc. And the government has also established industrial zones in 16 places. We have special economic zones in 14 places. If you want to establish the industry within the premises of special economic zone, then you will get extra benefit, like you will have tax holiday for 5 years and additional 50% tax deduction in your income for an additional 3 years. This is one major important shift by policy, as per policy. And of course, we have commitment by law that we don't nationalize any industry for any purpose. And we extend national treatment to industries established by foreign investors. But we have two exceptions for the nationals of India. So they don't require any visa to come to Nepal. And very importantly, they can invest in Indian currency and repatriate their income in Indian currency. That is the difference. Of course, this is not because of any other reason, but it is because of the bilateral arrangement between the two countries. Furthermore, some differential treatment may be made with respect to the investors from other countries with whom we have the BIPA. We have signed BIPA, like we have signed BIPA with Germany in 1996. This means that in addition to all these benefits, the investors from Germany can have more, some more additional benefit also. I don't think I need to go to the details of process for making investment. Of course, you can see we have at the first stage, after you investigate, explore, and study, carry out research. After that, you can make an application. You can register an application at the Department of Industry, then investment approval, then company registration, tax registration, industry registration, and permits approval registration related to some other agencies, negotiation agreement with your local partner, and like that, and additional services if required. Then timeline, we have very important slide here. Next slide, please. We have timeline for bringing in FDI. Actually, according to the laws, investors are supposed to bring in the committed FDI amount within the given time frame. It depends on, of course, volume and a percentage of volume of investment. And we have 4 categories under this arrangement. If you are, for your kind information, until last year we had 50 million Nepalese rupees, the minimum, as the minimum slab for foreign investment. But since this year's budget, we amended it as also for the request of our potential investors in Nepal. So for now, it is reduced to 20 million. Even for the startups and SMEs can really make investment, take the benefit from this arrangement. If you are making investment of 20 million, you are supposed to bring in 25% of your committed amount in the first year. If you are investing, 250 million, then 15%. If you are investing up to 1,000 million, 5%, and above 1,000 million, it will be 5% and more. So these are, those who are making investment in share, but this has an exception. They should bring in the investment within 1 year. Broadly speaking, we have around 70% of proposed investment should be made prior to the commencement of commercial production or transaction, and the rest should be done within 2 years. 30% within next 2 years. So we have institutional arrangement. I don't need to tell you much more about it because I already mentioned about these arrangements, institutional arrangements. We have a Nepal Investment Board under the chairmanship of Right Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal. So this institution is entrusted with the task of approving foreign direct investment of an amount above 6 billion Nepalese rupees, and then of course the hydropower projects beyond 200 megawatts, you should go to Nepal Investment Board for this purpose. And for Department of Industry approves the FDI project worth less than 6 billion. And one-stop service center, I have already mentioned a lot about it. And we have I already mentioned about the negative list slightly. Then we have a small list of restricted industries where foreign investment is not allowed. So industries restricted for foreign investment are not meant to discourage the FDI inflow. Actually, the restriction on investment limited to few sectors are either reserved for national entrepreneurs or in order to promote small-scale enterprises and protect indigenous skills and expertise or national security reasons. So they include, you can see, cottage and small industries, personal service businesses, and manufacturing, this security-related items and other chemical items, real estate businesses, travel agency like that, and business of mass communication and media, management, account, engineering, legal consultancy service, and language training, music training, computer training, and consultancy services having foreign investment of more than 51%. So these are a few industries restricted for foreign investment. But for your kind information, FDI or technology, not FDI, technology transfer is allowed in those negatively, in those industries put in negative list as well. So we have key legal frameworks. I guess you can surf in the website of the Department of Industry or Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Supplies of Nepal, then find out. And if you really want to come into Nepal, and we are always ready and open to provide much more detail about the opportunities and challenges that we can face, or the way we can really facilitate your coming into Nepal. So I don't think I need to talk about classification of industries. You are all aware about it. So we can provide the details later on. So this is already done. Yeah, I think I did the whole of my presentation. So thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer. Actually, I tried to be in format, therefore I was a bit confused, but on the way, no problem. I can answer any questions if you like. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And this will be followed by my presentation of my colleague.
Now the online presentation on mapping Nepal startup ecosystem by Mr. Swabiman Acharya, co-founder and CEO of Lift Plus Nepal. Thank you.
Hello, and namaste. I'd like to thank the Embassy of Nepal AsiaBerlin Summit for this wonderful opportunity. So firstly, I would like to talk about the startup ecosystem in Nepal in the eyes of an Nepali entrepreneur. As a Nepali entrepreneur, I see the Nepalese startup ecosystem is on a positive move. There are a lot of challenges, but yes, of course, an entrepreneur has to go with and deal with the challenges. It's completely normal. For example, a few years back, sometimes the challenges are from the government side itself. A few years back, the ride-sharing apps were prevented to operate in Nepal due to some legal issues, and the Prime Minister of Nepal himself had to step inside to solve these issues. So personally, I believe that startup has to move ahead of the government, and then the government policy will come following startups. In our case, we designed and developed a product, and when we asked the government for the reference and standards, they didn't have the reference. But later we got our product into with the government as well, and they were itself being used in official programs of the government as well. So now that the government is definitely positive on nurturing the startup ecosystem in Nepal, they have some positive moves like they are providing soft loan to the entrepreneurs. They are bringing the startup policies in every new budget. So yes, I can definitely say that Nepali ecosystem is going on, and they have the strength go hand by hand on the global startup system and collaborate with the international companies. So, talking personally about us, we are Lift Plus. We are collaborating with our German partner, Pleta. This is how it looks like, and I would like to utilize this stage to share what we have been doing. Plus and Pleta as a company from Nepal and Germany, and we would like to utilize this space to look for potential investment opportunity in our company. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, sure. So definitely lip plus plata is an alternative to plastic products, especially on the kitchenware and some. Next slide. So yes, our story begins with a leaf, and this is a palm leaf. So in Nepal, we have palm leaf plantation. We are utilizing these leaves to convert into nature-friendly and sustainable biodegradable plates, bowl, spoons, and cutleries. Next slide. Yeah. So as you saw, these people are the farmers that are farming areca nut in the eastern regions of Nepal. So the land would fall down every year. One tree sets down 9 to 10 leaves, and these would be completely burned into the environment. Now, while we stepped into as an industry, now we are buying leaves for them. So we are creating income opportunities to those farmers. So you can see the beautiful smile of these beautiful ladies. So there is a reason behind this smile. For all of them, we are giving them employment opportunity as a first formal job of their life. So they are now getting a source of income, supporting their children to go to the school. They are now independent in the family. So the husband of some of them are auto drivers, and they are supporting it to strengthen their economic capacities so that they can help their children for better education and so on. So how we produce it? Actually, we are completely natural production technique. We just wash the leaves and we just heat press it. It's quite simple and easy to do it. Our products makes use of no chemical. So the production facility where my friend Adam and Binod our production. See how we heat press the leaves. So yeah, and this is why we should use the plata leaf plus plates. Besides that, we are organic and biodegradable and sustainable product. Our products come with advantage as well. We can easily microwave on our plates. Similarly, we can use our plates on the refrigerators and so on. And I'm glad to share with you that we are also the winner of German National Sustainability Award 2022. Next slide. Yeah, these are people holding the flag. So this is how our products look like. There are balls, spoons, plates, takeaways with lids, and so on. And this is how we display our products in the supermarket chain, and this comes from the natural source as well. Next. Right. Yeah, this food are being served. Next slide, please. Yeah, so if I will take this opportunity, if anybody from this state utilize our products, then they can directly get into touch with it with Plata or Lift Plus, and then we can supply you where we are. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so this, sorry for the interruption. Yes, this is our products and how the food are being served. Next slide, please. So yes, uh, so if this story comes from like in 2016, a group of Adam, Paul, and Kitty had come to Nepal, and they see that the food were being served on the leaf plates. And at the same time, in 2016, we were trying to solve a problem. In Nepal, we have a culture of solving the foods in the leaf plates, but they are not of good quality. So here came the harmony. While we were trying to develop a new product, and Adam, Kitty, and Paul were trying to find a new product. So we got into touch, and we joined our hands together, and now we are delivering from Nepal to the German market. So we want to grow bigger now. We want to create more jobs, and we want to create more impact in the society. So if anybody wants to join hands and anybody wants to take this opportunity to invest in Nepal, then we are here. We can directly get into touch, and of course the Embassy of Nepal, as our Excellency Ambassador said, we can get into touch through the embassy as well. So this is our mailing address later, and thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Swabhiman Acharya, co-founder and CEO of Lift Plus Nepal. Now, I'd like to request Ms. Mahima Pandey for Nepali cultural dance, and I would like to request the organizer to please make clear the stage. Thank you.
गैरी खेत को सिरै हाल्यो वर्षाया गरौलीले गैरी खेत को सिरै हाल्यो वर्षाया गरौलीले नुनी जस्तो मेरो मन नुनी जस्तो मेरो मन चिर पर्यो उसको रूप को करो दिले उसको रूप को करो दिले शांति मजाले घाल्यो माझे जाइले आज शांति मजाले घाल्यो माझे जाइले आज बिहानी म देखे उसलाई माथलो साँझ नौनी जस्तो मेरो मन नौनी जस्तो मेरो मन चिर पर्यो उसको रूप को करो दिल खोला पारी तारी सिरै हारा बरसायां को दरों उसको माया रो पैरो काउन को घेर हे माया भन्नु यस्तै रहेछ मनै चोर्ने खेल मनै चोर्ने खेल गैरी खेतको सिरै हार्यो बरसायाको डरो ढिले गैरी खेतको सिरै हार्यो बरसायाको डरो ढिले ओ नौनी जस्तो मेरो मन नौनी जस्तो मेरो मन चिर पार्यो उसको रूपको करो दिले उसको रूपको करो दिले
Ladies and gentlemen, along with this dance, I think it is we should close our program because we have crossed the given time. And I would like to thank you for your patience, for your attention, and I hope this program will be fruitful to you and to us as well. And we hope to see you soon in future. Thank you. Thank you, organizer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now again, you have some time to chat with each other, maybe get in contact, and then I hope to see you again in a couple of minutes when we have a dance performance sponsored by the Embassy of India. So they started the day today, and they will also finish the day. So please stay here and enjoy another dance performance in a few minutes. Thank you. Explanation who they are, because I'm really struggling with the pronunciation. I think I gave it. Is that okay for you? Okay, you just give me a thumb up or thumb down, and then we do it accordingly. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the last, I don't want to call it session because it's less a session than a cultural program that is brought to us by the Embassy of India. As I said before, they opened the day and they're wrapping up the day, and I'm very happy to see so many faces, and I think we had a really great day today. Learned about startups, about government institutions and their cooperation, and also, of course, their association to the AsiaBerlin and AsiaBerlin Summit. And I would like to introduce to you our two very, very renowned dancers. But as I was struggling with the pronunciation, I was asking Indian person to read out the description, if that's fine. Can you do it? Okay, so this is, sorry for my bad pronunciation, I tried, but now we asked them to introduce themselves. So give a big round of applause, please, to our dancers.
Namaskaram, a warm welcome to everyone. We are both classical Indian dancers, and we are presenting to you Kuchipudi, which is one of the 8 classical dance forms of India. I will start with the beautiful dancer Sharvari Priya Panamgipalli. She is a very talented young dancer who many a times proved that she is not only handling all the movements very gracefully, but also can bring the expressions to all the rasikas, to all the members of the audience. We are both disciples of the very well-renowned gurus, Sri Jaikishore Musalikanti and Padmavani Musalikanti. I will just say a few words about this beautiful art form. Kuchipudi is very unique because it is probably the only art form which has its name from the village it derives from. It goes way back to the 3rd century before BC and was only for 7 families and only for the boys and the men. It's coming from a very rich theater art form. And so you can still see very not only stylized, which is Natya Dharmi, but also Lokha Dharmi, which is the more naturally daily life expressions. And Kuchipudi loves to elaborate all the stories, and I just start introducing the first item for today. So, we are starting our duet performance with a very popular invocatory item, a Purva Rangam. It's okay. Purva Rangam. Here we salute to the universal Lord of dance, Shiva Nataraja. His body is the universe. His speech is the world's languages and literature. His ornaments are the moon and the stars. And to this pure Lord of the universe, Shiva, we bow. The song goes on to salute to the gurus who are equal to God, and then to the rasikas, the audience, who immerses in the emotion conveyed through dance, like the bees that extract nectar from the flowers. The song goes on to express our salutations to the sage Siddhendra, to the experts in dance, to the poets, to the musicians, and finally, to the mankind. Purva Rangam, set to Ragamalika and Adithalam, choreographed by Guru Dr. Vempati Chinnasatyam.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Angikam Bhuvanam Yasya Vachikam Sarvavanmayam Aharyam Chandra Taradi Tam Vande Satvikam Shivam
धित्तळङ्गुतं तधिगिणङ्गुतकताहतगिटतकतधिगिणङ्गुतधिगिणङ्गुतं धीगिणङ्गुतकताहतगिटतकधित्तळङ्गुतकतं किडतकदर्गिडतं तधिगिणङ्गुतकताहतगिटतक तधिगिणङ्गुतकतं किडतकदर्गिडतं धीगिणङ्गुतकतं तधिगिणतधिगिणङ्गुतकतं तधिगिणतधिगिणङ्गुतक गिणकुतक तधिगिणङ्गुतक गिणकुतक धीगिणङ्गुतक तधिगिणङ्गुतक किडतकदर्गिडतं किडतकदर्गिडतं किडतकदर्गिडतं
गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः सभाकल्प तरुर्भाति सभाकल्पतरुर्भाति वेद शाखोपशोभितः शास्त्रपुष्प समादृतः त्वद्भ्रमरसंयुतः ब्रह्माञ्जलि ताडव नृत्य स्राष्टकुतुर्याञ्जलिलास्य खेलनालोलकु ब्रह्माञ्जलि ताडव नृत्य स्राष्टकुतुर्याञ्जलिलास्य खेलनालोलकु ब्रह्माञ्जलि भक्त्यांजलि सिद्ध योगीन्द्र सत्कविकी भक्त्यांजलि सिद्ध योगीन्द्र सत्कविकी नृत्यांजलि नाट्य कोविद वरुणकु नृत्यांजलि नाट्य कोविद वरुणकु ब्रह्माञ्जलि ताडव नृत्य स्राष्टकुतुर्याञ्जलिलास्य खेलनालोलकु ब्रह्माञ्जलि शुभमु शुभमु साहित्य परुनकु शुभमु शुभमु संगीत विधुनकु शुभमु शुभमु नाट्यानुमोदुनकु शुभमु शुभमु सर्वजनानीके शुभमु शुभमु नाट्यानुमोदुनकु शुभमु शुभमु सर्वजनानीके ब्रह्माञ्जलि ताडव नृत्य स्राष्टकुतुर्याञ्जलिलास्य खेलनालोलकु ब्रह्माञ्जलि ताडव नृत्य स्राष्टकुतुर्याञ्जलिलास्य खेलनालोलकु ब्रह्माञ्जलि
Diggy 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 dam tat tat tadanam dimita hat jantari tadanam dimita hat jantari jamta jagantari jaganta kukuntari jamta jagantari jaganta kukuntari takuntari kuntari tadi kukina nagata kahi tat tatam takuntari kuntari tadi kukina nagatam kahi tat tatam tam nanam danata jagandari tam nanam danata jagandari
పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు సన్నజాజుల సంపతి పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు సన్నజాజుల సంపతి పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు సన్నజాజుల సంపతి పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు సన్నజాజుల సంపతి పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు సన్నజాజుల సంపతి పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు సన్నజాజుల సంపతి పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు పొన్న మల్లెలు పొగడ పువ్వులు సన్నజాజుల సంపతి సన్నజాజుల సంపతి
తక్కిన్నం కిన్నం తకజం తకనం తకుందరికిట తకతత కిన్నం కిన్నం తకజం తకనం తకుందరికిట తకదక్కిన్నం కిన్నం దదరికిట తకత కిన్నం కిన్నం దదరికిట తకదక్కిన్నం కిన్నం కిన్నం తద్దిత్తకు దినత దిత్తకు దినత తకు దినత దినత తకదికు దదిగిన దొంగు తకదికు దదిగిన దొంగు తకదికు దదిగిన దొంగు
పూల వాసన చాల కలిగిన వనము లోపల రుచుండగా 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 పూల వాసన చాల కలిగిన వనము లోపల ధనరుచుండగ కులవాసన చాలా 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 కలిగిన వనము లోపల ధనరుచుండగ పులవాసన చాలా కలిగిన వనము లోపల ధనరుచుండగ తాగుతగణకుడే కుజగణ తటాకమున మండూక శబ్దము తటాకమున మండూక శబ్దము తగణ నగణ గణ గణ నగణ గణ గణ నగణ గణ గం తగడగ కుడే గడ గడగ కుడే గడ గడగ కుడే గడ గడగ తగ జగణ జగ జగ జగణ జగ జగ జగణ జగ 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 తగ నగణ నగణ గణ గం తగడగ కుడే గడ గడగ తగ జగణ జగ 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 తగణ జగకు జగ జగ జగకు జగ జగ జగకు జగ జగ బాగుగా ఎంతో బాగుగా ఈలాగు ఘన మండూకములు ఘోషింపగా ఈలాగు ఘన మండూకములు ఘోషింపగా
తరికిట తాహం దిత్త జయ జయ జం తరికిట దిత్త దిత్త దికిట దుర్గుడు దుర్గుడు దిత్త తద్దిత్తడి కుడిడి తద్దిత్తడి కుడిడి తత్తంగు తరికిట దిం తరికిట దిం తరికిట దిం
తర్రగర్రట గర్రడాకుకు తాకుడే కుకుడే కుడిం కుకు 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 ఉగ్రశాపముతో గజేంద్రుడు బద్ధుడై బల్మకరి చేతను 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 ఉగ్రశాపముతో గజేంద్రుడు బద్ధుడై బల్ ఉగ్రశాపముతో గజేంద్రుడు బద్ధుడై బల్మకరిచేతను 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 నంకిడతక దిక్కిడతక జాత వేసిన చేతి చక్రము చేత మకరిని సంహరించిన మహిమను చేత మకరిని సంహరించిన మహిమను ధేను తాకిట తకుంతరి తకిట ధేను తాకిట తకుంతరి తకిట జానకి కళ్యాణ భుజబల భీమ ఘనమ విరామ శ్రీ రఘురామ జయ రఘురామ వరకోదండ రామ నమో జానకి కళ్యాణ భుజబల భీమ ఘనమ విరామ శ్రీ రఘురామ జయ రఘురామ వరకోదండ రామ నమో జానకి కళ్యాణ భుజబల భీమ ఘనమ విరామ శ్రీ రఘురామ జయ రఘురామ వరకోదండ రామ ధీ సలాం దిద్ది సలాం ధీ సలాం దిద్ది
tam ta takku dinda tam dit tam ta takku dinda tam takkida daga daga darigida daga tam ta takku dinda tam dit tam ta takku dinda tam takida daga daga darigida daga tam ta takku dinda tam takkida daga daga darigida daga tam ta takku dinda tam takida daga daga darigida daga tam takkida daga daga darigida daga jekida daga daga darigida daga takkida daga jam takka takkida daga jam takka takkida daga jam takkida daga jam takka takkida daga jam takka takkida daga jam takkida daga daga darigida daga takkida daga daga darigida daga takkida daga jam takkida daga jam takkida daga jam takkida takka dinda ta takka jan takkida takka dim ta takka dinda
നാനനദ്രുതിം തദര തനി നാദൃതിർത്തോ നാനനദ്രുതിം തദര തനി നാദൃതിർത്തോ നാദൃതിർത്തോം ദീം തനനത്തിൽ 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 നാനനദ്രുതിം ജനുദിമിത ജനുത ധിമിത തരികിട തക തജം തരിത ജം തരിത ജം തരിത ജനുദിമിത ജനുത ധിമിത തരികിട തക തജം തരിത ജം തരിത ജം തരിത നാനനദ്രുതിം തദര തനി നാദൃതിർത്തോ നാദൃതിർത്തോം ദീം തനനത്തിൽ നാനനദ്രുതിം തദര തനി നാദൃതിർത്തോ നാദൃതിർത്തോം ദീം തനനത്തിൽ നാനനദ്രുതിം തരികിടതക തിത്തരികിടതക തോം തരികിടതക നം തരികിടതക തിൽ നാനനദ്രുതി തത്തരി കിടതക തിത്തരി കിടതക തോം തരി കിടതക നം തരികിടതക തിൽ നാനനദ്രുതി തരികിടതക തിത്തരികിടതക തോം തരികിടതക നം തരികിടതക തത്തരികിടതക തിത്തരികിടതക തോം തരികിടതക നം തരികിടതക തിൽ നാനനദ്രുതി తత్తరికిట తకతి తరికిట తకతోం తరికిట తకనం తరికిట తక తిల్లానన ధృతి తత్తరికిట తక తరికిట తకతోం తరికిట తకనం తరికిట తక తరికిట తక తరికిట తకతోం తరికిట తకనం తరికిట తక తరికిట తక తరికిట తకతోం తరికిట తకనం తరికిట తక తరికిట తక తరికిట తకతోం తరికిట తకనం తరికిట తక తిల్లానన ధృతి తగరతాని నాదిర్దృతోం ఓం దీంతనన తిల్లానన ధృతిం తగరతాని నాదిర్దృతోం నాదిర్దృతోం దీంతనన తిల్లానన ధృతి తకిటజం దదనిద కిటజం వనిద తజం నిద తిల్లానన ధృతి తకిటజం కిటజం తజం తిల్లానన ధృతి తక్కిట తదికిణతం ఓం ననన ఓం ననన ఓం ననన తక్కిట తదికిణతం ఓం ననన ఓం ననన ఓం ననన తక్కిట తదికిణతం ఓం ననన తక్కిట తదికిణతం ఓం ననన తక్కిట తదికిణతం ఓం ననన తక్కిట తదికిణతం అసమానమైన తిల్లానా అసమానమైన తిల్లాన మురళినాద వినోదమైన తిల్లాన కుంతళవరాళి రాగమైనది అసమానమైన తిల్లాన మురళినాద వినోదమైన తిల్లాన కుంతళవరాళి రాగమైనది సమపని దశ సనిద పమస సమపని దశ సనిద పమస సమాపని దశ సనిద పమస సమాపని దశ సనిద పమస జను దిమిత జనుత దిమిత తరికిట కటక జను దిమిత జనుత దిమిత తరికిట కటక జను దిమిత జనుత దిమిత తరికిట కటక జం తరిత 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 తిల్లానన ధృతి తగరతాని నాదిర్దృతోం ఓం దీంతనన తిల్లానన ధృతి తగరతాని నాదిర్దృతోం ఓం దీంతనన తిల్లానన ధృతి తిల్లానన ధృతి తిల్లానన ధృతి
You want to have the word, Diksha. So thank you for this extraordinary performance. I think it's been a highlight really, and really great end of 3 amazing days. I think they were fully packed with content, with networking, with panels, with firesides. It couldn't be possible without so much support we got. So thanks for to NPACT for the co-organization of this event. You did a great job. Also to the Senate Department of Economics, of course, who is both supporting this for many years, and to Spielfeld, which they are supporting us with all the logistics throughout the 3 days, and to Kuchem technicians. So thank you. I think there are many more stakeholders, but I finish now because I think we're late and everyone is happy to enjoy their Feierabend. So so the 3 days on site at Spielfeld actually are finished now, but that doesn't mean that the summit is finished. So there will be 2 more days of satellite events on Thursday and on Friday. And they will be online or off-site with our partnering organizations. So you can check out the program on the website and hope to see some of you there. And thanks for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this contribution. I think that was truly special. Thanks so much.